Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Please join me in the national anthem. Members, please join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of John William Bosley, Janet O'Hagan, Kathleen Llewellyn Thomas, Ron Watson, and Alan Weingarten. Thank you.
Speaker, before we start, there is a bit of an echo happening up there that's coming across on all of our sound feeds. With your.
Thank you.
Could we get that fixed, please? Because I think it'll be a very long meeting if that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher. We will. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting. Members of council, staff, and the public are participating in today's meeting remotely and in person, and the meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Lai. All those in favor, show of hands, carried. Members, we do have an administrative inquiry, 43.1 from Councillor Matlow regarding Casa Lomas north of Austin Terrace site. The city manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information?
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Matlow.
Before you do
so move, Councillor Grimes.
Just one sec, Councillor Grimes. Councillor Matlow. Yes, Councillor Matlow?
Is there an opportunity for me? I've been advised by the clerk that I can move a motion to refer this to the General Government and Licensing Committee.
Yes. So what's his? That the item, motions on the screen that the item be referred to.
Madam Speaker,
Recorded vote.
Yes,
Madam Speaker.
We'll get a recorded vote. Councillor Thompson.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Thompson.
I'm wondering why this matter is being referred to the General Government and Licensing Committee, since this matter relates to economic development.
If I can have
I'd like
staff.
to have an answer from the clerk, please.
Yes, please, yes.
Madam Speaker, I believe the motion has been prepared as the matter relates to a lease, and leases are under the responsibility of the General Government and Licensing Committee.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, so on Councillor Matlow's motion, we'll have a recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, are you connected to the... Okay, if you just stand by, Councillor Bradford. Councillor Fillion, you appear not to be connected to the voting system, so could we have your vote verbally, please?
Favor.
Could you repeat that, please, Councillor?
In favor.
Thank you. In favor. Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, sir? Opposed. Speaker, the motion to refer the item does not carry. The vote is 7 to 15.
Okay. Motion to receive the item, on favor?
Point of order, Madam Chair,
Carried.
Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor
Does the
Matlow.
member have an opportunity? Thank you. Does the member have an opportunity to speak to this item, to the item that we're about to vote on?
No, we don't, no.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
Yes, I do, Speaker. I move that report of meeting 32 of the Executive Committee be presented to Council for consideration. I'll just mention a couple of the items that we dealt with that are found in the report and that will be discussed here at Council. The first is something that is just another kind of milestone along the way, but a very important one, and that is with regard to the progress we're making on the creation of and the implementation of the Seniors Housing Corporation. You know, it can be frustrating here, as I think we all know, to have a lot of great work done, as was the case with Senator Eggleton writing up the tenant's first report. And, you know, I think a lot of people won't understand the complexities of implementing one of the recommendations contained in that report, which was the creation of a separate standalone Seniors Housing Corporation. And I just remember when they brought me the list of sort of, I don't want to call them complications, but just the list of things that had to be sort of overcome, including, for example, the legal title to the buildings and, you know, a host of things like that, that it seemed almost insurmountable, but that nonetheless you knew what you thought was right to do in terms of making sure that we could provide a different kind of wraparound support for our tenants in our seniors buildings, and, you know, knowing that to some extent you know, we had drifted away from that over many years to the point where we had a lot of seniors buildings that had sort of a much more diverse kind of population, diverse in the sense that it was different people who were not seniors, and that sort of took away in some respects from our mandate that we, I think, took very seriously to take the best care we could of the particular needs of seniors. So long story made short, a lot of great work has been done to the point where there is now a Seniors Housing Corporation that has been established. I want to do as I did at the Executive Committee, pay tribute to Michael Schurer for the work that he did as the transitional lead for this, because he really took a tremendous leadership position and took tremendous responsibility on to overcome these things that stood in the way of it easily. It isn't just a matter of sort of signing one piece of paper saying this building is now owned by that corporation or this employee is now employed by that corporation. So he oversaw that process. And of course, part of that was as well the recruitment of a new CEO for the company, Tom Hunter, who I'm sure that we wish well in these important responsibilities he's agreed to take on. And I should note that one of the other things that we've been very mindful of, and I want to pay tribute as well to the councillors that have been involved, and I think I'm right in saying it's councillors Fletcher and Ainsley, is not to create a duplicate administration and duplicate set of costs. We've been very mindful of trying to make sure that we did this in a way that was efficient and that took advantage of existing, I'll call it corporate infrastructure, and that part of what you see in this report is actually transferring people over to the Seniors Corporation, but it's not a duplication of expense. In fact, it will come out of the pot that is spent by TCHC and will now be picked up by the Seniors Housing Corporation. So I think in terms of something that started a while ago, but was in a report that I think we enthusiastically endorsed as a council. I'm just glad to see that this is happening because I think it is going to be vital to the proper caring for our seniors that are placed in our care in TCHC Seniors Housing to be able to advance that. The second thing I'll just mention is something that I've designated as a key item in any event, so we'll have time to talk about it shortly. And that is the report that was considered by the Executive Committee with respect to our housing plans and the intergovernmental advocacy necessary to implement that successfully. And in particular, we're focused on a sort of short-term 2-year proposition, which stems from the conclusion I think we've all reached that while there's no simple answer to this, we are way better off in the context of dealing with people experiencing homelessness to do it through the provision of supportive housing wherever possible and as fast as possible and in as many units as possible than to, for example, do what we did for a long, long time, even preceding my time here, which is to keep expanding the shelter system. The shelter system doesn't represent giving people a home, which supportive housing does, and the shelter system certainly doesn't represent a place where we can provide the kinds of supports. And I note that one of the things that happened right during the consideration of this matter by the Executive Committee was the arrival of a letter from the province confirming that they were in for the 2022 supports, the operating supports for that housing that we both have built and occupied and will build and occupy over the course of this year under the Rapid Housing Program. And I thank them and commend them for that, although I will say I'm concerned that we still haven't resolved the issue of the longer term. I mean, we should have multi-year funding commitments for this like they would do for many other things. And they have said they will participate in those discussions with us, but at least we have 2022 look after. I noted with some smile on my face a tweet from one of our colleagues here that said, thanks to all the people from all corners who helped out with this. I'm not aware it's a very long list, including in particular from some of the advocates who didn't, I didn't see them chiming in to help us get this funding, but we got it, and that's the main thing, and I commend the government, and I will tell you everybody from the Premier on down was involved in that decision being put in front of us, and we'll have more to say about this when we get to that item on the agenda. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report.
Yes, I do. If the staff can place it.
It's on the screen.
Report for meeting 28. The report for meeting 28 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. That the report for meeting 29 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda for council presented for consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce General Government and Licensing Committee report.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to move that the report from meeting 30 of the General Government Licensing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. That the report from meeting 29 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw, you have a motion to introduce Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I do that the report from meeting 33 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have a motion to introduce the striking committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, that the report for meeting 10 of the striking committee listed on the agenda will be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, you have a motion to introduce the Tobacco York Community Council report?
I do, and good morning, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 31 of the Tobacco York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 31 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 31 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report?
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 32 of the Toronto East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from the mayor and city officials? Moved by Councillor Grimes. Can you read it, Councillor Grimes?
A new business from the mayor and city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Mayor Tory?
Speaker, yes, I have two. And the first relates to item EX 32.1, the Connect TO program update. I'd previously declared this interest at a prior meeting, but because of my involvement in the Rogers family companies and trusts, it's appropriate for me to declare an interest on that matter. And secondly, with respect to, again, this has been previously disclosed, with respect to item TE 32.79, 2100 Yonge Street minor variance, because I have financial interest in 2131 Yonge Street. The project is within the vicinity of this address of 2100. I'll, out of an abundance of caution, declare an interest in that as well. Thank you. I have the papers here to file with the clerk.
Thank you. And I do have a conflict on EX 32.1 Connect TO program update. I have a family member working with Connect TO, and I have submitted in my forms to the clerk.
Madam Chair?
Yes, are there any other members that have a conflict, if they can put their name on the list, please? Councillor Mantis?
Yes, Madam Speaker. GL 3010, family member owns a taxi plate. And I have sent an email to the clerk advising.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other members that have conflicts? No? Okay, thank you. I would now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Any petitions? No? Okay. Members, before we begin the review of the order paper, I want to remind you about the process improvements the city clerk implemented last month to notify members about new information in the clerk's meeting portal. Throughout the meeting, the city clerk will advise me when additional materials, such as supplementary reports and advanced circulation motions, have been posted in the clerk's meeting portal and on the city's website. I will advise members that materials are available for their review. The city clerk staff will also send an advisory email to members and their staff about the materials. Members, I will now review the order paper. We have two deferred items before us today. GL 29.10 and NY 30.8. and the mayor has designated item EX 32.6 on intergovernment partnerships and advocacy efforts to advance the city's Housing TO 2020-2030 action plan, and items EC 29.5 on the Toronto action plan to confront anti-Black racism, year 3 as is key matters for this meeting. These will be our first items of business today. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. on Thursday, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, there are a number of related matters on the agenda that I propose to be considered together. Items EC 29.1 and EY 30.1 on the Jane Finch Initiative. Items CC 43.7 and CC 43.8 on 2 Valley Anna Drive, request for directions and alterations to a designated heritage property. And items NY 31.32, NY 31.42, and CC 43.18, related reports on Drury Avenue and Inez Court. I will now go through the items.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Grimes.
Yes, I wonder, at 3215 and the planning and housing, and my member motion, I'm sorry, 3311, planning and housing, and my member motion 4313. I wonder if we could deal with those together.
There's motions not on the floor yet, Councillor Grimes.
Okay, well, I'd just like to put that on the record. They should probably be dealt with together. So whenever the time is appropriate, if we could deal with that.
Okay, I will now go through the items to take additional member holds. I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in the CMP, and you can place your name on the list. And when I recognize you, unmute your mic and state the item or items you wish to hold. Okay, on deferred items, NY 30.8 has been held down, and we have GL 29.10.
I can do 30.8 as a quick item, Madam Speaker, if the
Okay.
courts have the motion.
Councillor Fillion on NY 30.8.
That City Council refer the item to the City Solicitor for consideration and report directly to the June 15 and 16, 2022 meeting of Council. We are hoping to have the settlement at that time.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Fillion on item NY 30.8, on favor, show of hands carried. We also have the deferred item GL 29.10. No. Okay. Executive Committee. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to hold EX 32.3, removal of harbor lead line and Keating Rail Yard, please.
Okay, that's on EX 32.3, right? Okay. Councillor
Yes.
Layton.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to hold EX 32.12, extension of exclusive food and beverage service agreement with Spectra Food Services.
EX 32.12. Councillor Layton. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two. I would like to hold EX 32.1 Connect TO program update.
Okay.
And anyone? EX 32.15 tree removal permit appeals delegation to community councils.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further items on executive? Okay, our next item would be civic appointments. Okay, economic and community development. Councillor Peruzza? Can you turn your mic on?
EC 29.1, the Jane Finch Initiative, and there's also a report in the Etobicoke York Community Council on the same matter. I don't know.
Okay, so when we get to Etobicoke, we,
Sorry?
oh yeah, that's right. We've already combined the two.
Oh, you have, okay.
Yes,
So, yeah.
yes.
So hold those, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other items on economic and community development? Councillor Cole.
Yes, I'd like to hold EC 29.8, commercial property ownership mechanisms in Little Jamaica.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further items for economic and community development? Okay, we'll now go to general government. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Unless any of my colleagues are interested in holding it, I would just like a recorded vote on GL 30.11, which is the large multi-passenger pedaled vehicles on city streets. I don't have any questions. We dealt with it at committee, but I'm prepared to record my vote.
Okay, so Councillor Holiday is asking for a recorded vote on GL 30.11. Just one sec. Okay, so, yeah.
Madam Speaker, if it's easier, I can just hold the item and we can deal with it later.
No, it's okay, Councillor Holiday. So Councillor Holiday wants to move GL 30.11, have a recorded vote, large multi-passengers, pedaled vehicles. But it's my understanding, Councillor Holiday, there's also a technical amendment to the confidential report, so we'd like you to move that at the same time. That's what we're waiting for. Okay.
Speaker, it's Councillor Perks. I'm not ready to deal with this item yet.
Okay, so would you like to hold the item down?
I can hold the item down, Madam Speaker, if that's...
Okay, so
that's easy.
Councillor Holiday will hold the item down. Okay, Councillor Perks? Councillor Perks?
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Deputy Mayor Minawong on government management, government licensing, sorry.
Yes, I'd like to hold GL 30.10 response to ensuring accessibility and equity for Toronto taxi drivers and establishing a taxi cab fuel surcharge. On that item, Madam Chair, as well, I'd like TTC staff to be available, as the surcharge will relate to the accessible fleet, and I wanted to know the financial implications on that, and et cetera. So I'm just giving you a heads up. I'll have questions of TTC staff if we could reach out to them and have them available.
Okay, fine. We will reach out to TTC staff on that
Thank you,
item on GL 30.10. Okay, thank you. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. I just wanted a recorded GL 30.7, but I'm wondering, I'm just trying to see if I need to split it. Yeah, recorded vote on recommendations 1, 2, and 3, but not on 4. Or if you could just separate them.
Okay, so Councillor Fillion is asking for recorded vote. Councillor Fillion, you did hold the item down. This is GL 30.7, Toronto Parking Authority settlement proposals with lease tenants. So you want a recorded vote on 1, 2, 3?
I'm opposed to 1, 2, 3, so I guess we can just have the recorded vote on that, and the rest would go, and
Okay.
4 would go through, correct?
Yes, so on item, it's on the screen, recommendation 1, 2, 3, if we can have a recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, it appears you have not received the vote. Could you state your vote verbally, please? Councillor Matlow, we've closed the vote. If you could state your vote verbally, please. Councillor Matlow, we've closed the vote, so you won't be able to vote remotely. Are you able to state your vote, please? Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow? Councillor Matlow, are you able to hear us in the chamber, please?
I don't think he can hear us.
Councillor Grimes, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please? Turn your mic. Can you turn your mic on, please?
In favor, please.
And Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? Could you please turn your microphone on, members in the chamber?
In favor.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, it appears that Councillor Matlow is not present in the meeting, so I will not call him again. And the parts 1 to 3 of this item carry. The vote is 18-3.
Okay, then on item 4, recommendation 4, all in favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor Layton, you took your name off.
Yes, thank you. My question was answered by a fellow colleague.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. And if I could, on GL 30.16, if I can ask for a recorded vote. That's on the Mount Dennis campus.
Madam Speaker, we have one more vote than we have members. So if there's a member of council who's turned off their video camera. Councillor Fletcher, are you present in the meeting?
Yes, I am present. Thank you. Just turning that on. Now the sound's all been sorted out. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please?
In favor, please.
Thank you. In favor. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, sir?
In favor.
In favor. Thank you, Speaker. The item is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Councillor, I don't have any names. We're at Infrastructure and Environment. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson?
Thank you very much. IE 29.3, I would like to hold the local road installation.
Okay, that's IE 29.3, Missing Link Sidewalk Program?
That's
Correct?
correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Coe?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to hold the garbage cans, IE 29.19.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll now go to planning and housing. Planning and housing? Councillor Robinson?
Sorry, that's old. That's from the last item.
Councillor Hall? Okay, can we clear the screen? Okay, we're at planning and housing. Councillor Coe?
Yes, I'd like to hold the housing, PH 33.11, City of Toronto review of Bill 109.
It's already been held.
Oh, very good, thank you.
Yeah.
Double hold on that one.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I request to hold PH 33.10, request to explore the PARTNA program and alternative affordable housing options. I have questions of staff.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further holds? No? Okay, striking committee. Councillor Layton?
I believe second item needs to be held because there's no recommendation.
Yeah.
So I'm on the TRCA, otherwise I would volunteer, but I can't sit there twice, so we need another member.
I know. We didn't have any names. Okay.
Let's see some hands.
Yes, Councillor Layton, you're holding, right? Councillor Layton, you're holding?
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
I will, but I need a volunteer.
Well, maybe before we get to the item, we'll
And
have,
we need the votes at the TA.
we'll have some volunteers.
Yeah, Mark's hand is, Councillor Grimes' hand's going up. I'd like to move a motion to appoint Councillor Grimes.
I'll second. Thank you,
Okay.
Councillor Grimes.
Okay, hold on. We need two, not just one.
Can we defer until we have more councillors?
Yeah, we'll just hold the item down. And if
Councillor
Councillor
Mantas has
Grimes,
his,
Councillor Grimes, if you're interested, if you can send something to us. And so.
And
we
Councillor
could-
Mantis just put his hand, Councillor Mantis just put his hand up, so there you got your two, Councillor Layton.
Okay, so, Councillor Layton is moving that Councillor Grimes and Councillor Mantis be appointed to the TRCA.
On one condition, that someone give me a lift up to the meetings because it's a real tough walk from the subway up in Vaughan.
I'll pick you up, Councillor, on my e-scooter.
Okay, the motion is on the screen. Okay, so Councillor Grimes, yours is different, November 14th, for term ending November 14th, and Councillor Mantis is for term ending July 1st. No, starting July 1st and ending November 14th. Okay? On favor? Carried. Okay, we'll now go to Etobicoke York Community Council. No, we're in Etobicoke right now. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. EY 31.7, application to remove a private tree.
Are there any further holds for Etobicoke York Community Council?
Yes, we need someone to move the supplementary report on.
Okay,
To move the supplementary report.
so Councillor Grimes, on EY 31.18, appointment to the public members to the Etobicoke York Community Preservation Panel. There's a supplementary report. Can you please move that? 31.18A. Okay,
So moved, Madam Speaker.
Moved by Councillor Grimes, all in favor, carried. Thank you. We'll now go to North York Community Council. Oh, sorry, item is amended, all in favor, carried, thank you. North York, Councillor Carroll.
That's left on the list from last time, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold two items, NY 31.2. And actually, on the second item, I'd be happy to move it right now. There's a supplementary report with a date correction. NY 31.36, I'd be happy to move that as well.
Okay, so you're holding item NY 31.2, 147 Overbrook Place, and 31.42.
31.36,
I mean, sorry, 31.36.
Yeah, no, I've been advised by the clerk that there's a supplementary report with a correction to this, a date correction, and I'd be happy to move it now.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Pasternak is moving this on 31.36, a supplementary report, 3136A. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Scarborough Community Council. Okay, somebody needs to hold down NY 31.9, 4155 Young Street Official Plan Zoning Bylaw Amendment. It's here without recommendation. Councillor Carroll will hold it.
I'll do that. If I could hold that, Madam Chair, it's Councillor Robinson.
Okay, Councillor Robinson will hold. Thank you. So we're Scarborough Community Council. Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, Madam, hold SC 31.20 pay and display parking on Kingston Road.
Thank you. So you're holding the SC 31.20.
Correct.
Did you want to move a motion?
Well, if the motion, yeah, I think the motion is ready. It's just if we can put that up, then I can dispense of it.
Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen. Councillor Crawford. Okay, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor McKelvey, Scarborough Community Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to report on SC 31.12 appointment of public members, same that you saw for the other councils, just a correction to the date.
Okay, so that's on SC 31.12, appointment of public members to the Scarborough Community Preservation Panel. Councillor McKelvey is moving the supplementary, the amendment. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, may I please have a recorded vote, please, on 119 Metrolinx Scarborough Subway expansion, the Scarborough Center Go Bus relocation, please?
Okay, recorded vote on SC 31.19 Metrolinx Scarborough Subway Extension. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, are you able to use the system to vote, please? Yep. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, sir?
In favor?
In favor. Speaker, the item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Fletcher.
Vote TE 32.13, please, which is a very long list of addresses on Cosburn and on Gowan.
I didn't hear the item number. What
Press
was?
for direction. 32.13.
Okay, sorry.
32.13.
Thank you.
5, 9, 11, 15, and 19 Cosburn, and 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, and 40 Gowan. Zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application. Request for direction, Ward 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further holds on Toronto and East York Community Council? Okay, we'll now go to new business. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recorded vote on CC 43.4, items 3 to 5.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Councillor McKelvey?
Hi, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, what was the item?
CC 43.4 on new business.
CC 43.4?
Yes.
Okay, so can we put that on the screen? Yeah, I know. So Councillor McKelvey, are you holding the item? This is...
No, just a recorded vote.
On the vacancies in the offices of the councillors? You want to record a vote?
Yes. Yes, on 345.
On 345. I know.
Councillor Ainslie, are you able to use the system to vote, please? Mayor Tory, please. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, sir?
In favor.
Councillor Bradford, how do you
In
vote?
favor?
Thank you. Speaker, parts 3, 4, and 5 of the item carry. The vote is 21 to 2.
On the balance of the item, all in favor? Carried. Counselor Fletcher?
Yes.
New business, you've got your name on the screen.
Oh, holding 43.9. Portland's official plan modification.
Okay. Okay,
The
thank
school
you.
board, thank you.
Counselor Crawford? Yes, Counselor
Thanks, Madam
Fletcher is
Speaker.
held CC 43.9. Counselor Crawford?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd just like a recorded vote on CC 43.12, 2872 to 28 New Kingston Road. If I could just speak very quickly on this. The local community residents association still has concerns about the settlement. I support those concerns, and I'll be voting in the negative, but I can release this now with a recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote on CC 43.12.
Counselor Bradford, how do you vote, sir?
In favor?
And Counselor Perruzza, how do you vote?
In favor. In favor.
Thank you, Speaker. The item is adopted. The vote is 19-4.
Counselor Carroll?
Thank you, yes. I will hold CC 43.2, the Ombudsman Toronto Annual Report. It'll be my intention to move a time-specific motion later.
Thank you. Counselor Perks?
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to hold CC 43.3, 2022 COVID-19 Intergovernmental Funding Update.
Thank you. Counselor Robinson?
Yes, I would like to hold CC 43.72 Valleyana Drive.
And then also CC 43.8?
Yes, I believe so, because they're combined. That's a good suggestion.
They're related. Okay, Counselor Perruzza? Counselor Perruzza?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Speaker, I'd like to hold CC 43.22, 4175 Four Winds Drive, zoning bylaw amendment application request for directions, and the confidential attachments.
Thank you. Counselor Cole?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 43.16, 50, 60, and 90 Eglinton Avenue West, and 17 to 19 Henning Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application request for further direction regarding Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. I'd like to hold that.
Thank you. Are there any further holds? Okay, if I can have someone hold down CC 43.14, because there is a supplementary report, it's in Councillor Cressy's ward. Could I have Councillor Perks or Layton to hold it down?
Yeah, I'm happy to do.
Councillor Perks, and then as well is And Councillor Layton, CC 43.23, 1134, 1140 Young Street, official plan zoning amendment. Could you hold that down? There's a supplementary report. Councillor Layton? Does somebody want to hold it down on his behalf?
I'll hold a minute.
Yeah, I'll do it on his behalf. Councillor Perks.
I'm back, sorry. I'm
Okay.
happy, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Layton, you'll hold that item down?
These pens don't write.
Okay, thank you. All right,
I'll get another one from Francis. No, I'll get it.
Councillor McKelvey, on IE 29.9, the Deep Retrofit Challenge, I just need a motion to receive the communication that's been submitted.
So moved, thank you.
Okay, on favor, carried, thank you.
Photos.
Okay, members, before I call for requests to make items time-specific, as the mayor and I have declared an interest on item EX 32.1, I would propose that council consider that item as the first item after the mayor's key matter so that the mayor and the deputy speaker and I can coordinate ourselves accordingly. So, on favor? Carried. I will now consider request to make items urgent and time-specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can please place your name on the list. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to time EX 3215, tree removal permit appeals, delegation community council, all war for tomorrow after member motions.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, it was my intention to move CC 43.2 for the same time, but immediately after member motions, but I think this would mean immediately after the now time-specific item that Councillor Grimes mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah, second item after member motions. Thank you.
All right. So members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items where members have declared an interest. So the item, Mayor Tory T 32.79, you declared an interest, so we'll have a recorded vote on that. So if you just want to leave the council chambers. Thank you. So T 32.79, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, are you able to use the system to vote, please? And Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Layton has voted. I saw him vote. He's walked out of the camera, so I'm assuming he's close by, and I'm going to record that as him being present with his vote, okay? The item is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
Take a look at that, see what you can.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor, you can. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions by email. The clerk staff are available by email to help you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, you and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will now review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn council decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be made very clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed on being urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's first key matter, which is item IE. Oh, okay, yeah. So we will now go to the mayor's first key matter, which is EX 32.6. Okay, so we're at intergovernment partnerships and advocacy efforts to advance the city's housing TO 2020 and 2030 action plan. Are there any questions to staff? If you can please put your name on the list. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. I'm not sure who should answer this. People in the city of Toronto are currently homeless.
Through the chair, Councillor, last night we sheltered 7,800 people in our shelter system. Our latest street needs assessment indicates there's another 740 individuals that might be staying outside.
So about 9,000, or just shy of 9,000. And we've seen estimates from your office about what it would cost to provide rent supplements through a head lease or some other arrangement per individual, and also the cost of providing housing supports. What roughly is that per person?
Through the chair, I'll defer to Abby Bond at the Housing Secretariat.
Thanks, Gord. Through the speaker, so it varies depending on the amount of or the type of household, but we're really looking at about, for a single household, about 800. The difference between $800, which is kind of Ontario Works, and average market rent. So to house everybody on a Canada Ontario housing benefit, who's currently using the shelter system. Depending on how many people that is per month, we're looking at between 69 million and 186 million each year. If you want to look at the amount which is for chronic homelessness, that's around 4,500 people each year. That would be about 108 million. So around 2,000 per person per month.
Thank you so much. That's quite helpful. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The planned expansion of supportive housing in by the city, the capital financing is coming from where?
Through the speaker, so in the report in front of you, we have indicated a desire for a next 24-month plan of an additional 2,500 units. We anticipate a third round of the Rapid Housing Initiative from the federal government, and we intend to apply to that round to get as many of those units funded as possible. We don't exactly know the timing of that or the scope of the funding available, but that would be our initial target for funding.
So that will be the third round, correct?
That's correct.
So in the second round, how many units did we get funding for?
In the second round, I'd have to double check exactly the numbers, but for the first two rounds, plus the money we received from the Innovation Fund from CMHC, we were able to fund the 2,000. It was about 1,500 units, I believe, we funded in the first two rounds. And then plus we had the Rapid Housing Initiative, the Rapid Rehousing Initiative from TCHC as well.
So that was 2021 and 2022. The next round will be later this year.
That's right. Yes.
So we could be on track for the 1,000 units a year if we get this next round of funding that will at least have us meeting 1,000 over the next couple of years as well.
Through the speaker, yes, that would be that's what we can anticipate through that funding. Although obviously we will try and get as many units as possible.
So this, and I may trip myself up here, so I'm going to try to ask these questions. How much currently does the province? How many units currently does the province support on an annual basis that isn't one-time money?
Through our expanded, sorry, Councillor, through our supportive housing plan, or in total in the supportive housing universe?
I'm curious about in total through the supportive housing universe and in our plan.
Councillor, I would have to check the amount from the total supportive housing units. For our 24-month plan, we have received the $27 million in one-time funding for the units that we have opening this year. And in the correspondence we received from the province, they indicated they were aware that that would turn into an ongoing need of $48 million per year. There was no commitment to that, but they recognized that that was important.
Recognized it was important, but failed to commit to it. So how many years has this been one-time funding now from the provincial government to cover off these units?
Well, through the speaker, since we started this from kind of initiation in 2020, when our first units opened in 2021, it's from the start of our 24-month plan that we've received kind of indications of one-off funding. I would say that this correspondence most recently received from the province was the most promising in relation to the recognition that these units do require ongoing funding annually to maintain, so that people can maintain their housing and be successful.
Would you say supportive investments in supportive housing are a cost-effective approach to addressing chronic homelessness that save money in both the city money in our emergency shelters as well as the province money in their healthcare budget with homeless individuals spending the evening in hospital?
Through the speaker, yes, I think we can definitely see that it's not just financially a better investment, that we see reduced costs from emergency response like shelters and emergency wards, but also the fact that we see better outcomes, both health and housing outcomes for people as well.
Could I ask one last question? That of the 7,000 people that stayed in our emergency shelters last night, how many of them are chronically homeless, are considered chronically homeless, and how many of them are families?
That was your last question.
Yes, through the chair, Councillor, just under half would be defined as experiencing chronic homelessness. And with respect to the breakdown between families and individuals last night, just about 2/3 are singles, 1/3 would be in family units.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, thank you. I don't know who this is going to be actually directed to, but who on any team, you, Mr. Tanner, or Housing Secretariat, or Planning, or a Deputy City Manager, City Manager, is looking out at all where we have shelters that are important? First, I should just ask, Mr. Tanner, can we afford to lose any locations?
Through the chair, Councillor, we still have ongoing demand for shelter space in the city. So at this time, it is our plan to maintain the current shelter capacity to meet that demand and look at options to potentially grow that supply.
So the shelter demand means locations. So a number of years ago, many of you may remember when Cornerstone closed in a church, and then there was a very big difficulty moving it from Councillor Mihevic's ward to Councillor Cole's ward. And nobody stepped up to say to the church, well, we'll buy the church from you, or make alternate arrangements to maintain that shelter in that location. Do you recall that? I think you were here.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, I recall that.
So in all your list of locations that are being run directly by the city or indirectly by our third-party partners, who is charged with tracking pressures on existing locations? Or is that not something that's happening at the moment?
Through the chair, Councillor, we're in the midst of developing a 3-year capital infrastructure plan to really track the current status of all of our sites. We own, either by the city or nonprofits, about 2/3 of those sites. Another third are in leased locations. And we currently operate 100 facilities across the city. So, with our expansion due to COVID-19 into the shelter hotels, we are keeping a close eye on the ongoing sustainability and availability of those sites as we go forward.
So who from real estate is helping you on that team? That would be there from the real estate division to say, here's areas of the city that are now going to start to face pressures for sale, or land values going up. Here are your shelters right in a spot that is very tasty for development. Who is doing that? And I'd like to know which DCM is charged with that, actually. I'll ask the city manager.
So through the chair, Councillor, we work very closely with CREM and Pat Matozo and Allison, who are looking for opportunities for us to source new shelter locations and monitoring market dynamics, consistently. And the DCMs would be both our own Paul Johnson and Josie Scioli.
So I guess it's the monitoring the market dynamics that you've just indicated is really quite critical. So of 100 locations, 1/3 are, what did you say, about 200 are directly operated or owned by the city. So we don't have to worry about somebody buying that, but at least 33 locations are ones that are operated by the city, but could easily be sold then by the owner. correct?
Yeah, through the councillor, it's a mix between whether they're city operated or nonprofit, but you're right, about a third of them are leased by either the city or nonprofits. And many of them currently are those sites that we've talked about just recently that are in shelter hotels that we opened for COVID-19.
Yeah, if you take out the shelter hotels and just go back to established sites, how many are those and how many people are there?
I'd have to get the specific number for you, councillor. I'm happy to do that. I would suggest it's likely in the range of about 15 to 20 locations, but the client numbers I'd have to confirm for you.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that, Mr. Tanner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw, questions?
Thank you. So right now in our shelter system, there's about 47% of the people that are chronic homeless, correct?
Through the chair, councillor, that's correct.
So they're very much using the system as a de facto housing.
Through the chair, councillor, that's correct. They've at least been in the shelter system for 6 months or more, and have been using that as ongoing shelter.
And so I know that we've been talking about the number of units and subsidies that we're bringing in the supportive housing. What are you doing to target this population? For you, Madam Chair, to Gord, like what is happening is SSHA working with our shelter partners? I know that there was a motion to have more housing help workers to make sure that these units that are becoming available and the supports that are becoming available are going to this population.
Through the chair to you, councillor, certainly through our coordinated access system is a way that we prioritize some of the new supportive housing projects for people that meet the definition of being chronically homeless. Enhancing some of the housing supports in the shelter system is something that we're doing as we speak. While at the same time, some of those sites are prioritized for people that might be living outdoors in parks and elsewhere in the city.
I know that Councillor Layton asked or Councillor Perks asked the price to house somebody in supportive, and Abby, you said 2,000. Gordon, what's the price of having somebody on a shelter per month?
Through the chair, councillor, I mean the current cost or per diem for a single individual is running at about $250 per day.
Okay. And Abby, we are actually on the path to success. I mean, the reports that you keep giving us saying that we're well on our way to achieve over the 3,000 by the end of this year. And we had planned for 3,000 housing opportunities and supportive housing on our rapid housing. Is that, you felt that this approach was targeted, successful? Is that why you're suggesting another approach for another 2 years to be very targeted, very specific, given that there's so much need in this part of the housing spectrum?
Through the speaker, to you, Deputy Mayor, absolutely. We've been clear in the Housing TO plan that we need 18,000 units over the 10 years. But I think to really get the investment and the momentum necessary to see some success, as you indicated, we broke that down into something maybe more manageable, giving us a much more short-term goal. And it was very effective with both levels of government who have come to the table to help us exceed that original target. But we need to keep going. We now know how to do this. To get those units open, we need to maintain the momentum both in our work to find land and acquisition opportunities, but also to go get the funding necessary. So we want to keep that up.
Another program that we have is the Housing Now program. How many units are now under development in that program?
So through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, so we council approved 21 sites to move forward under Housing Now, which is around 5,500 units anticipated. We have
just
4
of
sites.
affordable housing, and then there's
yes, that's correct. That's about just under 12,000 units in total on those 21 sites anticipated. But in terms of the first four, this is really where our focus has been. That's where we're anticipating around 1,000 of those within the first four sites.
Of affordable, not total
That's
units.
correct. Total about 2,100 units.
Is there any other municipal government that is putting this amount of land and resources, from what you know, on the table?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, I think the scale of the Housing Now program, the number of sites, and the significant contributions that the city is making in terms of land, open door incentives is incredibly significant. I'm not aware of this number of sites and this number of units being targeted within this kind of period of time anywhere else in the country.
And I know that in your report, you were calling for the federal and provincial government to come and join us at the party. They haven't on this program yet, correct?
Through the speaker, Deputy Mayor, so we reiterated in this report the larger request to fully fund the Housing TO plan, of which Housing Now is obviously an important program. The city is really leading the way with that $7.1 billion worth of investment, and we would like to see the level of commitment from the other levels of government keep up, at least with us. And so that's why we reiterated our request for them to come to the table so that it can be all of government approach to funding and delivery.
Thank you. That was your last question. Okay, we'll now go to speakers. Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And I found, I think, the more information we can put onto the public record in terms of the need, that's really what the purpose of this report was to set out, two things. First was a statement of the need, which I think we're familiar with many of those numbers, but, we can't repeat them often enough in terms of the scale of the need. But secondly, how it, as we've said many times in this chamber and elsewhere, it is going to take all three governments working together to even begin to address this need. And so the purpose of this report, which I think is important in the context of that exercise, by saying exercise, I don't mean to take away from its substantive importance, is to just continue, what has to be a drumbeat. It has to be a drumbeat that really holds us all to account, but the other governments as well, because the other governments are making, I think in good faith, bold declarations as to how many units of supply have to come on stream, bold declarations as to the percentage or the number of those that have to be supportive or affordable in nature. And I think actually Toronto, both in terms of the size and scale of the community, the resources and ingenuity of the government, the size of the private sector and nonprofit sectors here who can help us with this, represents a big part of the successful achievement of those national and provincial goals in and of itself. But we are not going to be able to do it alone, both because the city, and this is a subject for another day, but the city is not given by the provincial legislation that sort of creates and oversees our existence the kinds of flexibility and latitude that we might need to do this on our own. And I don't think it should be done on our own in any event. I think it is an all-hands-on-deck effort that includes the private sector, includes the other two governments, includes the nonprofit sector as part of the private sector, and of course includes us. I think what we were trying to do in this report is set out, more than what next week's ask is, and really sort of have two timeframes where we looked at what our needs are and what our objectives are. The first being kind of, I'll call it a sort of a short term, which is the next couple of years in our housing action plan in that period of time, especially to try and properly house people experiencing homelessness. And the second is the longer term plan. And, setting out, and the numbers look pretty stark when you see them in terms of how big they are, but what it is we're going to need from the other two governments in order to achieve the objectives we have set, and that we're in the process of achieving. And I think that's the other purpose this report was to serve, which was to indicate that this is not something where we're kind of waiting around, to get a solid start on the achievement of our own objectives, both with respect to affordable and supportive housing. We're well underway. And in fact, if you look at it by any comparative measure in terms of previous administrations, the progress we're now making on both affordable and supportive housing I think are worthy of taking note. I think I should say that that in particular has been helped by the very significant participation of the Government of Canada
through the different elements of the National Housing Strategy. I would point in particular to the Rapid Housing Program as being something that achieved exactly what its name implied, which was the rapid deployment of housing, or acquisition even of housing, where they allowed us to buy buildings like the one on Yonge Street near Davenport, which could within months and have people actually living there with supports. In the case of the province, we're making progress, but it's proven to be a more painstaking kind of process. Some of the comments and questions that were just in the preceding section of this discussion, put forward the same proposition I would put forward, which is, first of all, this is part of the healthcare system. This is part of looking after people with some very significant issues in their lives that they might turn to the healthcare system, or that they would certainly look at as health-related issues, whether it's mental health or things that impair their physical health, including substance use. I'm reminded, and I repeat often now, the figure that was cited by the CEO of UHN when he was at the Dunn Avenue groundbreaking for some supportive housing there, that 250 people accounted for 15,000 emergency room visits in a year. I think it was last year at UHN. And of course, as was mentioned earlier on in the discussion, not only did that have a huge cost to the system that would be far more efficiently invested in supportive housing, where people could have a home and the supports they need, but it also produced unsatisfactory outcomes for the human beings that were showing up in the emergency room day after day after day after day. And so I think that is what this is all meant to fix. And I should say, just in concluding, that the challenge, as I mentioned in my remarks introducing the Executive Committee report, it has been partially met in that the province did step forward with funding for 2022, which is welcome, including for the new units, but they haven't given the kind of multi-year funding that we need to have in order to be able to proceed with certainty with the rest of the plan we're asking for capital help from the federal government with. And I think that's just not the best way for us to proceed. And I will say that while I saw Councillor Layton, and I'll name him, his tweet with respect to all the people that were lined up, legions of them lined up to advocate for this money, it was certainly kept well underground that was going on, because we need some of the advocates who are very ready to criticize the city for what it's doing or not doing to step forward and advocate to the other governments for this money that we need to properly house people, so they are not in shelters and so they are not in encampments. And that is work that I'm pledged to continue to do, and I hope we can have as much help as possible from every single element of the community as we go forward with that work. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion.
Okay.
I move that City Council condemn the province of Ontario for its lack of action to end homelessness. Speaker, much of what Mayor Tory said, I agree with. We have achieved some remarkable things through partnership, principally with the federal government. And in comparison to previous moments and other governments in other municipal governments in Canada, yes, we've done an awful lot. That's not the yardstick, though. The yardstick is that we have 9,000 people without homes in the city of Toronto. Many of those people have been without homes for years. It is simply unacceptable in a free and democratic society to have the circumstances we are in. That's the yardstick. It's failure. Now, at other moments, I've stood up and asked this council to do more out of our own resources, going back even before the pandemic, motion after motion. I've frankly lost count, but today isn't the day to debate the City of Toronto's budget. We did that a little while ago. I do want to point out, though, that the one government that has done the least, and in fact has actively caused harm on this critical issue about the kind of city we live in, is the province of Ontario. The mayor made reference to them coming forward with some temporary funding that we have asked for over and over and over again. But I would note they did it literally on the last possible day before they were in the election period, and that the amount they gave was insufficient, and that they did not respond to our request that we make it permanent. We're going to have to just keep going back, cap in hand, year after year after year, saying, please take responsibility for what is your responsibility. Please stop treating the City of Toronto shelter system as an adjunct to paper over the cracks in your healthcare system. It's unacceptable. Where's their response to the requests we've been making year after year after year to increase the social service amounts so that it's possible for somebody on Ontario Works or the Ontario Disability Support Program, both of which start with the word Ontario, to actually get housing in the City of Toronto? I know we have had disagreements on this floor, on the floor of this council, about whether we should ask nicely, about whether we beat the drum, or whether we just call it out. Today is the day when we just have to call it out. We just have to point out that the provincial government, which has constitutional obligations to look out for the health and welfare of Ontarians, and that including Torontonians, has failed utterly in meeting its obligations. You ask anybody who does work in housing and homelessness, addiction and mental health, and all of the related issues, what is the single most important thing to do to stabilize someone who is in crisis? And they will tell you, a home. A home. Our hands are not perfectly clean. I've had, criticisms of the federal government's program, but at least we're making some progress. The province of Ontario has literally insulted and thumbed its nose at the people who are homeless, the people who are working to support people who are homeless, and at this municipal government in the efforts we've made to try to end homelessness. So with that, I encourage you to support my motion. Thank you.
We do have a question, Mayor Tory.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Speaker, I'd like to ask Councillor Perks. I'm not in disagreement with much of what he said about the need, and in particular the need that falls on the shoulders of the provincial government through the healthcare system and otherwise to address this. But how do you think at this stage of the game, where, for example, they've just sent us $27 million, and it was $27 million they quite properly sent us and should have perhaps sent it earlier, but they did. They've agreed to sit down and talk to us about the $48 million per year we'll need to continue to finance an increased number of supportive housing units. How do you think this condemnation will help us when we sit down to have those discussions with them in a, I hope, a cooperative manner to try and achieve some of the money we need for that and other areas of exactly what you just described?
I have two thoughts on that, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. The first thought is, if we were at the beginning of a journey with the province of Ontario, asking them to deal with this urgent crisis, you're quite right. We might want to take a more tactful approach. We might want to continue negotiations and so on and so forth. But they literally waited until the day before the provincial election started to give us less than we asked for, to give us money that is not permanent, which we asked for, and they have yet to, and they had an entire term to take action on something else we've been asking for, which is to increase the social service or the social assistance rates to the point where people can afford housing. So we have, at a certain point, Mr. Mayor, I think you're negotiating against yourself when the guy at the other side of the table just keeps reaching across the table and slapping when you ask for something. The second thing that I would say in answer to your question is I carry with me, and I believe you do as well, sir, a profound sense of our obligation to make clear to the people of Toronto the root causes of the problems and who is responsible for those root causes not being dealt with. At a certain point, our obligations to speak up clearly on behalf of Torontonians override our sense of whether or not we want to have smooth and easy conversations with other orders of government.
Can we just have 3 minutes for the
Okay,
question?
and yes,
Mayor
that's
Tory?
fine.
Yes.
I knew he was going to give a chance for maybe one more question, which is, you know, we have a lot of work to do on this and a lot of progress to make. And I guess I would just ask you, because we've had this discussion before, as you alluded to at the beginning of your remarks, and I would say that if you look at the approach that the council has decided to take, not just me, but the council, we have been successful, notwithstanding your earlier wishes and motions and various things to condemn various other governments. We've been successful at getting billions of dollars for transit and for housing. The $27 million, by the way, for this year, 2022, was not less than we asked for. It's exactly what we asked for. It's exactly what we need. And we are agreeing now to open discussions going forward on future years. And so I'd ask you again, do you think if they've agreed in writing to sit down and have those discussions, much as I believe they should have given a multi-year commitment already, and that they gave us everything we needed for 2022, we've been working on it for a long time, do you believe that a motion condemning the government of Ontario is going to help us in achieving that goal faster or at all?
I do believe so. I do believe so. I think they've got off with, a little too late. The fact that the mayor of Toronto stands up and says they've given us what we asked for, when no, there have been motions that you have supported, sir, where we've asked for a lot more in terms of things like improving social assistance rates, in terms of providing capital funding for our housing program, which is not on the cards here. I think that at a certain point, you have to make it plain to the people we represent that no, the province of Ontario has not been listening to this government. They have not been listening to the people we represent, but most importantly, they have not taken their constitutional obligation to provide for the health and the wealth and welfare of Ontarians, which in Toronto we represent.
Okay.
They haven't taken that, so I think at some point you have to tell people that they haven't.
Thank you.
Just on a point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
Point of privilege.
And I think I made this clear, but when I said they'd given us what we wanted, it was in respect of supportive housing. We asked for 27 million and got 27 million in respect of that part of the file. That's what I said.
We're in agreement on that, but there have been other things we've asked for that they haven't come through on.
Okay,
That
thank you.
answer I was trying to give. I hope I made it clear.
Councillor Perks, thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a question, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Through you to the mover. I guess my question is, you're asking council to call the provincial government a bunch of names. Do you think calling them a bunch of names will help the homeless and help us get more money for the homeless?
I'm not asking to call them a bunch of names. I'm trying to say that you and I and the members of this council condemn their lack of action. That's not calling people's names. That's saying that their duty, their obligation to make sure that people don't live in the absolute abject misery of homelessness.
So,
be called out.
No, thank
I
you.
think it's
Thank
our
you for
duty,
that.
sir.
Thank you for that. Do you think it's appropriate to play politics on the backs of the homeless? Maybe that's my general question.
I think it's appropriate for us to use our political office to try to end homelessness.
All right. I'm just wondering whether you've read the report before us, because, well, it's not, what we're getting from the province is not perfect. I trust this mayor to build on this and get more. Do you think condemning other levels of government will help the homeless and get us more, or is that the approach of the motion?
If my memory serves correctly, and I would have to go back and check the record, 8 years ago, we, as a council, started taking positions on homelessness and the requirement for the province of Ontario to contribute to ending homelessness. I think it was about 8 years ago. Now, if, your yardstick is that, we've managed to get some temporary help, even though we asked for permanent help, and that their capital contributions are far below what we have asked for, and that they're continuing to use the Toronto shelter system as a replacement for their obligations to provide healthcare, mental health, and addiction support. And further, if your yardstick is that, these little bits of progress, which have actually seen the number of people who are homeless increase, are sufficient, then you and I just differ profoundly.
Okay, I think, for questions is clarification, and thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Holliday, a question, clarification of the motion, please.
Yep, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Perks. So the word yardstick was mentioned a second ago. Maybe you could help me figure out what the tipping point is. What's the price for council to lift a condemnation in your view?
I don't understand what you mean by price.
Well, how much does the government of Ontario need to sign over that would make you satisfied that we would no longer need to condemn them?
So speaking of yardsticks, let's use one. A number of years ago, the government of Finland made a decision that they were going to end homelessness. And they worked with the city of Helsinki, and now they have nobody living in long-term homelessness in Helsinki.
I want to hear.
When we achieve that, then I will stop condemning the province of Ontario.
Okay, I'm sorry, there's been a noise in the chamber, but I think I heard when there's no more homelessness, you would stop condemning the government of Ontario. Is that a fair?
Yes, they've created this problem more than any other order of government. And when you asked about price, now that I've had a moment to think about it, I would remind you of what city staff told you during the questions of this debate. It is less expensive by far to provide housing to people than it is to provide shelter support for people.
Okay.
We save money. The province of Ontario would save money. So if your concern is price, I look forward to you voting in favor of my motion.
So just to be really clear on the logic on this, you would lift the condemnation when there was no more homelessness. And would it be fair to say that
long-term homelessness?
Long-term, and would it be fair to say that that concept transcends?
Councillor Perks, please allow Councillor Holiday ask you the question.
The concept
I
transcends.
was correcting his misquote of me.
Okay. Does the concept transcend the current government and apply to the previous ones and future ones? You know, there's an election
Absolutely.
going on. All right, so the concept
Absolutely.
here is...
I haven't named a political party. I have named a government.
So the concept here is that council would condemn the provincial government. You call the province of Ontario in your motion, but I think you mean the government. We condemn them until there's no more homelessness. That's what's before us.
I think we should. I think you should. I think everyone in Toronto should.
That's very helpful.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would just say for those just tuning in, this is a position that the recommendation coming out of the report and the debate, we are all in agreement that the province needs to give the city of Toronto more money on a more regular basis for supportive housing to help us address homelessness. I just don't want us to lose sight of what is actually in this report that says, while the province has given us some of the money we asked for, it certainly hasn't given all of it. And I think that's the strong point that Councillor Perks is trying to make, that instead has gotten into an argument over tactics. And when you have one member of council saying that the other is playing politics and using those that are homeless to play politics, I just think that's inappropriate, given that what's in front of us and what we will probably support unanimously is that we all believe the provincial government needs to do more to help Toronto address the shelter crisis that we're in. We heard it from staff. 7,000 people last night lived in or spent the night in an emergency homeless shelter. Half of those, or about half, are experiencing chronic homelessness. They are living in a shelter system. It is far more compassionate and far more cost effective for us to invest in supportive housing, for us to invest in income supports, to get those individuals into proper housing. It is better for them. It is better for the government finances, and it's better for the province's finances. The fact, and this is where I agree, I tend to agree with Councillor Perks, the last possible day before the election that the province could come through with the money, before the city would have had to start either canceling supports for those units or canceling capital projects planning, which we heard about during the budget process. The last possible day is when they is when they came forward with the money. Rewind a year earlier, did the same damn thing, and the money didn't come until much later in the year. And they had us waiting and begging for that money throughout when we were trying to actually move those projects forward and get individuals into those units. We keep seeing the same pattern again and again. Now, I am very happy that the province came through with this year's financing. But where I'm not so pleased is that we're going to have the same discussion next year. And I know, and to their credit, and the mayor didn't mention it, but the mayor's chief of staff, I know, has been quite passionate about this in his conversations with the provincial government and deserves a significant amount of credit for achieving what we were able to this term. But those negotiations, and while those negotiations need to continue, and I see the point the mayor's trying to make, there comes a time when I think we need to turn up the heat on the province a little bit. And while some of you may not feel comfortable doing that, and you may see a different tactic moving forward on this vote, I don't want us to lose focus that we all have the same goal here. Okay, and so let's not start saying this person's playing politics. It's okay that we have different tactics to achieve goals. That's fine. We can disagree on them too. But all the while, let's remember in this, we are making the same request of the province that they come forward with permanent funding for all of the supportive housing units that we're going to be bringing on board. I would also say that the federal government needs to make it easier for us to continue to achieve those goals, because this third round of financing, maybe only 2,000 units that we get, we still have several thousand people living in our shelter system permanently. Let's continue to keep the heat on them as well in order to fund the further units and expansion that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailal to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll pick up on the remarks from Councillor Layton, where he was thanking Luke Robertson in the mayor's office and the mayor. There has been a lot of heavy lifting from the mayor, from his staff, and from our own staff. I think we are not only successfully advocating, but we are showing the other orders of government that we're taking leadership on a lot of these cases. I remind you that, for example, on the modular housing, we were already on our way to do the modular housing. We had already applied for the Innovation Fund. And when the pandemic hit and we pivot very quickly to this 2-year plan that now we're very successful in reaching over 3,000 housing opportunities, including many modular homes, we had it as an example of what could be done. We advocated hard with colleagues from across the country and FCM as well, but we had that to prove that it could be done. And so the rapid rehousing program, I think, comes a lot from the heels of the good work that our staff have been doing as well. I also think that it is important to mention that we hear so much talk about housing today. Oh my God. You know, I sometimes I think back 10 years ago, we could barely get a headline in a newspaper to talk about housing. I remember when we were advocating the federal government for the money for TCHC, we took buses of tenants up to Ottawa, and nobody would cover it, to be honest with you. And now there's so much talk about housing. But I think it is important to remind everyone that, you know, housing is really a housing continuum, and you know, everything trickles down and affects each other, right? From market housing to supportive housing, there's all kinds of things in between. And, you know, you hear a lot of talk about solutions around supply, just build more and that's it. Our housing situation is solved. Well, we know, and our plan exemplifies, and that's why we're so keen on asking the other orders of government. And that's why it's important to have this public awareness that the report talks about as well, because we need the public to talk to the other orders of government and say, We need different solutions for the different housing problems that we have. The supply will never bring housing for somebody that is in a shelter. Governments need to invest funds. We can never expect that the market is going to create housing for somebody that is on ODSP. We need to deal with ODSP issues. We need to create the supportive housing, and we need government investment to do that. We are leading on that. We've invested in this plan over $7 billion. We're the government that is leading in that. And so I think we have a very strong case, an economic case, a human case, to go to Torontonians and to say, yes, let's talk about housing supply, let's talk about these issues, but let's not forget that when we talk about housing, we need to talk all the way from supportive housing to the market housing. And there's no way that we can deal with this part of the spectrum without government funding. Actually, dare I say, that's where the funding should be directed, to ensure that the most vulnerable also have a roof over their heads. So I think that the work will continue. We're starting to see some movement forward. We need more, but I'd like to thank actually council as well, because I think we've been leaders in a lot of these programs, in a lot of these projects. We've been bold, and I think we need to continue our advocacy efforts towards the province and the feds, because no one can do this alone.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the item? Okay, we do have the one motion by Councillor Perks. It's on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, how do you vote, please? Or, I'm sorry, can you use the system vote? Thank you. And Councillor Pasternak, it appears you have not received the vote. How do you vote, sir? Could you use your microphone, please?
Yes, on the motion, I'll vote negative.
Thank you. Speaker, the motion does not carry. The vote is 5 to 14.
Thank you. So on the item, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. So we'll go to the mayor's second key item. Which is EC 29.5, Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism. So we'll have any questions? If we can please put your name on the screen, please. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to staff. I'm not sure who the staff member is, whether or not it's Mr. Morgan or Ms. Campbell. But my first question is, and the additional work that needs to be done in this area?
Through the speaker, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Thompson, I missed, something happened and I missed
Oh,
beginning
okay.
question.
No, I wanted to ask whether or not your police staff, you've given us its third year report update. I'm just wondering, in terms of going forward, do you have enough staff to do the work that needs to be done in this particular area of confronting anti-Black racism?
So thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson, for the question. Through this past budget, Council approved our ability to make 4 of the 9 staff permanent. And so that is adding to our capacity. Certainly the work continues to grow and be more complex. And as we support more than the city in terms of the agencies and corporations as well, it is a challenge and the team is stretched, but this work is becoming embedded in other parts of the organization. So I would say for now, we have what we need, but I always reserve the right to ask if we're stretched beyond capacity.
Great, thank you for that. So this is the third year that you're reporting out with respect to the work that's actually being done. Can you tell us from where you started in this process, what has been really achieved? I know the report speaks to it, but really, has the environment changed based on the work that's being done? And of course, there's a lot more work to be done, but what really has changed so far from the work that's been done to date?
So I would say, Deputy Mayor Thompson, that certainly we have seen both, I think, as a result of the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism, as well as the global movement around racial justice. We have seen a deepening inside the city of Toronto to talk about anti-Black racism and to begin to understand its current implications for Black Torontonians. There is 50% of city staff at this point have done training. We have been able to invest $25.8 million directly in advancing the action plan. That includes supporting more of Black-led and Black-mandated organizations to better serve the community in the key areas that they're working. Council has adopted some key side strategies, if you will, like the Black food sovereignty that allows our system to do more. We're focusing more sharply on the needs of Black youth who, as we all know, end up being far more criminalized and are experiencing poor education outcomes and live in poverty. So there is a number of things that I would say have dramatically changed since Council adopted this plan in December 2017. Are we done? Absolutely not. Are there more entrenched issues that need the city's leadership, investment, and our own policy drivers, as well as collaborations with systems? Absolutely. So in year 4 now that we have a very long way to go, Deputy Mayor Thompson, and I would say that part of the global dynamic that we're dealing with is as much as I think there's greater awareness about anti-Black racism, there is also greater concern about why should we as a system invest in the life chances, improving the life chances of Black Torontonians.
So I wanted just to touch on that with the 40 seconds that I had left. So as to the why, and how are you reporting out beyond this report here, but how are we actually communicating with the broader element of the city about the work that's actually being done by the city? Because at some point, I'm hoping that will be transferable to our city as a whole.
So absolutely, Deputy Mayor, we are very aware within social development in the Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit that our success is absolutely tied to our ability to partner with Black Torontonians, with agencies, and with networks. So the team continues to do videos, We continue to use social media. We continue to engage our organization partners and ensure that we are updating them and involving and partnering with them and listening to them. We have, as you know, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee, which is the first of its kind that you co-chair, Deputy Mayor. And that has been able to, I think, ask some very tough questions of our system, but also been able to advance an agenda and ensure that more community members and agencies know what we're doing and are helping us shape what the priorities are for the next year's action and the next iteration of the plan, which we will need to start to work on as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers on the questions on the item? Any further questions? Okay, we will now go to speakers. Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. And I want to just begin by thanking the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit. You know, this is, I believe, a proud accomplishment, I will say of mine in the sense that I initiated it, but also of the Council, and the entire exercise that led up to it and the creation of the Anti-Black Racism Action Plan. And I want to just say to the people that are now in a position where they're actually implementing that plan, Anthony Morgan, who's the manager, and his team, Kemba, Milana, Tashini, Amara, Yao, Jelani, Tamala, and Michelle, that, you know, they're a relatively small but mighty team doing work that I consider to be among the most important things that is being done by the city government, because I think if we can't deal with the reality of making sure that we're the most inclusive city in the world, as free as any city could possibly be of discrimination and racism, you know, then we will not have taken advantage of and adopted the kind of responsibility we have to adopt in what is, as a fact, the most diverse city in the world. That's just a fact. It's a proud fact, but it's a fact. The aspiration is to be the most inclusive city in the world, free of discrimination and racism. And I'm proud of the creation of this unit and the action plan that goes with it, both in respect of the work that has been done. And the reason I put this as a key item is not because it actually even calls upon us to do, you know, very much. I mean, it talks about advancing some of the actions and so on, but because I wanted to draw attention to the fact that there is both a report on year 3 of the work plan, there is a summary of year 4 of the work plan in this report, and most importantly, there is also attached to the report, and I hope you got as far as to read it, a unique mechanism, relatively unique mechanism, that has a round table of an accountability table of people from the community, in this case from the Black communities in Toronto, actually looking at our work meaning the city's work collectively, and telling us how we're doing. And I guess while there were lots of things they suggested we could do more of in their accountability report, I think generally speaking that the work that has been done is seen in the communities, and I don't want to speak for them, but I think it is seen as being progress that otherwise wasn't necessarily being made before. And you could go all the way from something that I think is incredibly important, which is the fact that inside this building, or these buildings in which we all work now, there are 10,000 people who have received anti-Black racism training, including me. And I will tell you, I had the good fortune both to have that training course given to City of Toronto team members, but also the one given to the police service. And I have occasion probably to refer to or think about things that were said in those training programs almost every day, because there are things you learned from that in terms of how other people see things. And you may say, well, why didn't I learn those things earlier in my life? Well, there's lots of things you learn, no matter what age you are, every day. But I'm more sensitive to things now, and I'd like to hope the 10,000 people in these buildings are more sensitive to this now. And it goes through from there to different things that have been done with respect to employment opportunities, through to the efforts that we're making to help business, including in Little Jamaica, and the efforts that are being made there, including with the support in particular of Councillors Cole and Matlow. And, you know, I just see now there's an impetus behind this. I mean, whoever would have thought? And I'm so happy this is happening. I give them full credit that there actually would be millions of dollars in the budget of the Government of Canada to help Black businesses For years, we talked about this, and we went to the Jerome Awards, and we supported the BBPA in their mission, which they carried out valiantly, but they had very little in the way of tangible support from anybody to say, we are going to help you in your mission to train and to upgrade and to support. And now we're actually doing that. I think the pandemic also served to bring home something that we knew, and that we knew in establishing the Anti-Black Racism Action Plan, and we knew in putting the unit in place, and we knew with the work the unit was doing on many fronts, including food sovereignty and health and mental health and so on, that there is a substantial deficit that has confronted the Black communities in Toronto for a long time in each of these areas. And while we didn't solve those problems during the course of the pandemic, we did as a city, and I am proud of this, and we can be proud of this. We did have a vaccine equity plan. We did have a mental health program that had a very specific element through the good works of Taibu directed to the mental health consequences of the pandemic for Black Torontonians. We did have food security programs that directed themselves to some of those communities, and we do have in the work plan going forward significant actions with respect to food sovereignty. And so this work is not done. This work is nowhere near done, but we're on it. And I'm proud of that. We're on it in a way I think the city administration has never been on it before, and that now it remains to us to continue with this work, to continue to have ourselves held to account, to continue to see the excellent work done by our Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit. It is a very high priority of mine in respect of all forms of discrimination in our city, and it will continue to be a high priority, because this is what we have to do to kind of hold this city together, to continue to be the admired city. It's not about how many cranes we have, not about Michelin guides, important as those things may be. It's not about, a lot of things. It will be first and foremost about our ability to remain united, to make sure no one is left behind, no one is left out, and to make sure everybody's included. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak, well, I'm sitting, but I'm speaking on this particular item as the only member of this council who is Black and proud of it. I want to thank the mayor for his strong leadership on this very important issue. I also want to thank the city manager for his leadership and his recognition of the importance of this issue as well. And I too want to offer my thanks to all of the people that the mayor has acknowledged, as well as Denise Campbell as well and her leadership, and former staff member, Anania Grant, who has contributed so much to this particular issue. Speaker, I note that for some, it may not be a priority, but for many it is. In fact, it's important in terms of what we do as a city in terms of providing not only new leadership, but just the recognition that we have a problem within our own house, which is the city and the staffing and administration. And it hasn't been easy. It has been difficult in some instances. It has been very difficult for some people to realize the issue around bias. Some of it is unconscious, and some of it is much more so that it is conscious and they're aware of it. And so the training that we have seen offered to staff, and I know that I do have a number of members of council who have taken the training. I understand that it is not that great, the uptake. I want to suggest to members of council who have not taken the training to date that they should, because you will actually learn something and it will actually help you in terms of your governance and your ability to provide input and even ask questions that would be pertinent to your very own constituents who are Black. Because as the mayor has indicated, we certainly have come a long way, and we have a city that we are very proud of. And we need to ensure that those who live in this city who are Black are also proud of this city. There are many who are not very proud of this city at this point. In as much as we have achieved so much, they have been left behind. Part of this objective of the training, as well as the investment that's being made into the community, is to ensure that we address these challenges that are being faced, particularly by our young people. Yesterday, Councillor Cole and I and Marilyn Horrick, who is a Senior Vice President for Ontario market growth and acquisition for Desjardins Group. We announced a $300,000 investment into the Lawrence Heights community, a number of new programs, as well as additional program funding of Arts Work TO, for example. It was amazing how well that was received, and the recognition by pretty well all of the people that were there, mostly Black, that their city is actually working to address their needs and to help them with respect to a helping hand. We're not looking for a handout as part of the work that's actually being done either by the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit here in the city, and also the work and the contribution and investments that the government of Canada and the city government is actually making, as well as corporations that are investing through our city programs to reach those young people, to make sure that their lives will actually matter and have meaningful opportunities for them to be able to engage and become productive members of our city. This is work that's important. This is work that we all have to stand behind. And I want to encourage those members of council who have not taken the anti-Black racism training to actually do so. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Oh, yes, thank you. Some of the mayor's comments and Deputy Mayor Thompson's comments, I think, got me very interested because they're making some critically important points. You know, like the mayor said, this is the first time I can ever remember where a government, provincial or federal, actually earmarked money for Black entrepreneurship. And it's a sizable sum of money. I think it's $400 million across Canada that's going to be invested in Black communities, Black businesses, small, most of them, right across Canada. And that is a significant investment in future businesses, entrepreneurs, and you know, investment in the growth of our economy across Canada. So, you know, that is really a significant investment that's been made. And I know a first manifestation of that, we also have now the Black Business Professional Association has a storefront office on Eglinton, Little Jamaica, where there are people working there full-time that help small businesses survive and thrive in the Eglinton West area. So there's boots on the ground there. And there's real help now, certainly from the federal government and certainly from the city government. And I just want to commend the work of the people with Denise Campbell and everybody, Toronto's Action Plan for Confronting Black Business. They are doing pioneer work. They're doing very, very challenging work, but they're getting the work done. And as Councillor Thompson said, yesterday we were at Lawrence Heights where there was a private sector partnership. The Desjardins Group, which is a Quebec company that's been in operation for 125 years, started off as a co-op. They got into insurance. They had basically come to Toronto to invest in our Black youth in Lawrence Heights. I mean, I'm sure there are other companies, and big and small, that are doing this same type of investment that the Desjardins Group is doing, and I hope others will follow. That, you know, this investment in youth, especially vulnerable youth, and especially in our Black community, Indigenous community, that's investment in our economy. You know, the cost of not doing that is 100 times greater. And I'll tell you what those other costs are. So it's an investment, it's of economic benefit, it's of social benefit to do these investments. And that's why it's so important that we continue this work. And I know I took the training course, and I encourage all members of council to take it, because we all have to be sensitized to what's happening in our Black community. I mean, I lived in the Little Jamaica area for most of my life, and I think I know a lot of the history that was taught to me by the great three wise men of Toronto, Little Jamaica, Jimmy Wisdom, Charlie Roach, and our other great leaders, even the great Miss Lou, who used to be a great leader of the Black community, and Dudley Laws. So we learn from them, but we have to keep learning. And so let's keep on investing, let's keep on encouraging, and let's keep investing in these young people that, again, once you invest in them and their education, their entrepreneurship, they're going to give back 100-fold back into the economy of the city and the social improvement of the city, which we need. So I just want to say that we've got to continue this hard work, roll up our sleeves, and keep making opportunity for these young people that have so much to offer, and they will offer it if we give them that helping hand, and that's what we need. And get rid of the barriers, get rid of the obstructions that are there, and they're really there, and so we've got to help them overcome this. And as City of Toronto, I think, is doing exemplary work, but we have much more work to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Councillor Cole, for raising so many important points today. I also want to say that I took the training, my staff and I took the training together. It was simply excellent, and as the mayor said, you go back to things every once in a while that really stick out. So I would also encourage all members to take that. Is the other thing I just want to say, mentioning education and jobs, how important education is, access to education, advocacy in education, that, and I just want to point out to Councillor Pasternak, not many people know that when he was the trustee, he spearheaded and was the champion of the first a Black school that was set up in the Toronto District School Board. And the importance of that is the advocacy and being comfortable and having people who are lifting you up all the time, because there's great amount of bias in the education system. But today I just want to talk about investment, as you said, Councillor Cole, investing in youth and how important that is. And last night, I will say that I'm very proud of what we've done in the film sector. And after I was with the mayor on his mission to LA a number of years ago, we heard that diversifying your workforce, how are you doing with that? And I don't think we turned our minds to that and came back, and under the fantastic work of Magali Samard, who's unfortunately left the city now in the film office, we set up, and you also, Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson, you're very, very instrumental in setting up this program with the film unions of bringing in BIPOC youth and getting them ready and putting them out and into productions and into what we know are very good, well-paying jobs in the city. And that is a program that is highly successful. It's a partnership. Everything does need to be done with a partnership, of course. City cannot do all these things. We need our partners. The other thing is, last night I was at the TCBN Building Diversity Gala, and the Desjardins was there as well, Deputy Mayor, describing the event that you were at, and also making a commitment to further work in the area of diversity, and also giving out a number of awards. And these awards as well were given out by contractors, major developers, ResCon and others, and unions. There's been a tremendous synchronicity between the employer side and the union side in finding a way to bring young people into the trades and finding ways to mentor people once they get in. There's nothing worse than getting somewhere and then being pushed out for some reason. So the mentorship was such an important piece. And I had the distinct pleasure of meeting a young woman who had been mentored, and you will meet her, I know, nicknamed Rock. She is now a full-fledged carpenter through TCBN, through the community benefits agreements. And she's an amazing person, as were so many that I met last night. I will note that last council meeting, we passed this motion declaring that we're in favor of our 10% of all jobs project agreements for jobs over 50 million, and also asked the provincial government and Metrolinx to bring in a community benefits for the 4 lines that they're going to be building. And since that time, Metrolinx announced that, which is highly significant. Those are hundreds of people that will have access to a good job and a good life and a long-term employment. These are not small jobs that end after one summer. And I think if we track that, and I know Deputy Mayor, you and I did some of this tracking earlier to see that, oh, well, CPR training was considered a job. I think we really have to be clear. I want to pay tribute to those who are doing the heavy lifting in the film side and bringing in youth to have long-term jobs, jobs for life, and in the trades, jobs for life. And we need to work with our partners, work with our union partners, work with the fantastic contractors who described yesterday how the impetus for them
10
was so
seconds.
important. After nooses were found on jobs, they stepped up. So we have a lot to do. I'm looking forward to us playing a much bigger role in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the item, oh, Councillor Pasternak. I didn't see your name there.
No,
Councillor
that's okay.
Pasternak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I'm reading a book now by Alan Levine called Toronto Biography of a City. It's quite a wonderful book that looks at the history of Toronto. And when you get to page 257, a young teenager who is currently the Deputy Mayor Thompson, tells stories of when he was a young person growing up in Scarborough. And I can only say I've read this section. It's just a couple of paragraphs. I've read this section a few times, and I can say that no child should ever be treated like this because of the color of their skin and what they had to go through growing up in Scarborough. It's sobering, and I commend Councillor Thompson for the work he's doing today, remembering those stories and doing something, being very active on the front lines of fighting black racism, or anti-black racism. Recently we had a Black Youth Fellowship placement in our office, and this person, who I will thank publicly, Amaka Yakinkwo, I hope I'm saying that correctly, was a wonderful, ambitious, articulate person who organized a town hall that brought together many of the key Black stakeholders in York Centre and beyond. We all came together. Unfortunately, we had to do it virtually. And it was a great evening of sharing ideas on how to make life better among the Black community, the Black neighborhoods in the area I represent, and of course going north to Councillor Perusa's ward. And you won't get social justice without economic justice. And I think we can all realize that the City of Toronto is going through dramatic changes these days with the growth, with changes in our local communities, on the development side, on the social side, on the homelessness side. And when you kind of drill down to some of the key things that we have to work on here, fighting racism is one of the great challenges that we face in this generation. So with that, I would just like to thank the mayor for being a leader on this file, and of course Deputy Mayor Thompson for his advocacy and his hard work, and of course our city staff and their never ending work on this file, and never leaving an opportunity unturned to make sure that we leverage every possible opportunity to fight racism and hate in all its forms, in this case to help the Black community in every way we can, and to make Toronto a safer place for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaker, may I have a recorded vote, please?
Yes. Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Yeah, you want to vote yes on this?
Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Thank you. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. Item CC 4314, a supplementary report from the city solicitor, has been posted. Item CC 4323, a supplementary report from the city solicitor, has been posted. And item CC 4324, Councillor Bylaw has advanced circulated a motion with confidential attachment. The clerk's staff will also email members and their staff to advise that these materials are now available. So our next item that was scheduled time is EX 32.1, which is Connect TO. So I'm going to ask Councillor Carroll and the mayor and I will leave the council chambers.
Early lunch hour.
What are we doing? This is Connect to You?
Okay. Okay, so members, Councillor Perks has held the item Connect TO program update. Are there questions of staff? Questions of staff on the list now? I'll start with questions of staff from Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I was unable to attend the committee meeting where this was reviewed, but I understand there was tremendous public interest, particularly around the issue of access for low-income people and whether the current report lived up to the original request of staff to examine it. Could you explain a little bit what is the issue there for me?
Through the chair, thank you very much, Councillor Perks. This is Lauren Zetter. The supplementary report was to clarify some terminology. There appeared to be some confusion at the executive committee in March, and then there was a deferred item that came through in May, which was requesting a supplementary report. And it was really clarifying in terms of the confusion regarding the word being utilized called a municipal broadband network. The intent of the essence of the Connect-TO program is to ensure that we centralize the stewardship of our assets in terms of our fiber assets. We continue to service the city, and through essentially any leveraging of additional fiber assets, we will be returning back to council to demonstrate how those assets could be possibly used to bridge the digital divide and improve digital equity of embedding connectivity. So it was a clarification that was needed and ensured that we were very clear in terms of the first phase was to ensure we utilize it internally. And then any additional assets, we will come back with the appropriate business case to council to explain how we help the digital divide.
So I asked, that's helpful, thank you. I was asking a little bit more specifically. I understand there were quite a lot of deputants saying that what was in front of us didn't adequately address the digital divide. Do you have any comment on that?
Through the chair, certainly as Wish Council, we are very connected to the community and various consultation that has occurred. There is obviously a community feedback that has been received based on access and affordability, and that's part as well some of the areas that we've worked with the higher education to look at where people are challenged in terms of affordability of high-speed internet as well as the ability to have high speed. So the deputations were expressing their feedback through executive committee, was conversations based on their experience they have found, and there was feedback being provided in terms of the effects that the ability of not having high-speed internet or digital capability is affecting in terms of the way of life, especially as we've seen during the pandemic. And that was the essence of the synopsis of a lot of the deputation that was provided at executive committee.
Okay, so there's a direction for you to do some further work. In that further work, could you describe what the outcome we're after in terms of providing digital access to low-income people?
The outcomes we're in is also being fairly very clear, and it's spoken in the report that the Connectio program is not an internet service provider. We're not providing internet access directly to residents or business. The outcome is to ensure that we standardize and centralize city municipal fiber assets so that we ensure that we deliver services to the city. And then from those assets, the outcome is that there will be a business case that would be provided back where any of those assets can be utilized in various underserved communities to help in terms of working with the private sector to address the areas where there are access and affordability issues. And also the outcome as well is that it's to look at policies, for example, city construction projects, where we could look at what we call a dig once approach, whereby we are looking at minimal investment in terms of fiber component. And finally, the long term for an opportunity to unlock public assets to ensure that we are creating opportunities for the private sector to work in partnership with the City of Toronto in terms of trying to bridge that divide. So those outcomes have been very clear. They were outcomes that were stated in the initial report. As I mentioned, we just wanted to come back and clarify that those outcomes were still in the intent of the city to proceed with.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Perks. Members, I have myself down to question next, and I have to do so from the chair because both the mayor and the speaker are now out of the room. Mr. Etta, there are attached to this item letters submitted by both the dominant carrier and a somewhat smaller one. There's one from Bell Media that itemizes ways in which they think we might be targeting the wrong buildings, might be moving in the wrong direction. There's a similar letter from Beanfield. I'm wondering if you could comment on those because while you cite some of the challenges that you faced in the report, it doesn't go all the way where these letters go. So I wonder if you would comment on them.
Madam Chair, just on a gentle point of order. Oh, there you go. That's good.
Thank you.
You need to start your clock.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, through the chair, I will also just address whereby we had done a pilot program to essentially solicit feedback, and the industry did provide feedback even though that there were no submissions. So through the letters that have been provided, and I know they've been provided those letters certainly to various membership across, we continue to walk with those and we will respond through the process. Our intent is not from the City of Toronto to be, from certainly in the private sector, to be identifying the specific solutions in how to actually deliver this service. We believe that those solutions are best placed at those organizations with that level of knowledge. Our intent is to essentially create an environment where we can unlock our assets. So we will be looking at each of those comments that have been made, whether those comments that have been made in terms of the federal programs, the Connected Families programs, which is a good program the federal government is providing in support with the private sector. We'll be looking at the ways whereby also some of those communities that may not be able to benefit from those federal programs, how those communities as part of the future business case can be supported. So the feedback that the sector is providing us with the dominant carriers, we will go through and walk, and that will be part of the overall consideration that we walk through in the future of this program.
And I wonder if it's clear, because what they mention, any internet user in Canada will tell you that some of these carriers, often it's a matter of not cooperating with us when it comes to choosing where they want to install. If their goal is to have broadband across the city's entire map, then we find them being very selective, selecting by income and demographics where they're going first. But are our asks, do these recommendations, the recommendations to the federal and provincial government that are the main ones in the report at this point of update, are about asking them about their programs to provide broadband to lower income individuals? Encompassed in that, is there also the ask of the federal government and the provincial government where they can help to really change the way we approach the delivery of broadband to Canadians, to really consider that you put cities at a disadvantage in setting the model entirely by profit and then providing government discounts to fill the gaps? Are we going to address that fundamentally that model is a challenge?
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, we continue through Deputy City Manager Josie Scully to be in tables with the big six cities as well as the GTAH cities in terms of the advocacy, in terms of ensuring that these programs, of course, there is a sustainment challenge. So they're very beneficial, but also how do you ensure the programs continue? So that advocacy is strong. In my office, we also meet the provincial government on a regular basis in trying to ensure that while the northern and rural communities are a good focus, cities specifically that have the density also have areas of challenges, specifically with the underserved or low income areas. So you're quite right, that advocacy now from a collective voice of cities across the countries, from a collective voice of cities across the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, is a strong message being provided. And through the city manager's office and through the deputy city manager, Josie Scully's office, and certainly my area, that advocacy of really trying to look at the regulations, the ability for ensuring that you have non-dominant carriers and other areas of carriers that want to participate. That is part of what ConnectTO is trying to support in that advocacy as well.
Okay, and I have one other question, and that is with respect to these letters, the letter from Bell Media that itemizes problems, gives you a roadmap for why there was no response to the NRFP, et cetera, et cetera. This update, if we follow it and we adopt all these recommendations, you have $725,000 to continue this work this year. Will that work? Do you need a motion, or will that work already contain sitting down, looking at those rather critical letters coming back from the sector to look at whether or not we're actually going in the right direction and address them point by point before proceeding further? Do you need a motion to do that, or is that part of the work before we get our next report?
Through the chair, thank you very much. We don't need a motion. We have a team called the Connected Community Team, led by Alice Yu, our Director of Digital City, and it's her team that has been putting the walk together. We will walk within our team. The amount that we've put in there for the $725,000 for this year is adequate for us to respond to those letters. It's adequate for us to continue to walk in terms of building the program. In the future budget cycles, in terms of in 2023, we will look through that mechanism through working with Financial Planning Division in any other further requests as we move forward and we develop the business case. But for now, we don't believe we need a motion. We believe that if council adopts what is presented to them, we have what we need to respond to the industry based on the feedback and utilize that feedback to continue to develop and move forward of the stated outcome as noted.
Okay, thank you very much. The next councillor to question is, Councillor Ainsley, you've removed your name from the list. So I think that leaves Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to get back to the narrative that's out in the public domain that Toronto was on a road to be an ISP and would offer below market internet connection rates. How did that messaging get out there to lead the public that we were on that venture? And of course, could you clarify that in fact the City of Toronto never intended to be an ISP?
Through the chair, we of course, there's various, as we've seen in the pandemic, and just for context, obviously this has become a very important issue, an essential issue for a lot of the residents and a lot of Canadians. So there is various interpretation, and I think that the word municipal broadband network certainly created some areas of maybe confusion and clarity. And in the supplementary report, that's what we've wanted to be very clear. In the report, we've also stated what ConnectTO is, and ConnectTO is not. ConnectTO is not an internet service provider. It was never our intent to be providing internet service directly to the residents. It was our intent to create an avenue through unlocking our assets. So we've stated that in the report. We've clarified that. We will continue to work with the various communities who have given us feedback in terms of continue to clarify. As everybody can be aware, this is a complex issues and people have a very strong vested public interest. So we will continue as staff to clarify that message and walk through our community advisory group, other forums, and to be very clear on the message. But the report and the supplementary report has been very clear that we are not intending to be an internet service provider.
Okay, no, thank you for that clarification. Would you agree that our major offering, our best offering or opportunity to provide the residents of Toronto actually free internet services through our physical assets, such as our libraries, community centers, TCH buildings, and of course, our parks?
Yes, through the chair and through the pandemic, we have been walking at areas where we've been able to look at certain areas within the community of providing public Wi-Fi. That is correct.
So those divisions, I mean, libraries, there's 100 libraries, they're fully up to speed, but community centers, it's really only a fraction of the 140 that we have. TCH buildings, the same. Are we still working towards full Wi-Fi integration at these sites, or is that aspirational?
Through the chair, certainly I can't be specific on the numbers, but I can tell you that we are working with Toronto Public Library and TCHC. I can't specify the specific number right now, but our aspiration is obviously to ensure in those public areas that we have an aspiration that meets to be able to ensure that the people feel connected. So that is certainly our aspiration, and we'll continue to work with those agencies to deliver that aspiration.
Now, I realize it's out of our jurisdiction when it comes to our school systems. I guess there's about 800 schools in Toronto, public system, Catholic system, private schools. Now, what is our reach within those schools? Are they fully internet ready and for, let's say, after school homework clubs or groups that want to rent space there? Are they internet ready and available?
Through the chair, we continue to have relationships with the higher education institutions. I can't comment specifically whether they're full internet ready or full internet reach. I would leave that for their specific organizations to speak to. But we do know that essentially that the ability to ensure that from a safe way and a secure way and an available way, each of those institutions are constantly in dialogue with us to deliver that. But one of the aspects of part of this report and working with the areas is that the interconnection is very important, but to do it in a secure and available and a reliable way is also important. So I can't speak specifically, as I stated, whether they're fully ready, but I do know that it's a big item that they are also working towards us, with us to achieve.
So last question, on page 9, you talk about an RFP that went out for ConnectTO Phase 1. There were no bids, no takers on that. What is that? What are we supposed to read into that about the future of this plan, where 45 vendors accessed the RFP documents, but no submissions were received? What do we learn from that?
Yes, through the chair, what we learned from that is that the way that it's complex. There's various areas that some of the organizations gave us feedback in terms of even the administration of running an internet service provider from a cost standpoint. Some had to consider that. Some had to consider in terms of the way that they would deliver the technology. There's various options. We considered that. So the fact we had that number of people who were actually interested to look in terms of what we were submitting was positive. And also, just to put as well for clarity, is that we were focused on 3 locations. So the feedback was that in terms of they looking at their business case, there was a need, of course, for a much more broad component to ensure that they could meet that from the business case. So even though we had no specific response to there, we did receive very good feedback that there is interest. We received feedback about some of the areas that each organization would be interested to partner with the city. And we are dissecting all that information in when we look at a much more broader expansion on those underserved or low-income communities. What is going to be viable from a sustainment and availability and a secure way to be able to offer that? So the no bid, I just want to state the no bid was actually a way for lessons learned and was very positive in what we've received back from the sector, from the private sector.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, councillors, we have just enough time to fit in. The last questioner is Councillor Perruzza. And I'm going to say we do that because then we'll be able to come back just to speakers on this item after lunch. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So the way I was understanding this was, and the way it was described to me early on was, for example, we have in my ward what's called the Driftwood Community Center. So that is a municipal facility. It's a community center. Next to, not having to cross the street, abutting the community center, there's a Toronto Community Housing Complex, for example. Across Driftwood Avenue, maybe some 20, 25 meters away, there's 475 Driftwood. It's a Toronto Community Housing building. Across Jane Street, there's 4400 Jane, another Toronto Community Housing building, and 4500 Jane Street. The way it was described to me early on was, if, Councillor, we're going to connect the Driftwood Community Center to the city internet cabling system so that the community center has the internet. If we get enough broadband in there, then we can make available some of that broadband width to this townhouse complex right next door to folks, and then we're able to determine what the costs are of that and figure out how to recover those monies, but they would be able to access internet. And 475 and 444 and 4500. What's changed? I mean, it seemed very appealing to me early on. I understand you say we were never intended to be an internet provider like Rogers or Bell or some of the others. But we could do that. We could make additional broadband available to people in nearby where we had these terminuses, and make that internet available. Like, can we still do that? Is that what we're still talking about here?
Thank you. In 2 minutes, there's the question. Can we still do that?
Through the chair, the municipal broadband network was confusing. That was the confusion. So the intent is to interconnect what you've just explained to ensure that we can leverage our assets. So that is still the plan in terms of our intent.
Okay. Could you just explain that so I can understand what that means?
So if the city has, through the chair, if the city has, we have fiber infrastructure in various areas you've mentioned. The plan is that we want to ensure those fibers can be connected so that those fibers can be used to deliver city services internally in a secure way. That's the first point. And then the second point is that any excess of that capacity will be part of the business case in terms of how we help the public through the private sector to be able to deliver that service.
Uh, So just explain that portion for me a little bit. So how we help the folks be able to connect to the private providers through that broadband, so that the additional broadband that we have available. Just make me understand that a little better. I'm not a techie like you, right? I'm just you know.
Through the chair, there would be fiber assets there, as you mentioned, and if the private sector want to utilize that particular asset to look at a way of connecting to the communities that you mentioned, the ability to use that asset that belongs to the City of Toronto is available for the private sector leverage to deliver high-speed internet to those residents.
Okay, so really what I guess, so in essence, whatever their costs or whatever they sell their service for, let's say we were able to do it more cost effective, cheaper. Then what we would, so we would sell our broadband to the private sector, they would sell it to their consumer, and presumably we'd make some money off of the internet providers. Is that the way it would work?
Through the chair,
They would pay us for that?
we want to explore the business case. That's the reason why we're coming back to report on the business case. So without going into the specifics of how that would work, we want to see what the business case and the economics would be to the private sector and make it viable. But what is clear is that we know we have assets. We want to interconnect the assets in the city, working with our agencies and partners, and make it essentially available for a way that any private sector organizations in those low income or underserved communities, if they want to have the ability to be look at their costs, look at their numbers, and determine what is the most effective way in terms of working with the city to deliver that service.
All right, so if I were,
So
in
Councillor-
understanding this, my last question, yes or no?
Councillor
The
Bruce,
last
if you
question,
go on,
if
I'm
I
gonna
were to
have to
make
have a motion
comments
moved.
today that basically said that at the end of the day here, there's an opportunity to provide people with some cheaper internet service, would I be correct in that comment? Would those comments be consistent with what you're
Councillor,
doing?
I'm going to have to
Yes or
move-
no?
I'm going to have to move that we're in a recess. So I'm going to come back to you so that you can get an answer to your question after lunch, because we do now have another questioner. So councillors, we're adjourned until 2 o'clock, or recess.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, members of council. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council was debating item EX 32.1 on Connect TO. Council will return to that item after the release of member holds. I've also reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Are there any release of holds at this time? The city clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Chair. CC 43.9, Portland's official plan modification, Ontario Land Tribunal Appeals, Phase 2. Request for further direction, Toronto District School Board, Toronto Lands Corporation request. I'll let that go. Thank you.
Okay, just a sec. Can you repeat that item, please, Councillor Fletcher?
CC 43.9.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is releasing CC 43.9, Portland's official plan modification. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've advanced circulated a motion on item CC 43.24. It would be ready to release that. I just would like to take a moment to thank staff, legal staff, planning staff, and the Housing Secretariat staff for their incredible work and amazing support that they've given me on this file.
Okay, so CC 4324, 290 Old Western Road, official plan and zoning bylaw. Councillor Bailão has an the motion on the screen. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Item as amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I had held CC 43.14, which is the King Spadina Secondary Plan. Staff have provided us with a supplementary. I'd like to move the recommendations in the supplementary and the main report.
Okay. On CC 4314, King Spadina Secondary Plan, Councillor Perks has the amendment on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. So we do have some urgent motions to be added. Okay, Mayor Tory will put the motion on the screen. There it is.
This is a motion, Speaker, thank you, to waive fees for Centennial Park in support of Ukrainian relief. And the urgency is to do with the fact that the event is to be held on May the 15th. And I think it's consistent with the efforts we're making as a city to help with refugee resettlement. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. On favor? Carried. Okay, the next motion on the screen. Okay, moved by myself. It's on the screen, and the reason it's urgent because Metrolinx has begun construction on the.
Whoa, hang on. Running the elevated segment. I don't understand.
Well,
you want to change the alignment of an existing project?
No. Well, why don't we introduce it and then you can read the motion?
Because if that's what you want to do, I would vote against introducing it.
Okay, that's fine, but let's introduce it and then we can deal with it. On favor? Carried. Next item. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a motion with regards to one of a Housing Now site that got appealed. And so I'm asking support to give some direction to our legal and planning team.
Okay, on favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor Grimes? on
Thank you,
the
Madam
screen.
Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to add this motion with regards to the guard suites for staff to meet with the Rents Associations. That we've all received letters from 4 of them. I think so, 7 of them. So this just ask staff to sit down prior to the meeting and have a discussion with these residence groups.
On favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor Matlow?
Move 43 Russell Hill Road, request for city solicitor to attend the Toronto local appeal body.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, Councillor Layton? It's on the screen. Councillor Fletcher, would you like to introduce this on behalf of Councillor Layton?
Yes, quite happily do that.
Okay. On favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, the next one for Councillor Layton. Councillor Carroll's the seconder. Can you introduce it?
Yes, happy to introduce it.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Is that it? Oh, one more, Councillor Layton's.
Yes, happy to introduce this one as well.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. We will now go to the item for lunch, EX 32.1 Connect TO program.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Point
I
of
thought
order.
I had a motion without notice, proper notice, about the terrace gardens. It's already there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
this.
thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna go
Oh,
back
okay.
to
Perfect. Let's try that. Thank you.
Connect
I
TO
don't have
and the mayor.
This needs to be plugged in?
The mayor and I
Oh, there's a separate one. Hang on, hang on.
will leave.
They've got 2 holes here.
Okay, let's do it ASAP. Okay, councillors, returning to Connect TO. There are actually 2 more questioners now. But as a courtesy, I am going to ask, because he didn't get an answer to his last question, I'm going to ask that we return to Councillor Perruzza, just so that he can re-ask his last question and get an answer from
Hey,
Mr.
Wendy.
Etta.
Yeah, so sorry about confusion.
Councillor Fillion, I think you need to turn your mute button on. Here we go. Councillor Perruzza.
Basically, it was a yes or no question, and it was in my comments when we get into the debate on this. If I say that this is going to create an opportunity for us to be able to connect people to the city system and give them a bit of a break on internet rates, would that be correct or no?
Mr.
Through the
Etta?
speaker, yes, through the speaker, the intent is to improve affordability as part of the long-term plan of the recommendation. So the answer is that we're here to try to connect TO is to improve affordability, and that would be the response to your question.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, we have a couple more questioners. Councillor Fletcher is next.
Was the gist of my question. So we're going to improve the broadband, that we have, correct?
Through the speaker, yes, to
Yes.
improve the way that our assets are
Improve
there.
our
Yes.
assets. And then we are going to have a deal with a provider and to offer better internet connection. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, we're going to bring back a case to offer yes, where we can leverage additional aspects from our assets to work with the private sector to improve.
Yes, but the only reason we're really doing this, our goal is to have affordable internet service for low-income communities, correct?
Through the speaker, that's one of the objectives of the Connectio program, yes.
Well, if that's your main objective for Creatio, how are we going to guarantee that someone who is making use of our improved asset delivers a more affordable service? Is that going to be in your business plan?
Through the speaker, that's part of the reason of bringing into the business plans to look at what the private sector market can work with us in terms of delivering that outcome. Yes.
And if they can't deliver that, and what control do we have over their delivery?
Through the speaker, I would state that it's in terms of control, it's still working with other levels of government to ensure that we can create that environment. But I would respond back is that in having some time to come back with the business plan based on what the market would respond to. So we will see what the market is responding to and how to help us ensure that we're making that objective realized.
So are you telling me that other levels of government can dictate that that providers have to provide internet service in neighborhood improvement areas at a lesser rate? Is that something the federal government can require?
I think other levels of governments are
Which
aware.
one? There's only two.
Yeah, I think that other levels of government, through the speaker, my other levels of government are aware of the issues, and through the advocacy, we're hoping through various mechanisms that the ability to ensure that affordability at the high speed is realized, really. So I would state that we're working with other levels of government because it's not just a municipality aspect.
No, I understand. Who are you working with? Which departments? And because there's only two other levels of government, unless you
Correct.
I don't know about. Federal and provincial. So
that's correct.
Who are you working with? Which department at the federal? Which department at the provincial?
In the provincial government, we've been working with the Ontario infrastructure area. We've been working with who have a broadband accountability we've been working at. And through the federal government, we've been working with ISED, which is the department there that looks at various components. So those are the different areas that we've been working with.
And which level of which department in those governments look at ensuring low-income people have access to affordable internet?
Well, through those areas of I mentioned is that they look at it at a totality in terms of the availability and the access. So
no, I'm just asking a very clear question. Don't seem to me that either of those two divisions have anything to do with poverty or addressing issues of low income. So how are we layering on that? How are you layering on that?
I thought through what we are doing is that through the research that we've done and the government there's various levels of data, but the way we are working with them is using some of the data that we've demonstrated in Toronto by working with the higher education and university and providing them data that clearly shows where the affordability issues are to the residents in Toronto. And that's the way that we are promoting and advocating through the data we have at the municipal level.
Thanks.
Those are your questions, Councillor Fletcher? Okay. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Deputy. Lawrence, can you explain to me or elaborate? So my understanding from the research that I've been doing, telecommunication providers, they offer a range of heavily discounted services, some as low as $10 a month to households that need assistance in Toronto. Is that not correct?
Through the speaker, there is programs that are provided called the Connected Families programs, which you would be mentioning that is provided to various groups based on certain specifications. So yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then when it comes to the CRTC or the Canadian Radio Telecommunications that regulates internet Wi-Fi usage in Canada. Their objective, as I understand it, is to ensure that a service is available to everyone in Canada and not necessarily for them to subscribe to such a service. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, yes, the mandate is to look at it from the consumer aspect. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then further from the research I've done, that based on that criteria that the CRTC lays out in Toronto, there aren't any gaps in meeting that objective. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, through the research we have done, it is certainly the fact that 97% of Torontonians connect to the internet. The real issue is in terms of the ability of some of the high speed in some of the areas that is more pronounced in low income areas in Toronto.
Okay, because in the RFP that you issued, 41, it said in the report, 41 of 42 buildings were connected to high-speed internet.
Through the speaker, that was correct. Again, the RFP we issued, which was for the pilot, was looking at the underserved areas in terms of those 3 locations.
All right, and when you say underserved areas now, as the research is looking at, it's not so much that they don't have access to high-speed internet, it's more of an affordability issue because they're not aware of the programs. For example, at executive committee, the majority of the deputants that came in were from Acorn, and there's the example of the one person, he was spending $55 a month on his internet and had no idea that he could get a package for $10 to $20.
Yes, through the chair, yes, certainly there was in the deputations, there was some awareness in the program, and I believe the question was asked in terms of the Connectio program as we're working with some of those groups to advise. I would also state to the fact is that some of it was also advising some of the community members that the Connecting for Families initiative, as mentioned, is still a voluntary participating for the internet service providers until March 2027. And the eligibility falls for those who receive the maximum child Canadian benefit or eligible seniors. So some of it as well was educating people in terms of the qualification of whether they qualify to receive these programs.
Okay, so and when we talk about being an internet service provider or an ISP, being our own ISP is not really going to help these people connect to the internet. We would really be creating a technology that's redundant if we had a municipally owned fiber network, correct?
Through the speaker, the report stated is it is not our intent to be an internet service provider. So that was clearly stated in the report. Our intent, as I've mentioned, is creating an environment whereby we can help in terms of the affordability. So our intent is not to be an internet service provider. Our intent is to work within the private sector to find out other private sector entities that are willing to partner with us to be able to continue to drive the affordability and also increase the high speed.
Okay, and when we talk about affordability, would that be access to devices? I sit on the Toronto Public Library Board. We just renewed an agreement with Rogers for hotspots that we loan out. Because I think the one thing that we were shown through COVID by both school boards, it didn't seem to be a matter of access to the internet for their students. It was not getting devices. Like both public and Catholic school boards spent a lot of time making sure their students were outfitted with devices. I didn't hear they couldn't afford or couldn't have access to the internet. It was having the devices. So something that we could be looking at through Connectio is making sure people have the devices when they have to use when they access the internet, correct?
That's your last question? You are right. The affordability is more also about the lack of devices in terms of the impacts to those in terms of connecting. So the Connect-TO program is also about looking at some of the areas that impact the ability to access. So that's working with various partners across the city in terms of a way of ensuring that the connectivity as well as the devices can be provided, and it's incorporated as part of the overall program as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. We're going to turn now to speakers. I only have two so far. I'll start with Councillor Perks.
I don't need to speak to the item. I held it to got and asked my questions. They got answered. I'm fine.
Okay, well, I didn't start your clock hardly at all, so thank you for those 10 seconds. I only have myself, oh, Councillor Ainsley will be speaking. Apologies, councillors, I'm going to be speaking from the chair, but for the Deputy Mayor's remarks, I've set my clock. I'm not going to be moving a motion on this. People might remember before lunch, having asked my questions, I asked Mr. Etta if he needed a motion in order to be diligent about going through the correspondence items that arrived with this update report from the private sector. We heard many times that this endeavor is only going to work if we can find a way to do it through help with the private sector. That's not a political choice. Oh, here we go again. We're contracting out or whatever. It's simply Canada made its choice. That's the way the internet works here. We have private, profit-centered, dominant servers, and they pretty much run the internet universe. And so you really are only going to fill in the gaps that they are themselves creating if they want to cooperate with us. But if you read the letters, what we have are letters telling us why what we want to do can't be done, or that we're doing it the wrong way. One of them, the letter from Beanfield, says what you really need is for Toronto Hydro to be more coordinated in how they make it known to us that we could put our conduit in with theirs and coordinate all these projects and fill in all your gaps. Well, not in an underserved area, but in an affluent area, in my word, that was a complete nightmare specifically because the telecommunications companies, the two dominant and the small ones that were circulated by our city staff, said, we don't want to do that right now. We don't know what we're doing in that neighborhood. And less than a year later, came back to a cleanly paved, finished hydro undergrounding project and ripped up all the streets to put in their fiber. And so both the two majors and one of the smaller companies. And so I don't know what to make of these letters, but I do know this. We're getting a report back in 2023 and addressing what the private sector is saying to us is a very important piece of understanding why we've already put out an NRFP to these very actors in the sector and got nothing in return. No one responded. Instead, what they did was wait for this update letter and sent us a correspondence saying you're doing it the wrong way. The one from Bell Media is a long letter with all sorts of reasons why, if you're trying to fill in these gaps, it's not our fault, it's your fault, you picked the wrong buildings, et cetera, et cetera. Those issues have to be addressed because it is their sector. They might be right in some of those criticisms, and it behooves us to do the research to find out. But I think they also represent, these letters represent really an absolute lack of willingness to partner with us because they don't really have to. Their master is really the CRTC. And so the most welcome recommendations in this item are the recommendations that are about going back to the federal government. They're very focused, as Mr. Etta pointed out, always focused on solving rural broadband gap issues, not so interested in income-based broadband gap issues in our neighborhood. And My experience around the school board is slightly different than that my colleague mentioned earlier. Yes, kids needed the devices, but those kids who had no access to high speed, if they didn't have high speed, there's a matrix of apartments throughout many of our properties that were looked at in ConnectTO, where people have been for years just borrowing less than high-speed internet from their next door neighbor, and so on and so forth. And in those places, getting a free iPad from the TDSB didn't get those kids any closer to being able to do virtual school appropriately, particularly at the high school level where there were large documents to download. And so this is a very necessary thing to be doing, but I think in our next report, we have to hear chapter and verse the opinion of city staff on where we stand on each of the things in the industry letters that are attached to the report we're getting today. But as Mr. Ed has said, I don't need a motion. He's undertaken to do just that, and I thank him for it. Thank you. Those are my comments. Thanks, Council, for your indulgence. And my next speaker is Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Carroll. So I'm not moving a motion either. I strictly comments today, and it comes from a perspective of not only being chair of the General Government Licensing Committee, where we've done a lot of IT research. I also sit on the board of directors of the Toronto Public Library. I've done a lot of work through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities on broadband connections and digital literacy, not only across Ontario, but across this country. And I want to thank Lawrence Ida and his team for the work that they've done to date on this report, on the recommendations in the report to reach out to the federal government. One of the comments that we heard at the last executive committee meeting, one of the deputants actually referred to the city of Toronto and said we were a broadband backwater, which when you look at all the information around broadband in the city of Toronto, we're probably one of the world's most connected cities. Every single one of the buildings that was proposed in Toronto's initial phase of the municipal broadband network already had high-speed internet available. 41 of 42 buildings in the pilot project had one or more facilities-based service provider offering connections to residents. One of the other comments of the executive committee, we had a number of deputants around from Acorn, and one gentleman, as I mentioned earlier, said he was paying $55 a month in internet fees. Some of the service providers that he has access to, they offer services as low as $10 a month. I think, when we look at our internet service providers, the telecommunication companies, that's where the ball is being dropped. It's not being dropped by the city of Toronto. Maybe in part it is we need to find a way to hold telecommunication companies more accountable when they're coming into our TCHC buildings or residential buildings, that they need to find an adequate way to let residents know what their discounted services are that are available to them. Because in Toronto, it's not really a question of service availability, and it's not really a service affordability issue. The CRTC's objective, as I said earlier, is for all Canadians to have a service available to them, not necessarily for them to subscribe to that service. And you can look on the maps, the reports that were put forward, you can't find any gaps in meeting that objective in the city of Toronto. What's really become clear to me as a library board member and FCM is the social service aspects. I'm trying to figure out why there seems to be, an inhibited idea or a concept that they don't want to adopt internet, that people don't want to use it. Maybe we need to look at more computer literacy to overcome those fears or concerns about internet use. I think that's a key problem for us when we talk about people not using the internet in the city of Toronto. And when it comes to other areas, I think it's important for us to be at the table. The one thing I've learned as a member at FCM and on the Federation of the Federation of Ontario Public Libraries that I belong to, once you get outside the city of Toronto, there's huge swaths of this country without any internet. Their internet service is so poor, they're using a satellite dish. And people are actually going up onto their roofs in a snowstorm and sweeping off their satellite dish of snow in a snowstorm because it impacts their internet. We have Indigenous communities in Northern Ontario. Their libraries were put in a shipping container. Their computers went in a shipping container. They are, one room in a house with one library serving an Indigenous community. The City of Toronto really needs to be at the table with the Federation of Ontario Public Libraries, with FCM, to make our voices heard with the federal government and the CRTC, that tools and mechanisms need to be in place for a better, improved internet access right across this country. And that's what the recommendations do in the second part of the report. So I want to thank staff once again for their work on this, and I look forward to the next stage of this report coming back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillors, I have no motions and no more speakers left, so we can simply. Well, it came as a surprise, Councillor Perruzza. Sorry, I switched away from the list. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, when I first heard about this project, I was very excited. I don't profess to understand the internet and the connections and all of that stuff like Councillor Ainsley, but I do know this, that this is an area of call it our economy, an area of our service industry that is so very new for all of us. I just remember a few short years ago, writing in a language called Fortran 4. I don't think Fortran 4 exists anymore, right? It evolves so fast. I remember running telephone cables and TV cables all over the house, making a mess of it all. And all of that stuff went the way of the dodo. It's gone, right? And so now we have this, this opportunity. And as a city, I don't understand how it is that we didn't get into it sooner, because we rebuild roads all the time. We're doing it all the time. And we missed and are missing all of these opportunities to be able to put all of this piping and cabling and all of this other stuff into our roadways. We could be selling stuff to people now. We could be, like, for Torontonians, cashing in. Just never turned our minds to it. But now we got this opportunity. What's the expression, better late than never? Is that the expression? Better late than never. Okay, let me use that expression, better late than never. There's this opportunity now, because we've turned our minds to it, to say, hey, maybe we should get some pipes and cables and stuff like that into the ground when we're doing these things, at least to connect our own buildings, our own facilities, so that everybody is on the same page, so that when you log on, you don't have all of this other stuff. And then I was really, really excited when our experts in this area said to us, you know what? Not only can we do it for ourselves, because we're in this business already, but we could probably do it for others as well. And I just thought, wow, that's brilliant. We should be there. Now, I don't know if all of that infrastructure that we're going to put in the ground today is going to be required 20 years from now. It might just be like, I don't know, some satellite orbiting the Earth or some antenna in the North Pole. I don't know what it ends up being, right? But I know that it's going to forever change. But this is an area, well, you do it because you want to, what's the other expression? Keep up with the Joneses. Because we're doing it already, and it's really, really efficient and convenient for us to be able to get into this economy, into this marketplace, and do okay. And we should. My good friend
Yes,
distracts,
Councillor
and I'm
Cole, if you
thinking,
could let Councillor
I'm
Brutza
thinking, I'm
stay
trying to think
within
of
the
another
time.
analogy on why buy the cow, and if you could just, I don't know, get the milk. What was that? I forget. But I digress.
Madam Speaker,
Councillor
I digress.
Brutza only has 1 minute left, and you need to
I
use it
move that we give
wisely.
him 10
I
minutes.
do want to say this in relation to this project. I do know this. You know who the best Formula One drivers are, or the best automobile drivers are? Are those folks who understand the car from the tires to the steering wheel, right? Who understand it, who have worked on building it. Because they hear it, they hear how it works. When it's humming, when it's performing, and when they need to tune it. For us to do this, to engage in this project, and then hire others to acquire the expertise for us, and then be perpetually in the marketplace to buy that expertise, I believe is a colossal mistake. This is one where because we need to manage, we need to drive that car going forward forever.
Wrap it up, Councillor Brutza.
We need our own expertise in this area. So I would hope that the next iteration that comes back looks at that question, looks at the issue of how do you do this and develop the in-house expertise so that as this evolves and as we watch the evolution of this, that we are part of that, and we have that expertise in-house, and not perpetually having to go to the marketplace to look for the cow and then having to milk it, and they're going to milk us.
Thank you, Councillor Brutza. Thank you, Councillor Brutza. With no new motions on the item, councillors, all in favor, raise your hands. Opposed? That is carried. Councillors, we are going to move on while Mayor Tory and Councillor Nunziata come back to the chamber. We're going to move on to EX 32.3, which is removal of the Harbour lead line in Keating Rail Yard. Councillor Min Wong held the item. Are there questions of staff?
I've got questions.
Okay. Councillor Min Wong, and if there are any other questions, you can put your name on the list. Go ahead, Councilman or Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Thanks. Who owns this? Who owns these lines?
Through the speaker, the lines are owned by TEDCO, acting as Cretio.
So the city owns the lines?
Correct.
Okay, so thank you. Now, somebody sent me some pictures and the suggestion was that these lines were already being torn up. There were ties next to the side of where the lines are. Are we already pulling up pieces of these lines?
Through the speaker, so as a result of the Canada Post development in 2018, a portion of the line along Leslie Avenue was removed by Cretio. Another portion of the line was removed along Cherry Street, just as it crosses into the 8 Unwin Avenue facility. And then a portion of the Dawn Rail Yard has been removed by Cretio as well.
Okay, so then overlay that with, we have an agreement with Ports Toronto, is that correct?
That is correct. It's a three-way agreement between the city, Ports Toronto, and Cretio.
And that agreement is we can't, take out any parts of that line. we have to allow those lines to continue. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, although it's also correct that it's also true that no one has used the line in a number of years.
I'm not interested in that, but sorry, Mr. Stonehouse. So did we get consent to when we took those parts of that line out?
If I could ask the city solicitor to comment, please.
Set my clock until the lawyer gets the solicitor, please.
Those removals were done by Create TO. I don't think that, I'm not sure whether Ports Toronto was consulted.
So if we didn't get their consent, we could be in breach of this agreement. Is that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't think we're able to confirm whether the city did obtain consent at this point, because it wouldn't have been something my staff were involved in.
Okay, so maybe we need to, I mean, that could be a big deal, right? Let me go on. The report says that there was consultation with a number of groups, including some of the port users like Lafarge. But Lafarge has written and said they weren't consulted. Can you square that? This isn't to you, Wendy, of course.
Yes, through the speaker. So the report about consultation related to 2 studies, and Lafarge was consulted on the one study, which had to do with truck movements in the Portlands.
Sorry, Dave, I don't have a lot of time. Can I just, I need to, be a little bit precise. The report said, so Lafarge said there wasn't, the proposition is they were consulted with regard to, not using this line anymore. And the report that's in front of us, not wanting the, not having any interest in the line. But you said they weren't consulted about that. They were consulted about a study. There's a big difference there. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree. They were consulted subsequently, and that was addressed in the supplementary report.
And they're not a big fan of this. They're a port user and they don't agree. So this idea that everyone's been consulted in the waterfront and like there's a kumbaya moment, that doesn't currently exist. And also Ports Toronto also has an interest in this line, and they haven't actually consented to agreeing to move forward with, getting rid of this line. Is that fair to say as well?
Through the speaker, we have correspondence from Ports Toronto, which does suggest that they do not see a business case.
David, I don't mean to interrupt you. Suggest and consent are 2 different things. Have they agreed? I mean, they've said that they might agree that the line's not being used, but have they said it's okay? We are going to give up our rights that we have under an agreement that renews every year. Have they given up their rights yet? Have they said, oh yeah, that's okay. We're going to surrender those rights. Have they given that? Have you gotten a letter that says that?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, David, it's Tracy. Deputy Mayor, I think this may be a discussion
Okay.
that you might be seeking.
Okay, thank you.
Just on a point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Yeah, I mean, Ms. Cook said that the idea of whether consent has been granted or not should be discussed in camera. I would say it doesn't necessarily have to involve that's not a litigated issue. That's a question of fact, and it should be discussed in public. Would be my point. If we want to talk about whether there's a dispute, that would be in camera. But whether we have a letter or not of consent, that would be a question of fact. And I'd like comment maybe from the clerk or from our solicitor on that.
Madam Speaker, anything that touches on the content of the confidential attachment would be information that I recommend be addressed in camera.
So, Madam Chair, then if that's the case, I'm going to suggest that I have questions in camera on this.
Okay, so we can go in camera then later. Councillor Fletcher, do you have in camera question? In-camera
I
questions?
think I'm gonna wait,
Okay.
I think I'll wait, and then, sorry. I may have questions in public rising out of the in-camera. Since we're unclear as to what we can ask in either session, then I think we should go in camera and then come back and finish the item, assuming we can do that. Are you going to?
Okay, so
ask
Councillor
all my
Fletcher?
questions now?
Yeah, Councillor Fletcher, what I'm going to suggest is that we hold this item down and that we do go on camera later on, okay? Thank you.
I just want to clarify, sorry, Speaker, I'm going to clarify with you that we're going to go in camera, and then when we come out, we can still ask questions and speak in public.
Yes,
Or
of
are
course.
you saying we have to do that now?
No, we can do that after, if you have any public questions as well, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, so we go on camera, ask in-camera questions, and we come out to the public and ask public questions, okay? Okay, thank you, so we'll hold the item down. Our next item that's on the list is EX 32.12 that Councillor Layton held down, the extension of exclusive food and beverage services agreement. Councillor Layton, are you here?
I am, my apologies.
Okay, so do
I'm prepared to.
do we have questions to staff? If you can please put your name on the list.
Yes, 1 second.
Okay, if anybody has any questions, if they can please put their name on the list. Okay, Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you very much. My questions were pretty specific about the waste diversion provisions within the agreement. It seems to suggest, and I've asked offline, so if we could get the answers on the record, it seems to suggest that we move towards single-use compostable material or cutlery or dishes or containers. I'm just wondering, I need some confirmation if that's the case.
Hi, it's Hardat from Exhibition Place. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Councillor. No, that is not the case. We do work closely with the City of Toronto Waste Management staff. And actually, the city does 90% of our haulage from the ground. So we do follow their environmental practices, and we insist our food and beverage operator does the same. So the compostables we're talking about here is strictly for the food waste, which is done through the green bins, and also paper towels. That's our only compostables right now.
So just to confirm, then what are there any provisions for cutlery or for other single-use items containers within this document?
Through the speaker again, Councillor, no. Our big focus is on the food and beverage operator using reusable, recyclable, and elimination of all single-use items from the catering services.
Where is that indicated in the report? Because the only thing under enhanced sustainable initiatives at the bottom of page 3 is biodegradable, compostable products and local food and drink procurement.
It's not included in the report, but they are required as part of the RFP and the long form agreement to follow Exhibition Place renewable program.
And is that
sustainability program? Yeah.
Is that commitment by Exhibition Place to reusable items documented anywhere?
I'm not sure if it's documented, but we do a regular audit of their recyclable and reusable materials because they all pick up along with show materials. Yeah.
So you just said it was part of a city policy or part of an Exhibition Place policy, but one that's not written down.
Well, we do have we have a policy on it's called I'll tell you the name. We have a waste management policy. It's a written document, yes.
And that specifically encourages our exhibitors or our contractors.
Yes. All our partners, our tenants, and our food and beverage providers follow that. And actually, when we issue an RFP, we require that they follow that, and they're evaluated also on that. They get points for that, for our greening initiatives.
Yeah, maybe I can add, it's Don Boyle. I can add to that, Councilor. So all catering now is all reusable items. There are no single-use items used in any of the catering. So that's taking place now, and that is within the agreement with Spectra, and that's the current practice on site. Things like straws, lids, those types of things. We've been eliminating those up to this point. Within it, and so it's really stressing the fact that all the catering events are all China, they're all washable, reusable utensils. And I was talking with the general manager of waste management, and so we're going to bring them in to just further define it. We're constantly working with them, but I think you raise a very good point that we need to be seamless when we're putting these things together. Spectra is a leader within the industry from an environmental perspective, which fits in line with our stated policy that was already in place. So many of those initiatives have already taken place, and I understand those 2 or 3 points at the bottom was really a high level of some of the initiatives that we're sort of pursuing and pushing forward.
So I'm having a meal at one of these events that's catered by Spectra, and it's always going to be on a reusable plate. It's going to have reusable cutlery. So this isn't for sort of takeaway service.
That's right.
Okay. Question answered. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor.
Do we have any further questions on the item? Okay, speakers, Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations.
Okay, Councillor Layton is moving the recommendation at EX 32.12. On favor, show of hands, carry. Thank you. Our next item is EX 32.15, tree removal permit appeals. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Okay, pardon? Okay, sorry, that's for tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Our next item on the list, Councillor Peruzza. Where's your item? Councillor Peruzza, where at your item? Economic and Community Development, EC 29.1, Jane Finch Initiative. Do you have questions to staff?
No questions, Speaker.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions to staff? Oh, yes, we're.
Well, okay, sure. I do have one question of staff, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Peruzza.
Yeah. Yeah, my question is, could you, and I don't know who's all here from staff. How do we get to see what staff is here? We just ask a question? Could you just briefly describe what the Jane Fish Initiative entails, the geography it covers, and what some of the objectives of this particular plan are? That was a question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's Greg Lintern. Maybe I'll start and hand it over to the team. There are really two main integrated plans here, Councillor. There's the secondary plan, which is something that we see across the city that will guide growth and future change in the area. And there is a community development plan. And I think we're dealing with both of these items together. Maybe I'll hand it over to Andrew to talk about the secondary plan, and maybe SDFA can speak about the community development plan.
Yeah, and Councillor Peruzza, We're also dealing at the same time EY 31.1, the two items together.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's over there.
go ahead.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Is there somebody there to answer the question?
Yeah, I believe there's connection issues.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Through the speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, there's a big delay on my line.
Maybe I'll assist Councillor with a description of the land use secondary plan that we're undertaking. We're looking at land use, housing. We're looking at new mobility options, new places for new parks. There is walkability gaps in the area, connections to existing park systems and ravines that we're interested in. Certainly transformation of this area with the LRT coming across Finch and making sure that we're creating a more walkable community, improving the connections locally throughout the area, and looking at all of the housing options. What's important here is establishing a basis for moving forward with inclusionary zoning so that when new development takes place, we have the proper PMTSAs in place across the area. I would turn it over to SDFA to talk about the community development plan because it's also an important part of this.
Just checking my audio. I think I'm coming through. It's John Smith from SDFA, Manager of Community Development. Through the chair, the Community Development Plan is a overall framework for investment that will identify recommendations for not only social development investments, but also economic opportunities. It's done through a process in which city planning, economic development, and SDFA are working in tandem with community through a community advisory committee and with a local organization that is leading the engagement of residents and other community stakeholders, and will result in recommendations for investments and the appropriate partnerships and implementation vehicles that will allow equitable access for Jane Finch residents, but also implementation of programs and initiatives in which the city is a partner and will allow for other partnerships to develop over the lifetime of the Jane Finch initiative.
Thank you. And in terms of, you have a really big report before us today. I think in total, I don't have the entire copy in front of me, but some 130 pages, I believe. So what would be the next steps now? Where do we go from here?
Councillor, from the planning side, we'll be back to council next year with final recommendations after we undertake more conversation with the community and more analysis. We'll be back with final recommendations about land use changes and other changes that we foresee in the area. So that's the next step on the planning side, and John might want to answer on the SDFA side.
Again, through the chair, SDFA will continue to work with economic development, city planning, with our community partners, to develop recommendations for a community development plan and to work in tandem with city planning to report back on not only framework, but also recommendations for implementation over the long run for this plan. The plan is going through a phase 2 in which we're designing an engagement, but also a process in which we will work with community across areas of social development.
On that,
as well
I
as
just
economic.
have, if you could just speak to one element of it. In terms of your consultation, how are you going to ensure that over the next cycle, that there's, that we reach as an equitable number of the community as possible? Because as you know, some people participate in these processes, some people are difficult to reach because they're busy with their lives. So how do we ensure that we got a really, really good cross-section of folks as part of that consultation so that everybody has an opportunity to have input in the...
That was your last question.
That is my last question, Speaker.
Thank you. And that's a very good question through the chair. We will begin back with our community advisory committee to ensure, and our community advisory committee, just in description, is a reflection of the diversity of the community, of residents from different socioeconomic, cultural, linguistic backgrounds who have not only lived experience, but also worked experience in the Jane Finch area. And we will be working with them as well as our lead partner, Jane Finch Center, to look at a number of ways of expanding engagement, expanding and reconnecting with residents and other community groups that we've connected with in the first phase, but also expanding beyond, whether it's through social media, whether it's through in-person meetings, virtual meetings, a number of different ways to ensure as much equitable engagement can happen through this process.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to staff for bringing this report forward. Through you to the Chief Planner, are there any zoning incentives to have positive development in this catchment area? In other words, have we created any kind of framework to encourage developers to invest?
Through the speaker, I apologize about my voice today, Councillor. The whole question of working through a land use plan is looking at the appropriate development opportunities in the area. There are some commercial sites, for example, that are where we've seen interest for a mixed use development. So we've got a proposed policy direction to work through, and we'll be looking at those opportunities. We'll be engaging with landowners. There are some existing applications, and this will help us inform those existing applications. And certainly with the advent of the LRT opening, there'll be opportunities to look at intensification, but in a way that really addresses some of the issues that have been identified through the community engagement process around making sure that we build affordable housing, making sure that we're bringing better mobility to the area and such.
So when it comes to development opportunities, and one thing that's holding the area back is there's been no Section 37, or very limited Section 37 over the years because of a lack of development. And that's why I was asking whether there's any incentives, like an enterprise zone, which we're trying to do. Is there any way to kind of measure the number of development files pending and whether they're residential or commercial?
I'd have to, hear from the study team about that. I'm sure we're taking a look at what is already on the books. There's not a lot. We'll certainly assess that as the land use study continues to be undertaken over the next year.
So we don't know offhand what's in the pipe, what's pending, as far as a local
We've
stimulus.
had a lot of Yeah, I mean, again, Councillor, through the chair, I think there's been some tire kicking so far because the LRT is just under construction. So people are looking at the area differently and looking at the way that the area might transform over time. We've had some preliminary pre-application meetings, but we'd have to get back to you on the precise number of applications and pre-applications that we've had. We're happy to do that offline, Councillor.
All right, when it comes to partnerships with the school boards, obviously schools play a crucial role in education, but they're also, important municipal assets for after-school programs and, of course, summer programs. I only see very modest references to the school boards in the summary. I'm just wondering to what degree we engage the school boards to really build capacity as major hubs for after-school programming. I mean, is there anything to add to what's here?
Yeah, through the speaker, as part of any study like this, we do an assessment of the community services and facilities, and we'd be fully engaged with the school boards, both all of the boards, understanding that they do their own planning, of course, for their own capacity, but what other opportunities there might be in the area for co-location, for bringing city services together with school board properties. It's pretty typical conversation that we would have, and we're in the middle of that process right now.
Now, with predicted growth with the Finch West LRT, have we looked at capacity figures at the schools and see whether further growth can be accommodated in existing schools?
Well, again, the school boards do their own planning. Yeah, that's a school board issue. If they, in us sharing data around future growth, if they determine they need a new school, we'll give them the information, and then they'll tell us we need to build a new school. Right now, they're operating within capacity, we're advised. So for now, we're good.
So, last question. When it comes to Toronto Public Library, obviously a library is an important community asset. I don't think anyone can dispute that. Based on you've referenced the Toronto Public Library's facilities master plan here. Are there any plans for new libraries in the catchment area that's being described in this report?
Through the speaker, there are no plans currently for a new library. York Woods Library is under renovation, apparently. But again, we'd look at the growth forecast ultimately and work with all of our community service providers to make sure that they're aware of those growth, so that they can plan accordingly over the next 10-year cycle.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, to speak, Councillor Perruzza. We're on the two items.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, as you've heard, we have this initiative in front of us, appropriately called the Jane Finch Initiative. It's about time. This was an area or a neighborhood, a community that, Speaker, you'll recall, was mostly built up and developed in the 1960s, early 1970s. These communities. And many of them, and a number of the projects that were located in this particular area won planning awards, design awards at that time. And basically, since then, very, very little has happened in the community. In fact, in my time, I don't recall anything new ever being built until recently. So, while they won awards, I think now with experience, we can all look at it and say that as planners, as city builders, man, oh man, can we get it wrong. It's probably many of those neighborhoods are a good study in what would be called bad planning. In fact, you could probably, structure a course on bad planning when you look at some of the way that these neighborhoods were built. So you have these isolated pockets of Toronto community housing act as little islands unto themselves, all insular, all inward looking, difficult to get to, no roads, no addresses, which historically have given rise to a whole host of other issues. So it's great to see, and I want to thank our staff for finally turning their minds to changing that, correcting that, figuring out where and how we got it wrong and how we make it right. Turning our minds to how we make it right. Councillor Pasternak asked some very interesting questions. What incentives, or if any, do you have that will enable growth, regeneration, renewal in this area? A number of very significant public investments have been made into the neighborhood already. We have a new subway line with a number of subway stops. We have a Finch Avenue West LRT line that's coming through. Again, a very, very significant public investment. We have some other public investments going, as our chief planner indicated, in the renewal of the Yorkwoods Library. We have a number of other things that may materialize in the way of very positive change. A hub next to the maintenance and storage facility. An art school, perhaps, attached to the Yorkwoods Library. But those things on its own aren't going to do it, aren't going to cut it, Madam Speaker. What will is the renewal that's beginning to happen in the neighborhood. The Grassway redevelopment, Toronto Community Housing redevelopment. They're taking down those that development and rebuilding a new community is going to spring out of that. And what this study does, what this initiative does, is ensures that as those changes come along, we have a bit of a roadmap that we may be able to follow in making sure that those things that historically we got so wrong, we can make right. I want to thank all of the staff that have been involved in this process and in their project. Their work has been invaluable to date, and really,
10
what we look
seconds.
forward to is the next phase of the study where we begin to put real meat on the bone and we begin to get some clarity on that roadmap that we require in order to take to lift this community up.
Thank
so
you.
thank you for that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, did you want to speak? Your name's on the list.
No, thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Peruzza, for those remarks. Most of this study area is in Councillor Peruzza's ward, but it does loop down towards York Centre and Ward 6, and it's crucial that we be part of the conversation because the only way to invest in the communities that are targeted in this study is to make sure that the investment runs all the way up Jane Street and into the local communities. And this report touches on many of the tentacles that can breathe new life and reinvigorate many of the areas in need. Councillor Peruzza is absolutely right. Recent investments such as the subway stations, the Finch West LRT, which is currently under construction, major transportation resources and assets that will help serve the community. The bottom line is big government will not help the area. What we need is we need less red tape, more incentives, and we need to encourage social capital and our developers and community partners to come into the area and develop and then build affordable housing, build commercial vitality, and of course, the city itself must take the responsibility for roads and sidewalks and public realm projects. We touched on the school boards, and certainly those partnerships with the school boards are crucial. They are vital community assets, not just during school hours, but after school hours. In other words, the after-school programming in many of these schools is crucial to keeping kids busy, off the street, out of trouble, and working on their homework, working on other projects, and connecting with the greater community. I'm a big fan of the Toronto Community Benefits Network and the great work they are doing in North York, and will continue to support them as they negotiate with various development applications to provide important assets in the area. I was when I inherited the Downsview neighborhoods some years ago that go out to Jane Street. I was taken to a place called Heathrow Park, which is just near Jane Street. And, I was really disheartened when I saw the way in which it had deteriorated over the years and the lack of investment. And it was unfortunate that this was it's actually a beautiful green space close to Jane Street, serving equity-deserving groups. And yet there had been really no investment over the years. So we fought very hard to get that park back onto the radar screen. And we were very happy to see through our Parks Capital Plan that we'll be putting more money into it in the next couple of years, revitalizing the splash pad and the play equipment, and making sure it's a community hub. At the end of the day, I'd like to thank, once again, staff for their work on this. I realize that a lot of it is aspirational. It's going to take many years to take place, but at the same time, I think it opens the eyes to an opportunity. And there's going to be enormous amount of opportunity and activity in the Downsview area as Bombardier leaves and Canada Lands develops its properties. And there's a long promised community center that's supposed to go up at the corner of Keel and Shepherd. And sure, it's not Jane Finch, but certainly that will be this is just outside the catchment area of this study. That will be another asset that will be very important to make the place more livable, to create prosperity, and to keep communities healthy and happy. So with that, I'd just like to wrap up and conclude that we'll be giving this serious consideration and holding staff to some of the commitments they've made and working with the community to move this along and make sure it's beyond aspirational and that we get these things done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, so on EC 29.1, on favor, show of hands, carried. On EY 31.1, on favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. So our next item is EC 29.8. Yeah. That Councillor Coe held down. Now, what I'm going to suggest is that once we complete this item, that we go in camera and deal with the item that we held down. And as well, other members of council that have held items down, that there's a confidential attachment. If you would like to go on camera on that particular item, if you can please let the clerk know, so we can include that when we go in camera, so we can be prepared for it. Okay, so we'll deal with this item first, and.
Chair, it's just on a point of order.
Yes?
On 32.3, I had an offline conversation with Councillor Fletcher, and I think I have a motion, and if I could just clerks as it, and while you're dealing with this motion, if they can just quickly prepare it, I'd just be happy to present the motion and and be done with it.
So you don't want to go in camera?
No.
No? Well, Councillor Fletcher, you indicated earlier you wanted. Did you want to go in camera? Yeah. So we will go in camera. Okay, we're going in camera.
And Madam Speaker, I'm just,
Okay.
You said we didn't need to. I'm fine if we're referring it to that group, then won't be talking about it.
Yeah, I've got a referral motion, and Councillor Fletcher and I are
It's
good
a
with that.
referral motion, Speaker. So in that case,
Okay, I wasn't aware it was a referral motion. Thank you.
yeah, unless it's not ready, I
Yeah.
might just ask you to put a return date on that, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, apparently the referral motion is ready.
Yeah, we can put a return date.
But I just want to, before we do that, we'll wait and we'll put the referral motion on the screen. So then we'll deal with the EX 32.3.
I would just suggest that there be a return date there, that it comes back at a certain date, and I don't know what that should be, but perhaps the Deputy Mayor would like to speak to somebody on staff.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I'll talk to Paulo. You and I can talk, and we'll get
Yeah,
it done.
I don't know
I'll
what
call
the
you.
best date is, and I'll speak to the referral. That's
Okay,
fine.
I'll call you.
Okay, call me.
Okay, but we're voting on the
Mr.
referral
Mayor.
now. So did you want to speak to him before?
Well, I
we-
don't think the referral motion is exactly correct yet, so I'd ask you to stand
Okay,
that
so
down,
Deputy
and
Mayor,
Put it down.
use that later.
we
There's
will
no-
Just hold
continue.
it down.
We
No
will
need to go in
continue.
camera is the big
Okay, we
message.
will continue holding the item down till we sort this out, okay? All right. Okay, we'll go to EC 29.8. Councillor Cole, do you have questions to staff?
I have a motion.
Okay, does anybody have any questions?
Hello?
On EC 29.8, commercial property ownership, mechanisms in Jamaica? No? Okay. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I have a motion that the table has.
Okay, just
Regards-
hold on, let me see if it's ready. Okay, it's ready. There it is on the screen. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this motion basically requests that the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture, in consultation with the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning, report on the feasibility of a program that would require or encourage new residential developments in Little Jamaica to include affordable small business retail space, and that the space be made available on a priority basis to Black-owned or operated small businesses and startups. And number two, that the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture engage with the leadership of Toronto universities and community colleges on the feasibility of promoting better access to new business education programs for Black business owners and operators, and in Little Jamaica, focus on entrepreneurship and marketing. Anyways, what is happening here? I have about 10 development applications taking place right now in Little Jamaica, and they're all residential in nature. As you know, we have the inclusionary zoning, which is going to require up to 10% of affordable housing residential units in these new buildings. But what I'm trying to do with this motion, I'm trying to get a report back from the planning staff and economic development to see if we can get a policy in place which requires that a certain percentage of the retail space, because we require retail space on the main floors of all of our residential buildings, that a percentage of these be made available at affordable prices for small businesses in the area. Because right now the leases, the rents are so high, and then the new ones, you can imagine what they're going to be. So that's what this looks at, trying to make sure that every building that goes up, that the residential components have some affordable units in there. They could be live-work, they could be, again, standalone retail, that would be available to Black business prospective owners in the future. And the second part of my motion is really inspired by you, Madam Speaker, is as I know you're trying to attract George Brown College to Mount Dennis, as part of the new transportation hub there by the old Kodak factory and Weston Road and that to bring a college up there to help revitalize the Mount Dennis area. So I thought it would be a good appendage to that to have our staff contact, like what happened at Mount Dennis with the mayor and everything, as they went out to look and talk to the colleges, universities, say, hey, could you set up, I'm not looking for a big fancy campus like you're going to have. I just want a little area that could be leased, rented, could be a part of a new build in the Oakwood, Marley area, where we could have, or even Dufferin, where we could have a small offering of programs for business. From one of the great business schools we have at Ryerson, we have, at George Brown Centennial, that they could offer business courses right there in Little Jamaica that wouldn't exclude, the whole population, but would certainly focus on marketing and promotion and new black business startups. And this would also bring much needed business activity for the local restaurants and the local barbers, the local music shops that would have students coming to that area to get their courses. At the same time, they could shop, get something to eat, buy some musical equipment, whatever it is, rent music equipment. So that's what the intent of this motion is. So I just want to try and encourage our move to provide for some affordable retail space in the Little Jamaica area as the new developments are occurring at a very rapid pace in that area. Unless we do it quickly, we're going to lose these opportunities. So that's the intent of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further speakers on the item? So on the item EC 29.8, the Councillor Coe has moved an amendment.
A recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. Recorded vote, yes.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Are you able to connect? Are you able to? Councillor Mantis, are you able to vote, please, using the system? Councillor Fletcher, if you could state your vote over the microphone, please. How do you vote?
In the affirmative, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, can I vote in the affirmative?
Councillor Mantis in the affirmative.
Sorry about that.
Speaker, motion one carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Okay. So the next one is GL 39.10, Deputy Mayor Minawong held it down. I believe Councillor Mantis, you have a conflict on this one. This is the taxi cabs. So, okay. This is the response to GL 29.21, ensuring accessibility and equity for Toronto taxi drivers. Deputy Mayor Minawong, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Or does anybody have any questions to staff? Deputy Mayor Minawong, questions?
I do. So my question relates to the financial impact this will have on the TTC, because we have fairly significant contracts with certain vendors and cabs. How much is it going to cost?
So through the speaker, it's Josie Levita from the TTC, and I have Dwayne Geddes, the head of Wheel-Trans, with me as well. So based on this proposal and where we're tracking today for 2022, we're pretty much on track with our budget. So we're anticipating about just over 1.1 million rides to the end of the year. So at $1 a ride, that would be up to about $1.1 million, which represents the fact that 62% of our service delivery is through contracted services.
In the contract, is there, do they get an adjustment every year for inflation, or do they get any adjustments within the life of the contract, our vendors?
So through the speaker, we have two types. We have our sedans that are based on a flat rate approach, similar to the taxis. And then there is the group that are accessible taxis. They do get a COLA adjustment that is intended to kind of look overall at an inflationary increase. So that's built in there, could be still the request to identify the need for a surcharge relief as well. So that's taking both groups into account.
My only concern is that there would be an adjustment within the COLA clause for the additional increase that's being proposed to council. Would you like to comment on that and whether that would be part of the consideration in the COLA adjustment?
So the COLA adjustment for the contract in 2022 is 2%,
right?
Which is intended to cover labor, fuel, other costs. So, part of the question is really, or the extent to which they may ask as well for it. So there, potentially is an exposure. So the 1.1 million represents both amounts in the event that could happen. If we were to put those aside, then that does come down to a lesser exposure, and that would be roughly about $400,000
okay.
in 2022. So it's up to, really, I guess, the extent to which they would determine the COLA was sufficient or not, given the extraordinary circumstances.
Okay. Thanks, Josie. Nice to see you, council. It's like old times.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do we have any further questions? Okay, on the item, Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak?
No.
Okay, so on the item, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. So our next item is GL 30.11, large multi-passenger pedal vehicles. Now, originally, Councillor Holiday held it down, and then I didn't write down who the second.
Councillor Perks, I believe.
Okay, Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks, do you have questions?
I have a couple of quick questions of staff.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Hi. So if I understand what's happening here, there are 3 or 4 moving parts, but the piece I'm interested in is the recommendation is to license these things the same way we license pedicabs currently. Is that roughly accurate?
Through the chair, to the councillor, that is roughly accurate, yes.
Okay. And in the licensing of pedicabs, we have certain areas where they're not allowed to go already, right?
That's correct. The pedicab bylaw restricts certain areas around the downtown core. I believe some of the cross streets are King and Queen, between Spadina and I want to say York, but I could be off of one. Fiona can correct me if I'm off.
Yeah. And that was obviously done because some of those streets, if a pedicab went on them, they complete block traffic and they're otherwise required to be in the curb lane, right?
That's correct.
Okay, final one to set as a setup. When that bylaw, since that bylaw has been written, some fairly important streets in Toronto have become a single through lane. To the top of my head are portions of Bloor and Roncesvalles.
So I see my colleague Barbara Gray has joined. She knows best about our streets.
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor Perks, that's correct. There has been a fair amount of complete streets actions that have happened over that have repurposed curb lanes.
Okay, now I think it would be quite a chore to go through and amend the existing bylaw to exclude all of those streets. So if I were instead to move a motion requiring anyone applying for one of these licenses to submit a route so that you could review it to make sure we weren't doing something like blocking the King streetcar when it's on Roncesvalles or closing the only open lane on Bloor or some other circumstance I haven't imagined. Would that be acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questioners on the item? Seeing none, I'll go to speakers. Councillor Perks, I believe you held the item? Oh, it was Councillor Holiday?
I believe so.
It was Councillor Holiday that held it? Okay, then Councillor Holiday goes first. Sorry about that.
Yep, thank you,
Sure, no worries.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Staff have mentioned that I need to move a motion, which is to maintain the confidentiality of the report.
Has that been submitted in writing, Councillor?
I think it's
okay.
I think it's a clerk's motion.
Oh, here it is now. Sorry, I'm trying to look at Councillor Nunziata's at my own. Okay, did you wish to speak to the motion?
Only very briefly, just on the general item. We had a hearty debate at this GGLC. I'm grateful for my opportunity to have questions asked and listen to a speaker on this. I realize that this may be a popular initiative, but I have my own concerns, namely that of potential traffic congestion in the inner city. Also, the mixing of the consumption of alcohol and the use of these type of devices on our city streets. Therefore, in my conscience, I will not be supporting this particular item and will ask for a recorded vote. And the only other comment I would make is I really hope that the operators of these vehicles make helmets available to the participants. I realize that we're not able to compel people to wear them, but I think if you're going to ride a device like this and you're going to engage in some fun that may involve alcoholic drinks, I hope people take the safest step possible and protect themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I have a motion as well. I am moving that City Council direct that any application for a large multi-passenger pedaled vehicle shall include a proposed route that will require the approval of the General Manager of Transportation Services. So, as you saw in my questioning, when the original bylaw that this is going to be operating under was done, city staff took a look to make sure that we wouldn't be causing any, terrible problem by the routes that they went and excluded a number of streets. It just isn't feasible on the fly at council to come up with a list of such streets. So what I'm proposing instead is that a route be submitted and that the General Manager of Transportation be given the right to approve or not approve it based on those kinds of considerations. I will just say, it is tiresome to have to clean up after sloppy work like this. Every member of council has the ability to go and talk to staff about potential problems with things they're thinking of doing, so that we can get a staff report and get these kinds of answers in advance. I hope I haven't missed something, but I've done my best to try to clean it up so that this can work even without due diligence having been done before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Matlow, you want to speak?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to share a little feedback. So first of all, I really appreciate Councillor Perks's amendments. One of the experiences that other jurisdictions have had that already allow for these vehicles is concerns when they go through residential neighborhoods, and if there is noise or rowdiness, they get complaints. And I would expect that we would too if that happens. So I think it's a really good idea to ensure that there are routes that we agree will have less impact on people's quality of life. I've seen these in action in other cities, and my own impression has been that they look like a lot of fun, and people enjoy being on them, and also passersby typically find them to be sort of fun, and they animate the public space. That being said, though, there are a lot of people who disagree with me, and I tweeted my enthusiasm about it the other day after committee. I got completely ratioed, like piled on, clobbered. There are people who viscerally despise them. And I just think that as we move forward, we need to be aware of that fact that there are people who find them to be obnoxious and they don't want to see them on the streets. And I think that we need to do this in a sensitive way to figure out how to mitigate very reasonable concerns about any behavior on them that people object to. Now, that being said, I still think that they look like a fun option to have in a big city. And it could be great for tourists. It could be fun for people who just want to do something different on a sunny Saturday afternoon. But I did want to sort of just share that reflection with you, because I was surprised by how massacred I was on Twitter that day. It was unprecedented. People just viscerally, emotionally detested those things. Some people love them. I even had a Twitter account from a recording studio in Nashville that, I think, to paraphrase, like, "We are from the future, don't do it." So anyway, I still like them, but in fairness, objectively, I want to provide that feedback to you so that we move forward in a way that we do recognize that we're going to have to address some of the concerns that people have raised. Anyway.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Holiday, you wanted a recorded vote, right? Is there did you move that motion for the technical amendment?
Madam Speaker, yes, I only need a recorded vote on the item as amended.
Okay, so we'll put the technical amendment on the screen.
No, Speaker, I'm out of battery on everything, so I can't tell what motion Councillor Perks has up or anything like that on CMD, trying to get there, if you don't mind. I think it might be better to have this just referred to Barbara Gray and get a proper report on that, not just ask her to have the routes. That's what I'd like to do as the head of transportation, since Councillor Perks has started down that road, to send it over there. And the mayor is nodding to say this would probably be a good idea. So let's just not, we've got a lot of great ideas here, but if it's a great idea, let's make sure we do our due diligence. So that's what I would like to do. And sorry, I'm practically out of battery. and capacity, to refer that item to the general manager of transportation to report back next meeting on the feasibility and routes and everything else.
So Councillor Fletcher, so you're moving, do we have a motion by Councillor Fletcher?
No.
Okay, so you would
That's-
like
I
to
can't.
move to refer the item
To the
to
general
transportation,
manager,
general
correct.
manager?
And for her to come back with recommendations to us at the June meeting, July meeting, June meeting, if possible, and if she can't make that, then it would be July.
All right.
I just think there's a whole number of things, we've got the cafes all over Danforth, we've got a lot of things for that to get taken into account. And I think it is good for all the users to be able to have a look at a report from our transportation professionals on roads. And as Councillor Perks has indicated, what might be great routes. So not every street would be a route, but there could be some dedicated routes, and you would know that that's where you would go if you wanted to be on a petty cab that is cruising around the city having a good time. So,
Okay, so just let me,
sorry to do this to you.
yeah, no problem. We'll get the staff to draft up that motion for you, but just a question, I have that question to the clerk.
Oh, to say no later than the July meeting, Mr. Mayor. Okay, well, all right, I'd like to have June. Pardon me? The season's going by. Let's just get the cafes up.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher will draft up your motion,
Thank
okay?
you.
All
Thank you
right.
so much.
But before we do that, and we'll give an opportunity for the staff to do that, we need to go back to GL 30.10, which is the accessibility for Toronto taxi drivers. And Councillor Mantis, I apologize. I know I did say to you that you had a conflict on it. But what we didn't do is we didn't take a recorded vote. So if I can ask you to turn your video off. We need a motion to, yeah, so we need a motion to reopen by Councillor Pasternak. Favor carried to reopen to have a recorded vote on the item. Okay. Okay.
Councillor Mantis, please, are you able to vote online? I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I called Councillor Mantis's name, and of course, Councillor Mantis is not present. My mistake. I'm sorry. Councillor Matlow, please.
So what?
Councillor Perruzza, please, are you able to vote?
Oh, man.
Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please?
Verbally in favor.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Already with the referral motion by Councillor Fletcher. There it is on GL 30.11.
Speaker, could I speak to the referral quickly? It's Councillor Perks.
Yes, Councillor Perks, go. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Holiday has questions to the mover first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I lived through this at the committee and went through all the reports and stuff. So I just want to be clear on what the expectation is to refer this back and what additional information is required. Because I've been through, there's 4 reports on this.
Well, in my understanding, Councillor Perks has said, let's send it to the general manager to develop some routes. And I always think it's a good idea if we hear what that is and say, council usually is very wise to affirm that, not affirm that, or any issues that she wishes to raise vis-a-vis any of the streets that we might say, well, we want that here, we want that there. Councillors might do that. And I just think it's an open conversation. We're introducing another vehicle onto the street. And we've had, whenever we've done that, Councillor Holiday, we've had a lot of conversations. So I think some of us would just feel better to have that transportation side of it come forward.
So Councillor Fletcher, if I recall.
If you don't want to do that, you should simply vote against that.
May I speak, Madam Speaker?
Yes, of course.
Now, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Holiday is
Thank
asking
you.
you a question.
And my comments are, I have a lot of misgivings about this and intend to vote against the report. This is a little different before me right now. Is there an intent then to have council debate the routes? Because Councillor Perks' motion says that the general manager needs to approve them. I mean, that's what's the motion. I just want to understand what's going to happen at GGLC the next go around.
Well,
what the intent is here.
It will come directly here.
So the intention is to debate the routes in council?
The intention is to get this from a transportation standpoint. The routes, anything else we need to know from the general manager of transportation services on this issue.
In addition to what's already been reported?
Correct.
Is there anything you're looking for?
Well, I'm looking for Cafe TO and a few other things like that and some of those issues and what happens when you take down the Gardner, what happens when you rail the Ontario line, what happens with all those things, are there constraints we need to be looking at and understand? So the public understands if it's not saying, well, it can go anywhere, the public needs to understand why there might be constraints, Councillor.
So it's about congestion?
It's about the addition in certain areas. BIAs might say we want that, but on Queen Street East, because of the Ontario line, we'll be down to one lane each way and all the bridges will be closed. So we need to hear those things.
That's exactly what I said in committee.
And the impact on transit is the other thing we need to hear. So I'm just looking for the wise advice from that general manager.
And if that's what you're looking for and you want to bring it back to July?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Perks, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I just very much simply wanted to say that despite my effort to find a motion to fix the very sloppy way this came here, I think a referral is even better than what I had proposed.
Thank you.
So I'll be supporting the referral.
Madam Speaker, is this list on the referral?
On the referral motion, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. Okay, our next item is IE 29.3, Missing Link Sidewalk Program. Councillor Robinson, you held it down. Do you have questions?
I don't. I should have released it earlier, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. The clerks have it.
Okay, just one moment, please. Does anybody have any questions on this item before we go to speakers? No? Okay, Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm referring this item back to transportation staff. Just need more time and consultation. There's a number of outstanding issues. So I would like to refer this back to staff.
So Councillor Robinson, you're only referring back to staff 1H, right?
Yes, that's my motion. That's
Yeah, just
before council.
But just that one item. Yes, okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so Councillor Robinson has moved a motion Oh, sorry. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. Yeah, there it is. This little project ran into big trouble in the neighborhood. Many of the people didn't understand the flyer because of language barriers. Others don't want a certain component of the project, including the sidewalks. So when I met, we had sort of a neighborhood meeting right on the street. Yesterday, I said we would take a closer look at this project. We would consult with the neighborhood and revisit it in the next term.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have Councillor Robinson's motion to refer 1H back to Transportation Services. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Motion by Councillor Pasternak to refer 1D back to staff. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is IE 29.4, Park Lawn Lakeshore Transportation Master Plan. Councillor Grimes, do you have questions?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. Can we just hold this down, maybe go next time? I'm just waiting for something from my staff on this, so we can maybe just skip over this briefly and then come back to it.
Okay, our next item is IE 29.5, Metrolinx Young North Subway Extension. Councillor Fillion, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Yes, I'm still working with staff on the wording of an amendment. Should
So
have
you're-
it done soon, I hope.
Okay, but we're getting to the item. Okay.
Well, I know, but I would rather work out the wording than just move something that staff haven't agreed to.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to release or move the deferral. I have a date on the rail line deferral. I asked staff to put in
Okay,
July.
hold on, Deputy Mayor. Hold on.
Sure.
Okay. Like, sounds like a free-for-all in here.
Not yet.
Jeez. All right. Yeah, okay, just let me figure this out. Okay, so, Deputy Mayor, you're saying that on EX 32.3, you've been able to. Okay.
Yeah, Councillor. Yeah, there we are. And Councillor Fletcher's okay with that. I think we're good.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you're okay? Okay, and it comes back to City Council in July. Okay, so I think we're okay to vote on that then. EX 32.3, referral by Deputy Mayor Min Wong. On favor? Carry. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to IE 29.19, updated on vandalized public waste bins. Councillor Cole, do we have any questions to staff? If you can put your name on the screen. Okay, Councillor Cole, you have questions to staff? Yes, okay. Can you turn your microphone on?
Sorry, thank you. We're going to get a report back, and I think the mayor has a motion that's coming too. And I just want to ask the staff, in terms of the impression I have, and it's anecdotal from being a dog walker and jogger and stuff, that I've never seen so many of our bins vandalized, with doors ripped off, with garbage hanging out.
I thank the Residents Association.
Is that just?
If whoever's got their mic on is having a conversation, can you please shut your mic off? Okay, sorry, Councillor Cole, go ahead.
I was just wondering if that is just a localized impression that I have, or is something happening to these bins?
Okay, do we have staff to answer?
Through the speaker, it's Barbara. So we have a contract, as you know, with Astral Outdoors and Bell Media to manage the maintenance of these bins. And also to transform some of them. I know there's also been some interest in upgrades, which we have been working on with them at various neighborhoods. So I think your experience, Councillor Cole, I've heard it from others as well. We have kind of regular checkpoints with the team to make sure that various issues that come in either through 311 or directly are being addressed in a timely fashion. There's definitely some supply chain issues that they are also experiencing, as well as everybody else, that have impacted timelines for repairs. But we are currently looking at this with the vendor. Continue to go back and encourage people to put locations into 311 so that they can get addressed in a timely fashion.
But I guess the question I had, it's a very diplomatic response, I appreciate that, is has there been a dramatic increase? Do we quantify the reports of damaged bins, vandalized bins? As I said, it's my distinct impression. I've never seen the bins in such bad shape in all my years of wandering the streets of Toronto. And so do we have a number there?
So it's definitely something we can ask for in terms of maintenance calls of the vendors, and certainly when we come back with that report, we will put in as much data as we can
but we don't
ascertain from them.
We don't have that data right now. We don't have any records kept of 311 calls or maintenance required, or we don't keep that.
The maintenance is actually done by the vendor. It's not done by transportation services staff. And so we manage the oversight of that contract and clearly need to continue to press on them to get to things sooner. We definitely have a regular meeting with them. We forward issues to them when we hear about them, when we see them. And in the past, they've been very good about maintaining their KPIs. They do have timelines they need to meet. Some of the issues they've raised with us are about supply chain for maintenance parts, and we will report back with we can get into the month by month and year by year over where we're seeing these peaks and valleys. But certainly, in the neighborhoods, we are also seeing many damaged bins, and so we brought this to the attention of the vendor, and we will manage to get them sorted out.
So it's not my imagination. There has been something impacting the maintenance, the tidiness of these bins. There's something that has happened in the city.
I don't know that there's something specific that's happened in the city, Councillor Cole. I think that, certainly there's a lot more people who are around now that they've come out from COVID protocols using these bins. And I also think that, it's the potential of the maintenance fixes that have to happen to them, depending on the locations where they are, trying to get those parts in place and get them fixed. I have noticed a number of them in my neighborhood as well, and called them in routinely. And so I just think I'm not sure that there's anything different that has impacted the issue. We work in partnership with Solid Waste also on the emptying of those bins, and I don't believe anything's changed there either. They're also aging. The bins are aging as well. A number of them have to get replaced, and the contract runs through, I believe, the next 7 years. So we do absolutely need to make sure that they're in a state of good repair.
Okay, thank you.
Forward.
Thank
2027,
you.
actually.
Thank you.
The contract's due in 27.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, questions?
Yeah, so this came through infrastructure, and so it's at council right now. Do you know how many bins currently are broken or vandalized or need to be repaired?
I do not. That's why we were asked to do a report, I believe.
This was an infrastructure committee. I mean, you weren't ready to actually bring us something for this meeting?
I don't believe it was our report that was at infrastructure. This came through a request from Councillor Cole, I believe.
I'm sorry, it says committee recommendations. Council requests the general manager to provide an update. So you knew it when we went to infrastructure committee that this was coming to council, right? Is that the committee recommendation that I'm reading here on my screen says that?
I believe it was a motion, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Motion from where?
I believe it was a motion from Councillor Cole that came at committee.
Yeah,
We did
and
not come with
it's
the
here at
report.
council, and I'm just wondering, you don't have any statistics for
Yeah,
us?
I did. They said the company is.
I'm sorry, you didn't call the company and like get sort of just kind of top line information for us?
I would have to ask my staff about that because I we don't have the information to bring back on specific data regarding the number of bins that are currently needing maintenance.
Okay, let's try a different one. What's the service standard?
I'm going to ask Dave Twaddle to hop on and answer that question for you. I believe it's within 48 hours.
Through the speaker to the council, yes, it is 48 hours for repair. So we are working on getting all the data from the contractor in order to provide a fulsome report back to committee. But we didn't.
I'm guessing like this 48-hour thing, we're failing big time because I think, you know, in terms of these the Astral bins, like this, it's not going well.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the issues is, you know, in the spring we typically see more damaged bins over the course of the winter, and I think one of the issues that we've had is there's been some supply chain issues with hinges for the doors. So Astral's working on getting a supply for them, and that's one of the main failing points on the bins. So we're working to correct that.
What about graffiti? How long does it take to replace a bin if it's been vandalized?
I mean, they're required to do the maintenance period maintenance within 48 hours. So if they have to swap out a bin, you know, I don't know the answer in terms of how quickly they can do that off the top of my head.
Oh my gosh.
Well, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, what I do know is that for an emergency issue, they have 24 hours to address it. So I would imagine if there's a bin that's broken or causing a safety hazard, the service standard is 24 hours for an emergency. And I did just find out that we currently have 500 open work orders with Astral. I don't know what the comparator is. That's why we're coming back with a report.
Wow. I mean, I don't know that there's such a thing as an emergency garbage bin repair, but I just get the impression that there are a lot of bins out there been damaged and that we're not, like, it's 48 hours is like fantasy land right now for getting a repair done. Would you agree with that, Mr. Dave or Mr. Twaddle?
I can say it's definitely been a challenge. So like I said, we're gonna be meeting with them to try and improve the service level and find from them what the issue is in terms of getting the bins replaced and fixed in a timely manner.
Do we have any recourse in the Astral contract for them to perform their duties?
Yes, we do. We'd have to review the contract and see, you know, what we can actually do in that regard.
But you don't know that, you haven't looked at the contract, like they're not doing it right now. They're not repairing in 48 hours. You're not aware of what the recourse is for us?
Not off the top of my head. I'm fairly new to this, so I'm trying to figure out the ins and outs of the contract, but you know, we definitely need to improve the process. I think you know, one of the issues that, you know, when they do find a bin that's severely damaged, they're supposed to swap it out, right? So we're trying to figure out a better way to get that done in a more timely manner.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm down to speak. I'll speak.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, question?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, one of the sources, great sources of information, of course, are 91 business improvement areas, because they have an awful lot of Astral bins in there. Do you have a way of getting that information from the BIA office and economic development? Do they offer that up to you? I'm sure they're calling all the time.
Through the speaker, what we typically do is we ask everyone to put their request through 311. So that's where we get our data from in terms of how well and how often we're getting complaints.
So is there not, I know 311's great for that, but when we're looking for concentration in BIAs, which I know probably have all of that information, is there some way to gather that by zone?
We can certainly look at that. Yeah, through the speaker, we can certainly look at that. I mean, we have worked with the Downtown Young BIA as an example, because they've raised it as an issue, so we're working with them. But we haven't reached out specifically to the other BIAs, but we could certainly do that.
I'm
through the BIA office.
I'm suggesting to reach out to Mr. Hessels in the BIA office, that that's something that they could definitely assist with you. And also, just in the contract, what is the requirement for cleaning? Not necessarily graffiti, but all of the grunge that ends up around the portals for all of the litter, recycling, etc. What's in the contract for that?
So there is a spring cleaning that happens where they get power washed a couple of times. That's just starting now. And then there's a requirement for the bins to be wiped down twice a week.
Sorry, did you say wiped down twice a week?
That's correct.
And wiped down with what, Windex or a cloth, or what's the wipe down?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they use as material for that, but they have to make sure it's clean.
And are you sure they're doing that twice a week?
Yeah, we get condition checks from them. We have some staff that go out and check the performance levels of the contractor. So they definitely do that work. I know that it is difficult to make the bins look like they're brand new. So there are some challenges in terms of, you know, when they do the wipe down, people might not feel like they're as clean as they could be, but the work's being done.
Would that be something you could actually ask the BIA office to monitor for you as well? Because they do look after all of the street furniture, and don't want to disagree with you, but there's a lot of things that look like they weren't wiped down twice a week.
Yeah, we could certainly work with the individual BIA offices on that.
Well, with the BIA office at the city, so they can be your portal for that. And anything else in the contract? What's the requirement? Is 48 hours for fixing a door, twice a week for washing? Could you just kind of lay out a few of what the requirements are? I'll just call them the public-facing requirements for these bins.
So the cleaning twice a week, the requirement for repairs within 48 hours. If it's an emergency, we require them to be done within 24 hours. So that would be a bin that's been knocked over or poses some kind of other danger to the public. Those are the big issues in terms of maintenance. There's some requirements as well for weeds around the bins and things like that. But those are the big items.
So just as well, and this is a question for solid waste, and you might rule it out of order, Speaker. But as far as materials going in, there are 3 streams there. They're pretty well commingled most of the time, are they not?
Sorry, through the speaker, I don't have the answer to that question.
I see. I don't think there's anybody on here from solid waste. These are exclusively.
We can certainly include that in our report back.
Could you please? Because that would also be, and who collects this? It's 416 that collects all of the streets, right?
Correct. It is solid waste staff. Yeah.
Solid waste
Typically
staff. So
416 staff.
they would also notice if it's quite commingled. So I think having that in there would be very helpful, because I think it's pretty commingled having three portals.
Okay, last question.
That's it. Thank you. Some of that
Thank you.
information was great. Thanks.
Okay, I have a question. So when you answered the question to the deputy mayor and as Councillor Fletcher, 48 hours to come and repair. So who monitors that it's done in 48 hours? Does somebody go out and check to see if it's been done or not?
We have, sorry, through the speaker, we have get reports directly from Astral on complaints and how quickly they're responding to them. And as well, we have transportation standards officers who check on those individual requests and make sure they're done appropriately.
Okay, because in my BIA, they reported it a month ago, was never repaired, and then I had to report it, and then it finally got repaired. So I'm just wondering why it takes a month. And you said it takes 48 hours.
The service standard is 48 hours. We definitely have to look at that and see how we're doing to meet that standard. I think there's been some issues as we've heard today, and anecdotally have been hearing lately. So I think that's going to have to be part of our report back in terms of how we're doing with that service standard and what improvements we have to make to make it better.
Well, I think we have to make a lot of improvements. Okay, thank you. Speakers, if you could put your name on the list. Councillor Cole, you held the item down so you couldn't start.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Or you've got your motion, or?
The mayor has a motion. Do you want him to speak first?
Yeah, you want to bring your motion? Or? Okay, yeah, and I've seen the mayor's
Okay,
motion.
Councillor Cole then to speak. Go ahead.
I've seen the mayor's motion, and I think it's a very good motion that I'll be supporting. It really looks at this situation in depth, and what it is that I have been a lifelong runner, walker, stumbler on our Toronto main streets for I don't know how many years, but I have never seen our waste bins in such bad condition. Something has happened. Whether the performance standards haven't been met, nobody cares anymore. And I know people have all kinds of conspiracy theories. I had a whole bunch of people online telling me it was the homeless doing this because they were hungry for food or whatever. But anyways, there's something that is not being done from a maintenance perspective that was being done before. These bins were generally well taken care of. You would rarely see one with a door off, and you would rarely see garbage all over the place, but something has happened within the last year on these bins. I think what triggered the situation for me to make this inquiry was one time it was in Harvey's Hamburgers at St. Clair and Bathurst, and while I was in there, someone was passed out in the washroom. It was probably a drug overdose or something. So the police and the fire department all came in with an axe to bring down the door, but they were having trouble get into the Harveys because one of these garbage bins was in front and had this door dangling out into the sidewalk. So I went and asked the firefighter, I said, please, could you put one of your yellow tapes around this garbage bin, because somebody coming out of Harvey's there or going in with all the confusion going on because of this emergency situation there. So that's what the firefighter had to do. He put a yellow tape around the door. So anyways, I said, listen, I better ask about this because, I've been seeing these doors all broken off, sides ripped out, and then around the bins, there's also all kinds of cigarette butts and things always in front of them all. I don't know what's happening with the cigarette butts, but for some reason, there's always cigarette butts. So, and when you call in the 311, we haven't had any success in getting them fixed either. Very slow, not fixed. The doors are off their hinges for a long time. And so there is, obviously, I think that's why the mayor's motion calls for a look at this contract. I don't know, it's for 7 more years. I can't remember the exact, how many millions of dollars. This is a serious amount of money that we pay for this service, which is needed because people, when they walk and are in the area, they like to be clean, and most people in Toronto put their litter and small pieces of garbage, their plastic bottles and cups into these receptacles. So they're very important to have on our streets. And they've got the City of Toronto's label on them. So it's something that's, it's good housekeeping. And as you know, it's the old broken window theory of keeping, the community safe and in good order. If you take care of the little things, people have more appreciation of the community they live in, the streets they live in, and the shopkeepers or the shoppers will all, behave accordingly. But if they see broken windows and broken doors and then city garbage bins on this array, they're also going to have a very laissez-faire attitude towards the community they live in. So as some people may not think this is an important issue, but I think it is important because these are our main streets. Your main street, Madam Speaker, Eglinton Avenue, it's one of the worst. And, okay, thank you. Yeah, it's mine too. But anyways, so that's why I think it's important to address this and do it in an expeditious fashion as we come into summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Tory?
Motion, I'm not sure if it's ready. Is it ready? Okay, we can just show it. I don't have it in front of me, but.
Okay, there it is.
Is this there? Okay. So, Speaker, I don't need to repeat everything Councillor Cole said because I couldn't agree more with what he said on all counts. I probably don't get around, I get around the city a lot, but maybe not jogging and cycling as much as he does, but I'm certainly around the city, and there is no question, but there has been a deterioration for whatever reason in the state of these bins. And I think there's been a deterioration not only in the state of the bins in terms of their state of good repair and how that looks, but also just in their general appearance. And that includes some of them that are overflowing. And I understand on a busy summer day, I might see them sometimes a half an hour before somebody comes around to empty them out. And I realize we've done some increase in the service levels to empty out some of the busier places, but nonetheless, the other comment that I couldn't agree more with that Councillor Cole made is that, these have our logo on them. I think everybody would think, because they wouldn't know anything about contracts, that these are ours to look after in every respect. And I think that says something to people, just in the way he said, about how we generally manage the affairs of the government. That's the stuff they see. They see when their garbage gets picked up, does the water turn on? We get probably an A+ on most of that. But on this, they would look and say, what is this? And secondly, I think it does influence, as Councillor Cole said, the attitude people have about keeping the streets clean. I mean, I think I myself, there have been times I've walked up to those things and I decided I'd rather put the garbage in my pocket than put it in one of those things because I don't want to get my hand too close to them. I just think that's the way it is, and it's not acceptable. And so my motion, it was up, but my motion, because I just changed it, but it asks the General Manager of Transportation and the General Manager of Solid Waste, in partnership with Astral Out of Home, to explore opportunities to expedite the installation and delivery where possible of replacement litter bins or new bins which better serve the city's increased urban density and pedestrian activity. Because right now I understand that there is a clause in the contract that says that they have to be replaced ever so often, or when they're, I guess, in a certain state of bad repair. And I think it happens kind of, on a periodic basis, but I think clearly it needs to happen more often given the kinds of stories that Councillor Cole is referring to, where you have bins that just aren't repairable and that need to be replaced. And then I put in, replacement or new bins, because I think there should be a discussion within the context of a contract, and I realize it says what it says and it has the term in it that it does, but their reputation I don't think is being helped by this either, and that maybe we can discuss with them the possibility of looking at some new bins, although I know every time we get into this, it's like the food cart discussion. You start redesigning these bins. I think maybe part of the problem with these is they were designed in too complex a way to begin with, and especially with things like the pedal, it's all very convenient to have those kinds of pedals to open and shut doors until the pedals don't work anymore. And then the second part of the motion asks the same people, the two general managers, together with Astral Out of Doors, to make sure that all bins across the city are emptied in a timely manner, are kept clean and in a state of good repair, and to compile on a quarterly basis the number of damaged or inoperable bins and the time taken to repair them. Because I think, further to the questions being asked, I believe I think it was by Councillor Menon Wong, Deputy Mayor Menon Wong, I think we should know this, or they should know it. I mean, it's not about, ultimately it's about the accountability. I heard Mr. Twaddle, who does such a great job in so many areas, is saying that we manage the oversight of this contract. Well, if that's true, and that's really all we're doing is managing the oversight, then that includes getting bins replaced quickly, making sure they're kept clean, making sure they're in a state of good repair, compiling reports on that so that we can hold Astral to account. And as somebody pointed out, I think it was Councillor Cole, they get paid a lot of money. You know, there was a lot of money that went into this whole deal, and a lot of permissions they got, I think, to do with outdoor advertising and whatnot as sort of a trade-off. And so I think now we have to do better at this. So I hope that this will serve to put us onto a different footing, both in terms of expedited replacement of bins that aren't in good repair, better monitoring of those that aren't in good repair, the possibility of some new bins being created. But the bottom line is the status quo is not working, and the status quo, we have to do better than the status quo, much better, I would say, Speaker, just in terms of the reputation that our city has, both with its residents and with its visitors. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I wanted to thank Councillor Cole for bringing this matter to our attention. It strikes a nerve, quite frankly. It's not just the garbage bins, Madam Chair. It's our public spaces in our right-of-way. It's just not the garbage bins. Our garbage bins are in bad repair. You know, you see the graffiti, I think, if we were to tie that in as part of this problem with our public spaces, is out of control. The way that, I think this came up in committee, are the utilities in our right-of-ways. They make a mess of the right-of-ways. They leave huge ruts in the grass and leave all sorts of garbage. And, you know, now is the best and the worst time to bring it up, because in the springtime, we see all this. And then there are all the illegal signs that are going up. I mean, quite frankly, Madam Chair, I think we need to, this is the bread and butter of what we do as a city, to keep our city clean. And those public spaces, those right-of-ways, that's like, people see that, and they, you know, I think people have lowered their standards. And, you know, people give up now and they don't call in. And I think we need quite frankly, we need to have a second look at this, and we need to have a comprehensive plan to deal with our public spaces, because we're not getting it done. They're a mess. And the garbage cans are just one element in our public spaces that we need to clean up. I get complaints about it. I mean, like Councillor Cole, I'm out in the community, I'm walking around, and I see it. And it looks awful. It looks dirty. It looks messy. And things are broken and not fixed. That's not the city that we used to have, but that's the city that it looks like we're becoming. So that's a core service we need to start paying attention to. Is not just the garbage cans, the whole thing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll just make a few comments, and thank you to the mayor for bringing that forward, the motion that I will be supporting, and also Councillor Cole for bringing it forward. So I mean, it's a real problem. I've been having that in my ward for a while, as I mentioned, you know, especially in the Weston and Lawrence area, where we've asked the bins to be cleaned and the bins to be repaired. The doors are open. People are dropping garbage. They're walking, you know, from their home with garbage bags and just dumping them near where the bins are. So you got all this illegal dumping as well. And the BIA has asked and put a request in to have them replaced, and a month, nothing happened. And that really disturbs me, that it you know, was never repaired. Nobody ever came. So somebody, I mean, we need to monitor it, and if it's being washed twice a week, I don't know, I've never seen my bins washed twice a week, but somebody needs to look at that as well. And the mayor is right, there's a lot of money when we signed that contract, and there was a lot of debate on it as well, if I remember. Hours and hours of debate. And, you know, and Deputy Mayor, you made a good comment. Some of these utility boxes too that are disgusting on the main streets too. You have the Bell and Rogers boxes that you got all these wires hanging, and they're just hanging there. And you know, there's no one to call to repair them. So it looks bad. And I think that with the report coming back, and because when people see garbage, they throw garbage. If they see garbage, they'll bring their garbage from their home and dump little garbage bags right next to the bins. I don't know how often I walk down Western Road. I'm actually picking up garbage because it makes me sick when I see this garbage. Like, it really bothers me when I see all this litter. So thank you for bringing it forward, and I will be supporting the mayor's motion. Okay, on the motion, on favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, so our next item is PH 33.2. Councillor Bylaw held the item down. That's the Keel and St. Clair area study. Councillor Bylaw, do you have questions?
No, I don't have questions of staff, Madam Speaker.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, Councillor Bylaw, would you like to speak?
Yes, I mean, I spoke about this at the committee. This is, but I do have a motion because it's almost the same motion as in the committee, but we're fine tuning it even more about the construction of the employment, the one FSI employment that we're still guaranteeing in this area. This is a secondary plan in an area that is having a lot happening over the next decades. You know, we're having a new smart track station. We're having the St. Clair Transportation Master Plan, and we wanted to ensure that we planned a community for the future. And so we're going to have jobs in there. There's some conversions that are coming through, but we're still requesting a one-time FSI for replacement of jobs in there. We're having residential in there. We've identified also several locations for parks. We've identified several points of community hotspots, and we put a motion to ensure that there was going to be a community center in there as well. So I want to thank all the community members that have participated. We had a year and a half of consultation, and we had several community meetings, several walks, several stakeholder meetings, Indigenous consultations. And so I want to thank staff for an outstanding piece of work that they've done with the community and with us. Thank you.
Hold on a minute. Thank you, Councillor Bylaw. Are there any further speakers? Okay, I just want to make a comment. Thank you, Councillor Bylaw. And as you mentioned, I'd like to thank staff as well. We did have a number of residents that participated in all the consultation meetings. That was very positive, and a lot of great ideas that came forward from the community. And as well, when the motion that you put through at Plenty of Housing, which I'm in full support of having the parks look at possibly a recreation facility in that area, which is very well needed in light of the density that we're looking at in the next few years in that particular area. That I think that there's a need, and we should have a report back on that. And I'm very pleased with the input from the community, because we did have quite a few community members, not only from Councillor Bylaw's ward, but my ward as well, that participated in it, even though it was virtual. You know, there was a lot of great ideas and, you know, what they would like to see in the community. There was a lot of engagement. There's still a lot of work to be done, a lot of issues in my ward that still have to be resolved. But I will be supporting the report. Thank you. (3.2) on favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bylaw's motion first, the amendment. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next one is PH 33.3 Modular Housing Initiative Phase 2. Councillor Bylaw, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
No, I don't.
Does anybody have any questions to staff?
Actually, Madam Speaker, sorry, I didn't, I was confused about the item we are, I will ask staff, yes.
Okay, we're on PH 33.3, Modular Housing Initiative.
Yep.
Okay, so Councillor
Yep.
Bylaw, questions to staff. Go ahead, Councillor.
Through you, Madam Speaker. So if this item gets appealed to the board, what delay could we have? Even what further delay could we have on this project?
Through the speaker, I believe we're now setting hearings, city matters and other private applications at the board into 2023. So I would imagine that we'll be months before we get a decision out of the OLT.
Okay. Could the minister still act on this? Could we still have any action from the minister related to this project, according to the Planning Act?
Well, I don't know. Through the speaker, there's nothing that prevents the minister from taking action. The council has already requested minister's zoning order on this matter, and that request stands. So I would assume that could be undertaken at any time, subject to whatever circumstances exist at that time.
Okay. And would it be helpful if this council endorsed the request to support you in legal to ask for an expedited hearing, given the circumstances and what we're trying to do here?
Certainly any effort on the part of City Council to signal this as a priority, given the housing crisis and the effort that we're all making to address homelessness, I think that would be appropriate, yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion, you have a question?
Yes, well, I think Councillor Bylaw largely answered my question, but given, I haven't seen anything that anybody who would be appealing it has in the way of planning evidence to present. I'm guessing this could be a one-day hearing, something like that. How much easier would that make to get a date?
I don't know if the city, through the chair, I don't know if the city solicitor wants to comment. It certainly might facilitate a quicker hearing depending on the land tribunal's schedule.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bylaw, did you want to speak or we just move the item?
I have a motion, Madam Speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
And in line, very much in line of the questions that I was putting forward to our chief planner is just to request an expedited hearing. So give direction to our staff. And with that, and given the urgency of the situation, and given that we haven't been able to secure an MZO on this site from all the MZOs that we asked, including others for modular housing, this is the one that we haven't seen. We've got some that we didn't request, a few of them in our city, but this one we requested, but we're still waiting for it. And as you know, we have the modular homes in a parking lot right now.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendment by Councillor Bylaw on PH 33.3, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Now, Councillor Cole has an appointment and he has to leave in a few minutes, and so he would like to release CC 4316. Councillor Cole?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release CC 43.16 in regards to 50, 60, 90 Eglinton Avenue West and 17 to 19 Henning Avenue zoning bylaw. Request for further directions regarding. I've had discussions with our planning staff, and I'm, let's say, resigned to this agreement, and I'll release it.
Okay, thank you. On the item, on favor, carried. Our next item
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Grimes.
I've received my motions from staff, so I'm ready to deal with IE 29.4, the Park Lawn Lake Transportation Master Plan, if that works. If not, let me know.
We only just got it.
We only just got it, so we're not ready. Okay.
Thank you.
Our next item is PH 33.10, request to explore the partner program and alternative affordable housing options. Councillor Holiday, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
I do, Madam Speaker, thank you. Hopefully staff are available.
Okay, staff are available?
All right, so thank you. There's not a lot of content to the report. It's not even a report, it's an item before us. And there's, I think, a slide deck from a committee. I wondered if staff could, in 60 or 100 seconds, just give council an overview of what they understand this program to be.
Through the speaker, it's Greg Lintern. Deputy Mayor, my understanding, and I did not attend the advisory committee meeting, so I have only reviewed the deck, but in speaking with other staff, my understanding is that this is an effort to support property owners and homeowners who maybe do not fully appreciate what it takes to work with City Hall to get building permit applications and file committee of adjustment applications. And it's essentially an effort to help people overcome the barriers that they may be presented with in improving their property and actually staying in their homes and renovating their homes. And that's my understanding of the effort here, is to recognize that there are disadvantaged people when it comes to working with the city. And this is an effort to help them understand and ultimately improve their properties.
Okay, and so your understanding is not that there is a view to change our current planning regime, our permissions, the programs that we've got. If I heard you right, I think this is about getting people access to the existing rights that they have as property owners. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I mean, the slide deck talks about a lot of things, and then, I took the liberty of searching out a website, which I think belongs to the group, and it's maybe a little bit more philosophical about political views and about historical matters relating to land ownership and so on. But I don't want to get confused with what that information is. I just want to bring it back to what's before us. So there's no, for instance, in the slide deck, there's a lot of material and photos and images in there about developing single-family detached homes into other things. But Mr. Lintern, you don't see this program as changing single-family detached neighborhoods. We've already, as a council, given certain permissions. This is not asking for more, is it? This is just about those owners acting on what they've got access to.
That's right. Through the chair, Deputy Mayor, this is about education. It's about helping people understand what existing rights they have to enlarge and improve their properties, and giving them a hand understanding the what would be required to work within existing applicable laws.
Okay. I don't know if there's anyone, if there's other staff on the call, but there was a little bit of reference to economics and financials. But is it my understanding that the target of this program is really towards those landowners with the idea that, if they wanted to create a secondary suite or a laneway suite, and I've got some views on those, but they are the law that council passed, that this program is really assisting them to step through that process. Is there anyone that can comment about the financial goals or objectives of the program on this, and what it aims, or what barriers it aims to remove?
Certainly. So through the chair, thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor. It's Adirondacks from Social Development. So just to speak to that issue, part of this program recognizes that historically there have been some challenges for particular groups, particularly within the Black community and accessing traditional financing sources and other things that might support them in expanding or accessing some of the allowed permissions that they have for their homes and their property. So the references to finance and to the other economic aspects really are pointing to recognizing some of those historic challenges that have been faced by the community.
Okay, and I guess to round this out, staff will be able to bring a report to council that capitalizes on this program, removes barriers for people, but we're not looking to shake up our housing policies, our planning policies, introduce a new affordable housing provider or proponent. This is far more straightforward and aligned with many of the goals and objectives that the city has in its various strategies.
Your last question.
Yeah, I would agree with your summary, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Holiday, you would like to move the item? Okay, on the item, all in favor? Carried. Our next item is PH 3311, City of Toronto review of Bill 109. Councillor Bylaw, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Yes, Madam Speaker, just a couple of questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I noticed that one of the recommendations that you ask us to endorse is requesting agreements to be registered on title, correct?
Yes, through the speaker, that's correct.
Is that to secure many of the things that nowadays we secure through the Section 37?
Yeah, so basically we're repeating a recommendation that council has already adopted in association with various other legislative changes. And we're concerned that without the ability to register an agreement on title, we when properties sell and we've secured certain matters under a planning decision, that those matters continue to apply to the new owner.
So we, for example, we just approved inclusionary zoning with different rates for rental and condominiums. Are you concerned how we're going to secure tenure of some of these things? And would a system more like they have in Vancouver, where they actually use zoning to secure rental and tenure, be helpful for us?
Yeah, through the speaker, I think any new tool that allows us to get at the full spectrum of housing. So right now we can't use zoning to secure tenure of rental housing per se. So new tools, having the province explore new tools that would allow us to get right at rental housing would be helpful. Yes.
Okay. How are we doing in terms of construction of rental in our city? How have we been doing in the last 10 years?
Gary, do you want to speak to that?
Through the speaker, we have seen some enhancements and improvements in the number of rental units being applied for. I don't have the specifics on my handy right now, but I can certainly get back to you. But we are seeing a slight increase. The challenge that we have, though, is when we receive an applicant can indicate that it's rental, but by the time they go to construct, they may have made the decision that it is no longer rental, that it's going to be sold condominiums.
Okay. So anything to help us to secure those stocks will be welcome, correct?
Most definitely.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm confused about the timing about this because I've received a briefing, and it's dangerous when you get a briefing about something in the next cycle of meetings before you finish this cycle. But we have been receiving briefings where we're going to have spelled out for us the impact of changes with regards to CBCs. And I'm wondering, we're just going to get those, they're going to come into effect at a future date, and so the community still does not know the impact of those changes. So my question is this: were you allowed in commenting on Bill 109 to the province? Were you allowed to bring into it those measures that were the result of proposals in Bill 108 that we still haven't lived the impact of, and yet here are yet more changes in Bill 109? Could you blend your comments?
Well, through the speaker, I'd simply say that these legislative changes are overlapping. We, as you just pointed out, Councillor, we have not. September 2022 is the change date for some of the Bill 108 matters. The CBC is effective as of that date, for example. Yeah. So we have not had a council decision on that yet. In the meantime, we have had Bill 109, and it has introduced in April changes to the Planning Act, which we will now turn our attention to. We have not yet, which are not fully related to the CBC. They deal with application timelines and other appeal matters. But it is a rapid fire series of legislative changes to implement.
Right. So is it fair for me to characterize it as this then, that we got one bill that radically changes the financial impact for developers, applicants, gives them a big discount on what they have to pay communities for the infrastructure and community benefits, et cetera, over what was already an inadequate amount. So we're reducing financially, and that is an incentive to build housing, I would think, by developers. But we don't know its impact, and yet we're told it's necessary to move another bill with even more incentives, when that financial incentive could be all that was needed. But they're rolling on top of each other, so there's not going to be a way to separate out and measure the impact of these things.
Through the speaker, I don't think so. I wouldn't characterize, and we've indicated that in the planning staff report, that don't necessarily characterize 109 as an incentive. It's meant to be an incentive, but I think it may have unintended consequences because, as we point out in the report, it may result actually in more appeals and delayed approvals.
Yes, and so if it makes it easier to go and appeal, what is already a very long waiting list just gets longer, and we won't know the impact of that. There's been no bill introduced to say we'll now make the OLT the largest department in the ministry. We don't know that they're even going to be able to meet the demand for that.
The government has indicated more resources for the OLT, to be fair, but again, we're already dealing with appeals that go well into 2023, and our concern is that this will add to the pile. Okay,
and lastly, my last question is, and I apologize because in a way it's an opinion, but you do have the data to back this up. Does Ontario need to incentivize development applications as opposed to Toronto? Toronto's getting plenty of development applications, and we are processing them as fast as we can. We don't really need these incentives to continue to see growth in Toronto, do we?
We've reported that that council approves about 28,000 housing units per year. Arguably, it needs to meet the needs of the population, and we've done some work that indicates that different kinds of housing across the spectrum is needed. So for specifically ground-related housing and affordable housing. So any program, any policy change that's directly targeted at those types of housing types, I think would be very beneficial at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion, questions?
Yes, thank you. I know the current provincial government consults heavily with the development industry. Do they talk to us before they actually do any of this stuff?
Through the speaker, Councillor Fillion, with respect to this matter, the legislation was introduced at the beginning of April with a commenting deadline of April the 29th, but the bill received third reading and royal assent prior to the commenting deadline being completed. So we sent in comments, but they weren't addressed.
And they don't, when this stuff comes out with these new legislations, generally speaking, do they catch us completely by surprise? Like nobody called us and said, we're thinking of doing this, you know, what do you folks think? That doesn't happen, I gather.
In fairness, we do get maybe a heads up under TOCA. We have a relationship agreement with the province, and we do get maybe a couple of days notice, but it's an information session. We're not asked for our opinion. We just given a quick heads up.
Have we ever asked the province to give a timeline by which developers who get approvals either have to build within or they lose their approvals and have to come back and start over?
I don't know, Carrie, can you speak to that question?
Yeah. So through the speaker, specifically we have not, but through the Housing Affordability Task Force recommendations, we did indicate on some of the recommendations that there really should be a stop the clock process, so that when developers are not meeting our timelines or providing the information that we need to be able to assess the application, that there be a stop the clock. So that's the closest that we have come, Councillor Fillion.
Yeah, well, I was really asking about a completely sort of different subject, because the, you know, there's a view by many that if you know, give applicants pretty free rein and require the municipalities to rush through their approvals and speed up the whole conveyor belt, that you that creates a bigger housing supply. And certainly it does create something of a bigger housing supply, but in my experience, a lot of people just sit on that those approvals, sometimes for 20 years.
Your question, Councillor Fillion?
Yes, so have we ever said that shouldn't be happening? We would like you to change, bring in a different policy that would not allow that to happen.
No, we have not, but as Greg indicated, we approve more units than are built, because annually we see approximately 15,000 built. So we're approving more than we're actually seeing the industry delivering.
And when might the appropriate time be to make such a request?
I guess at any time we could be requested to make such a request of the province. I truly anticipate that what we've seen through Bill 109 is just the start of more changes that the province will start to bring forward. Anticipate that there'll be changes coming forward in the fall again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
Before I ask my questions, I think it would be cruel to make the chief planner still talk. So I'm going to ask my questions of Ms. Boumvakas. Turn your microphone off, Greg. It's not like, go have a nap. So I heard you say that 15,000 get built, but a larger number is approved. What's the number that's approved?
Approximately 28,000 units annually.
Okay. So, I mean, so that sounds to me like they're only building about 60% of what we're approving in any given year. And for comparison's sake, do you have a ballpark for how many units there are applications for which we turn down? And when?
Through the speaker, no, I don't have that information at hand.
But it wouldn't be anything approaching 10,000. It might be a few hundred here or there.
It would not be a large number at all.
Would not be a large number. Huh. So it would seem to me that applicants getting approval and then not building has a much, like orders of magnitude larger impact on housing supply than does Toronto City Council successfully opposing applications.
Through the speaker, correct. And the report speaks to a variety of factors that influence the ability of the market to deliver on supply, but certainly from a city council perspective, council is proving what I would call a robust number of applications annually.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is quite helpful. If you could just send your boss away with some neocitrin and tell him to leave us alone for a while, that'd be great.
We've tried.
Councillor Bylaw to speak.
Madam Speaker, I do have a motion, and for my colleagues, as you could see by some of the questions I asked our chief planner, our staff believe that it could be helpful. Other jurisdictions have it, which is being able to zone according to tenure as well. With the increased price of ownership as well in the city of Toronto, I think that we have noticed a little bit of an uptick on the build of purpose-built rental, but we need to do a lot better in that area as well. We know that is going to be needed more than ever, not only because of the population increase that we have, but because also ownership is increasingly out of reach. And so we know that purpose-built rental gives more creates more tenure security. And it is important that that we use everything that we can to protect the programs that we have. And I gave the example of the inclusionary zoning, where we have a different rate for rental versus condominium. And it is important that we're able to secure that. Many of those things had been secured through Section 37 agreements. That will be gone. And so it is important that we find ways, and that's why one of the recommendations that staff had here is to allow us to secure those agreements as well. But I think that it is important for us to look into tools like BC has done on the zoning for rental. I also want to touch base on something that I think the person that clearly drafted this bill missed. We were told when this bill was launched that this was going to improve and accelerate the approval of housing. And I think the report so clearly outlines the risks that actually it brings, that we're going to be at the board most of the time, that we won't have enough time to respond back, and that the backlog is just going to be enormous, that I can't see how this is going to move any files forward, given the lack of acknowledgement that was given to the complexity of the files, to the complexity of the work, to the dialogue that needs to exist between our planning department and different departments and the developers to work on some of these things. And no one in here at council and staff is not saying that we don't need to improve. We have acknowledged, we have embarked on improvements. We're bringing new technology. We're constantly we're working with the industry to improve development process in here. But clearly, I think that this bill is not going to get the results that it initially was announced with. And so I'm hoping that the province will listen to the City of Toronto, will make some changes to this bill if it truly wants to build more housing and it wants to build it quicker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Sorry, did Councillor Bylaw move a motion? I thought you did. I'm trying to find an opportunity to ask.
Yes, Councillor Bylaw did move a motion.
I have no opportunity on my screen to ask her a question.
Okay, can we put Councillor Bylaw's motion on the screen?
So you want to ask questions?
I just want to ask her questions.
Yes.
May I do that now?
Yes, I'm just putting.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just asking staff to put the motion on the screen. Can we put Councillor Bylaw's motion on the screen? There you are. Okay. Do you have questions?
I'm struggling with this, Councillor Bailao, and there are a couple of reasons. There are methods for securing purpose-built rental that have nothing to do with the Planning Act. For example, if the province were to give us better funding to build co-op, not-for-profit, and public housing, that is secure tenure that's rental. Your motion doesn't really create that like as an ask here.
I mean, you can add to it, Councillor. I'm fine with it. We were just trying to deal with the tools that we have and with the issues that we have around planning, right? You know, very often we have issues that we say, well, we should look at this way because this is a purpose-built rental. It has all these benefits. And, you know, the same way that, for example, we created the inclusionary zoning and understanding that the economics of the rental is very different from the economics of a condominium. We said we're not going to have the rate in the first few years. But how do we guarantee, you know, somebody like, it's just easier if we have these things.
I get it. Okay. The other thing is I'm concerned, and I'm wondering if you've consulted with planning about this. If we get the ability to zone tenure, my worry becomes that some future council or some other municipality zones an area for ownership only. And you get into redlining type problems. Did you consult anyone from planning about that?
Yes, we've been having conversations about this, and this came from a meeting that I had with staff because of the pressures that is rental. And we thought, you know, because in BC they do this, right? And they've had a significant more increase in their purpose-built rental, and that's why we said, okay, can we try to get this tool? I have to be honest with you, I did not look at the issue that way.
Right.
I have to be honest with you.
Well, when dealing with the province, always assume the worst, right? Okay, I'll leave that for now because since we've highlighted, I'm sure the city manager or whoever manages the request can deal with that nuance. So if I were to put in, could I ask you, given my previous question, would you consider a friendly amendment to add a second clause which says City Council also requests the province to provide funding for purpose-built social housing?
100%.
Okay. Did someone get that?
Yes, but Councillor Perks, maybe you can do that when your name is on the list to speak, so you can do that.
I think Councillor Bailao just said it's friendly, so I might not need to do it that way.
Oh, okay. So friendly amendment then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm available to the clerks if they need me to repeat what I said.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. So the introduction of evaluation of tenure affects the economics of a building, especially if it's big, right? It affects the materials, it affects perhaps the layout and number of suites, it affects the life cycle cost of the building. It causes the developer to think differently about the project. Do you see a relationship between the built form in its purity that we may approve as a council and the economics and the tenure of the building?
From what I heard, I mean, actually, we shouldn't, you know, the material should be the same. It should be, the building should have that planning context. What I've heard from people that build affordable housing or rental housing is, for example, the repetitious of the units make it more economically. I've been noticing some of the rental projects that I've been having in my area, for example, I've been getting a larger number of 2 and 3 bedrooms actually in those projects, which I've been very pleased, to be honest with you. So I've been seeing projects actually being turned into rental properties, and one of their desires is getting the 2 and 3 bedrooms. It's usually a little bit higher. Don't know if that is a trend.
Would you
But
agree?
if that is, I think it's a very favorable trend that we want to capture.
Would you agree, though, that council, in order to understand this relationship, would have to turn its mind to the economics of the development as a dimension? And do you think we should get into that business with, knowing that our staff has a current expertise set, that we have to then start to think about these other things, and that's a whole other sort of piece of consulting and thinking
No, we
that
shouldn't
we have to
get
do?
to that, but we should, what we should, Councillor, is, for example, we already have certain programs that we give to people that are building rental. We have the open door program. We have inclusionary zoning that we differentiate between rentals and condominiums because their economics are different, and we've acknowledged that. And because there is such a huge need to have rental built in our cities, to the point where the federal government has billions of dollars in a rental financing program, because everybody realizes that even though we have 50% of the people, almost 50% of the people living in our city that are renters, you don't have that same level of purpose-built rental being built.
In other words, the purity of the built form is the most important thing.
Okay, it's like 3 minutes for clarification of the motion.
Oh, yeah,
You're able to secure these. You're able to secure tenure. You're giving the benefits.
Councillor Bylaw, Councillor Bylaw,
Okay,
there's
Madam
3
Speaker.
minutes to ask a question.
She
Okay.
filled them.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Before I start, Councillor Perks has asked me to also let the mover of the motion know that the friendly amendment should read and/or as opposed to and funding, so that whichever the province is willing to contemplate, the city is looking for both and/or. Madam Speaker, we really can't let this discussion pass by without making sure that it's crystal clear to the community that what we're discussing here is a provincial bill where it is clear that before authoring the bill, there was extensive consultation with the building industry, with the developer, with the applicants. Then the bill was given its first reading. Municipalities were then asked to comment until April 29th, except that it passed third reading and received royal assent because the sitting government deemed it so on April 14th. So in other words, what we have to say about this bill matters not to the province. And that can't go unnoticed. We have to get to the point where the community says that's not acceptable. I'm not talking about changing the government, I'm talking about changing practice. That shouldn't be allowed. And yet it has, and so here we are. The other thing that we can't let go unnoticed is what we heard loud and clear from our own planning staff, is that we don't need a more homes, more choice bill in the city of Toronto. We're approving 28,000 units a year, whether our residents like it or not, and they don't, by and large. They think we're already well ahead of ourselves. We're approving 28,000, but the development industry is only building 15,000 of those. And I'll give you an example. I have in my ward, in the older part of my ward, so I can go back this far, in the election year of 2014, I had an applicant say that they just could not wait through the hiatus. They must have their report considered. They must get it through because they needed to build right away. And so it had to go through in 2014. We needed to bend every rule possible. You need to do whatever you can to put it in the top of the basket, get it through North York Community Council. And naively I did. even though there are things in it to this day that residents have concerns about. And guess where that building is now? Of the 4 buildings, only 1 is built. And here we are, from 2014, now we're in 2022, and they have an application before us to amend one of the buildings. The other 3 buildings never got built. They're in no hurry. They build when they want to build. They build where they want to build. This bill makes that even easier. The only thing that we can hope for here is that this bill is going to so overload, it's made it very easy to jump straight from delivering the application to knocking on the door of the OLT, that they're going to overload the OLT office. That's our only hope in terms of having the time to slow down and talk to our community about what they need to understand. What do they need to understand? What I heard from the planner in my briefing recently is that we are on track for the increase in population that is coming. We're almost at 3 million now. By 2030, we'll be at 3.6 and change. And so we need the housing that the applicants want to build. No question about it. But we need to talk about where. The chief planner tells me that 60% of it, probably more of it, is going to have to go in the suburbs. It's going to have to go in our inner suburbs. Over 60% of that, 600,000 and change. So we got a lot of housing to build in places where people are very nervous about building it. We have a lot of work to do to help them to understand that the areas that we're talking about, where Bill 109 will have the most impact, are areas where in fact the population is shrinking, but the speed with which this bill went through means that the province isn't willing to have that conversation with Ontarians or even Torontonians. They're leaving the hard work, the engagement and the dialogue all up to us. And that's the long and the short of this update. And I think it's a tragedy that they're not willing to have that conversation with the public.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. An awful lot of what I intended to say has been covered already, but I did want to focus in on one point that we heard at committee. Oh, do I need to move the amendment, or are we treating it as friendly? I wasn't clear on where we landed there.
It was a friendly amendment.
Okay, Councillor Bailao, we're all good? Yeah? Okay. So I just wanted to focus in on one area that only got a little bit of airplay but here at this council meeting, but was the subject to a lot of discussion when we handled this at committee. The chief planner, who was in much better health at that day, took us through the current wait times to get a hearing date, and then the length of the hearing, and then the wait times to get a decision date. This is critical because if we are not given sufficient time to work with the applicant to get them from a raw application to something that actually answers all of our questions and is supportable, things are just going to wind up going to the OLT. That time, that length of time, can be 2 years. Getting a date, having the hearing, waiting for a decision. Let's say it's 18 months. For many applications, what the province has effectively done is taken what would have been 6 months of us working with the applicant and replaced it with 18 months for everybody to wait for a hearing, and charged us money for that. It takes longer and it costs the municipality more. Not just because we get penalized, but also because we can't charge for the planner's time and the transportation engineer's time or any other witness's time or the city solicitor's time when we're in a hearing. We can only charge for that when we're reviewing an application. So the province of Ontario's plan costs more and takes longer to get to approval. I want to say that again. It will cost the public more to get a longer approval process, by the way, with less public involvement. So think, what would you want to achieve in amendments to the Planning Act? You would want to make it more transparent. Nope, less transparent. You would want to make it less expensive to the public taxpayer. Nope, this is more expensive. And you'd want it to be faster. Nope, this is going to take longer. This is an example of a provincial government getting literally every single thing wrong. And part of the reason they got every single thing wrong is they didn't bother to ask us. The ward that Councillor Cressy represented before he left council does more planning approvals than all of Vancouver. One ward, more than Vancouver. We literally know how to do this, and the province of Ontario doesn't. And just, you know, the sake of having an announceable in the run-up to a provincial election, they have made every aspect of the planning, review, and approval process worse. It's jaw-dropping. It's jaw-dropping. It's a clown car. It's the Keystone Cops. It's an utter failure in public policy. So, you know, I wish there was more we could do on this, but they didn't even give us a chance to really consult with them before giving a royal assent. Sad. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Perks. I have Councillor Holiday next. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm just going to be brief. I thought carefully about the motion the Deputy Mayor Bylaw placed, just about bringing into the mix of consideration the tenure. And one of the things that I had learned in the work that I do as a councillor was to try to treat planning decisions with the purity that they deserve. You know, this is about the use of the land, the layout of the site, the built form, the height, the density, the number of units, the number of cars, the number of people, the unit mix. And all of that allows you to formulate a mental picture and consider that proposal on that site and then how it fits in with the rest of the neighborhood. And we have great planning staff that helps walk both myself and the community through those details using the lens that's applied to the city's official plan and the different rules that we have and the different standards and history of these types of decisions. And then you bring in another piece, and that worries me a little bit because I think it costs two different things and it's two different approaches to a project for a developer when they want to build something that they construct and then sell, right? And then they get their money back, they get a return on their profit, and that happens in a certain period of time, and they use certain standards of materials and approaches to construction. And then they do things a little differently when they build something that they want to keep for a very long time, because then they become the owner, and there's a different economic approach to that. And what really worries me is if we get into the mix of codifying tenure, then we're going to have that temptation to begin to have two standards in terms of what the purity of the built form is going to be. In other words, if it costs more to build a purpose-built rental, and I'm just using that as a thought experiment, I'm not saying that it always does, but if it did, then would we be tempted to allow something bigger or to have more people? And maybe something that doesn't fit in as well with the community, but for that discussion of tenure or economics. And that worries me because that's a whole other layer of thinking. I'm not sure that we should open that door. So I respect the need for rental homes in the city. I respect the need that we have to think about that, and even strategically. But I don't think I agree with Deputy Mayor Bylau's proposal that we ask that to become commingled within the Planning Act in the way that it's being proposed. So I hope councillors will think about that and give careful consideration to that particular amendment. And I say that with a deep respect because I understand the objectives and these are very, very heavy concepts that we should make sure we're clear about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. So there is, I think I have only one motion. Yes, okay. There is one motion before the item. This is the one motion with the friendly amendment as underlined. Councillors, all in favor of the amendment? Was that a recorded vote request? Okay. Okay.
Mayor Tory, please, and Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Thompson, are you able to vote remotely, please? And thank you.
Having a problem with my computer, but I'm in the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson in the affirmative. Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 18-1.
Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we're going to go back to IE 29.3, IE 29.4, Park-Lawn Lakeshore Transportation Plan. I understand Councillor Grimes is ready. Councillor Grimes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. 1 second, just take my question. I have some questions to staff.
Oh, you have questions to staff?
Yeah.
Okay, questions.
To transportation. Just wanted, why are we recommending reducing the number of lanes on Park Lawn Road?
Sorry, Councillor, did you ask why?
Yeah, why are we recommending reducing the number of lanes on Park Lawn Road through the Transportation Master Plan?
Thanks for clarifying. The improvements for Park Lawn Road are to improve the pedestrian and cycling infrastructure in the community, as well as to balance capacity as an overall network approach with other infrastructure enhancements that will add capacity for the Park Lawn area.
So those are the other two north-south roads that could be taking place over the years, correct?
That's correct.
And what's the timing of those north-south roads to make up for the loss on Park Lawn?
We're moving into the detailed design stage for the Legion Road extension, and we need to coordinate with the timing of Street A, and the Street A north-south road will be part of the Christie site redevelopment in the coming years.
So this could take years, correct, for these new roads?
Yes, it will take a number of years. We're looking to make sure that the Street A development is coordinated with the timing of Legion Road as soon as possible.
Okay. And then does the TMP look at traffic safety at neighborhood level? There's not a different study. The TMP looked at an overall bigger picture, but we want to do it on the neighborhood level. Would it be a different type of study that we, where stop signs, no left, no rights, speed humps? Is that a different?
Indeed, we have an overall approach for complete streets in the community as part of the TMP at a high level, but we are recommending through the TMP that additional studies take place for the Humber Bay Shores, especially because there are roads within that area that are not yet assumed by the city, and so they need to be assumed by the city and before we can make those kind of recommendations like traffic calming. And we understand there's potential for some improvements for traffic safety and traffic calming that could be made north of the study area. It would be a different study.
Great, thanks, Jack. Those are my questions. Transportation. Toronto Water, Mr. DiGiorno, was he on the line?
I'm here, Councillor.
Mr. Lou, what's the status of the Bonner Storm Creek facility? Now, I know it was on the books for a while. I think there was a cost of $6 million. It ballooned to 45 or 50 million. And my understanding is that you've kind of parked that for now, and that transportation staff are going to do different kinds of studies now, one without the pond and one with. Is that correct?
Essentially, we had it on the books for about 10 years. And so the EA now has been sitting there for quite some time. When we became aware that these projects were starting to move forward back in 2020, 2021, we decided to reevaluate the option just to make sure that it remains valid. So tied to the work program for Legion Road extension and the underpass work, we are doing work, and that's we as in Toronto Water are reevaluating the findings of that environmental assessment because the costs did increase dramatically. The big risk profile that we need to confirm is the contaminated soils on the site where a large pond needs to go. It was always clear that there was contaminated soils. Our concern is the quantity of soils and what it's going to cost us in today's dollars. So we're doing that assessment, and we're trying to marry it up so it does not delay the detailed design and construction of the road program.
Okay, so very brief. There's only, you're asking transportation design with the pond or without the pond, but that's not going to hold up. The work that you need to be done will not hold up transportation staff getting that design done, correct?
Yeah, to do the work concurrently, we're telling the design teams that you need to look at the options of dealing with drainage from an area that's north of the Gardner, because the pond would service an area that's quite large, and most of the land that it would service is actually north of the Gardner, as opposed to where the pond is, which is south of the Gardner and south of the railway tracks. So we're doing a reassessment to say, does it make sense still to do that, or can we service those northern lands differently? So we're saying that the preliminary design elements need to consider proceeding with or without the pond, and our teams are working closely with that.
So to be clear, this is not going to affect the timeline of Legion Road, the work that you need to have done.
No, our teams have met over the last few months to make sure that the evaluation that we're doing marries up with the preliminary designs and the schedules for detailed design on the roadside. So
when you say teams,
you're talking
engineering teams, Lou, you're talking Toronto Water and Transportation, those two teams?
And engineering and construction services.
That was your last
divisions that are working on it are making sure that the schedules are harmonized.
Okay, that was your.
Thanks. Those are my questions.
That
Thank
was
you,
your last
Madam
question.
Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Grimes, you can move the report. Will speak.
No, I have two motions I'd like to move, Madam Speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
I think you put them up on the screen would be great. Yeah. So Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Service to revise the phasing strategy of Park Lawn Road as part of preparing the Park Lawn Lakeshore Transportation Master Plan to acknowledge the need to ensure adequate capacity to implement the improvements and potential need for the implementation of the North-South Streets Legion Road extension or the proposed North-South Street or segments thereof prior to reduction of capacity on Park Lawn Road or segments thereof. And 2, City Council requests the General Manager of Transportation Service to undertake a neighborhood mobility plan for the Humber Bay Shores neighborhood between Lakeshore Boulevard West and Marine Parade Drive and the Sunnydale neighborhood along Park Lawn Road and Prince Edward Drive between the Queensway and Bloor Street West, and to report back by the second quarter of 2023 with an update on any appropriate traffic calming measures and any other operational improvements deemed suitable to address pedestrian and cycle safety, cut through vehicle traffic, excessive vehicle speeding, and traffic volume. So, folks, I sound like a broken record. I ask you to support those motions. Staff helped me draft some of them. The Park Lawn area with all the build out of Humber Bay Shores has been phenomenal. It's been unprecedented development that we never saw building up as quick as it did. We debated, making the new GO station there kind of on the fly. Councillor Perks had concerns with transportation last year. It was a move on the fly to put a transit station there, but if we didn't, we'd be in big trouble. The density that is going to go onto that site is very concerning to the community. So we have one road to get north and south, which is Park Lawn Road. And I'm just asking that we can hold off taking that down to 2 lanes until the Legion Road extension, which you've heard me talk about a number of occasions to punch through, that would take some relief off Park Lawn, and then the other street eventually, but these are years away. So I think staff have the graph, will that happen? But also, what is happening down there? We need to do this study to say, look, no left turn, no right turn. Do we need speed humps? Do we have to reduce traffic? With this transportation master plan, staff's done an amazing job consulting with the community, and it's been something that I'm glad I moved, because we didn't do it, I think we'd be in trouble. But staff have got a pretty good handle what's happened. But I keep pushing for this Legion Road to get punched through. So with that, those are my comments, Madam Speaker, and I ask you to support my motions.
Thank you. On the motions, on favor?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Could we split them, please?
You want it split? Who asked for it to split? Pardon?
Councillor Perks, I'd like to vote on 1 and 2 separately, please.
Oh, okay. We're voting on 1 then first. Okay, there it is, 1.
Councillor Carroll, your vote, please. Part 1 of the motion carries. The vote is 18-1.
Okay, did we need a recorded vote on part 2? No?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Recorded vote on part 2.
Councillor Carroll, thank you. Part 2 of motion 1 carries unanimously. The vote is 19 in favor.
Okay, item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Fillion, are you ready with your item? Is it a quick item?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yes. Sorry, before you start, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. Item NY 31.6, a supplementary report from the chief planner has been posted, and the clerk staff will also email members and the staff to advise that these materials are available. So, Councillor Fillion, on your item, IE 29.5.
Yes, I have an amendment, if clerks can put it up.
Okay, we can put the amendment on the screen. Okay,
It's the amendment deals with delegated authority to the general manager of transportation for Metrolink's work. It changes the timeline for that so that it's not 8 years, it's 4 years, and it also directs the general manager to still informally consult with councillors about any work that's being done in their wards.
Okay, the amendment is on the screen. And the second one, there's your second one.
The second one is what I also said.
Okay.
Has the general manager consult,
Okay. So
despite the delegated authority.
So on the amendment by Councillor Filion, all in favor? The first one, show of hands, carried. On the second one, the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, we'll do quick items before we recess. Do we have any quick items to release?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
It's Councillor Robinson, and I'd like to release CC 43.72 Valleyana Drive plus a CC 43.8 alterations to designated heritage, which are the same issues. It's a combined issue.
Okay, just a sec, let me find it.
CC 43.7 and 8.
Okay, I'm just gonna find it. Okay, on CC 43.7, Councillor Robinson is releasing. On favor, carried. CC 43.8, Councillor Robinson is releasing. On favor, carried.
I've got one more. It's
Okay, go ahead.
It's NY 31.9, 4155 Young Street. And I've got a couple, I'm moving that, and I've got amendments that the clerks have.
NY 31.9?
That's correct.
Okay.
So if I could ask the clerks just to put the motions on the screen so my colleagues can see them.
Okay.
I'm moving these motions today to address concerns raised by the local community. And on that note, I'd like to thank the Young Ridge Homeowners Association and the many residents and stakeholders who have been involved with this application for many years from the very beginning, including the William Carson Crescent Condo Board and St. John's Anglican Church. So these motions address some of the concerns, and all parties are aware of these motions.
Okay. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. Okay, the second motion, on favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Filion.
Yes, thank you. CC 43.21. The clerks has the motions.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton, sorry. Councillor Layton, you have a quick release?
Sure, I have two TE 32.4, 545 Lakeshore Boulevard West zoning amendment. Staff have a motion. My thanks to the Ward 10 team, still working hard on behalf of the residents.
Okay, which item is it? Oh, T 32.4. Okay. The amendment's on the screen. That's 545 Lakeshore Boulevard. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Do you have another one, Councillor Layton?
I have another one, and that's CC 43.23, 1134, 1140 Young Street official plan and zoning amendment application. I'd like to move this, the recommendations in the confidential report.
Okay.
I'd like to move the recommendations, which are moving the recommendations in the confidential report. Thank you.
Okay. CC 4323. Councillor Layton is releasing. On favor? Okay, thank you. Councillor, now we'll go to Councillor Filion. Councillor Filion?
Yes, CC 43.21. Clerks has motion.
Okay.
Which is to turn down the settlement offer, but indicate a willingness to keep the conversation going should the applicant wish to do so.
Okay, this is on CC 4321. Does somebody have their mic on? I hear somebody talking. Okay, so the
Over here.
Counselor Fletcher, your mic is on.
Yes?
Okay, your mic is on.
Oh, did I?
Okay, so Counselor Fillion's motion is on the screen. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Any further releases, Counselor Fillion?
No, I should have some tomorrow morning.
Okay, Counselor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 31 EY 31.73 Sonoma Way. Councillor Carroll's held the item. I talked to Councillor Ford and he's asked if we could defer this to the next meeting.
Which one is EY 31.
EY 3173 Sonoma Way.
Yes.
Councillor Carroll's got it held, but Councillor Ford asked if I could defer that to the next meeting.
Okay, so on EY 31.7.
I think you better ask Councillor Carroll first, Madam Speaker. I think Councillor Carroll's held it.
Sorry, I didn't turn on my microphone. Certainly, that's just fine. I didn't realize it was Councillor Ford's. Happy to do that.
Yeah.
Soon he won't
Okay,
be
thank
Councillor
you.
Ford.
Thank you.
So moving deferral, on favor, carried. Any further releases? Okay. Okay. We have one motion to introduce. Councillor Bradford, you have a motion you'd like to introduce?
Yep, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce this motion. Response to an increased number of incidents, vandalism on our main streets, and just having staff look at opportunities to review this matter to support our local businesses and BIAs. Thank you.
Okay, on favor, carried. No more quick releases? Okay. May I have a motion? Okay, Councillor Peruzza, please. Okay, but we're in the middle, please, can you, please, could you please stop? Okay, please stop. We're almost near the end. We can go home and we can relax and come back. Okay, Councillor Peruzza, please. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? I don't see any faces. Okay.
So moved.
Councillor Pasternak.
That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 43 on May the 11th, 2022.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands, opposed, carried. Okay, Councillor Peruzza, take it outside, okay? Okay. Councillor Peruzza, please. Let me just get through this last vote. Okay, where was I? Okay. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. We're recessed to 9:30 tomorrow morning. Fresh.